Memories of Fire to the Faces and the Masks. Eduardo Galeano. Memories of Fire to the Faces and the Masks. This book is dedicated to Tomas Borga, to Nicaragua. I don't know where I was born. Nor do I know who I am. I don't know where I came from, nor do I know where I'm going. I am a segment of a fallen tree that I do not know where it fell. Where will my roots be? Of which tree am I a branch? Popular songs from Boyaca, Colombia. Promise of America. The blue tiger will break the world. Another land, the one without evil, the one without death, will be born from the annihilation of this land. That's how she asks. Ask to die, ask to be born, this old and offended land. She is very tired and already blind from so much crying inside her eyes. Moribunda crosses the days, garbage of time, and at night inspires mercy to the stars. Soon the first father will listen to the pleas of the world, earth wanting to be another, and then he will release the blue tiger that sleeps under his hammock. Waiting for that moment, the Guarani Indians make a pilgrimage through the condemned land. Do you have something to tell us, hummingbird? They dance without stopping, each time lighter, more flying, and sing the sacred songs that celebrate the upcoming birth of the other land. Shoot lightning, hummingbird. Searching for paradise, they have reached the shores of the sea and even the center of America. They have roamed jungles and mountains and rivers chasing the new earth, the one that will be founded without old age or illness or anything that interrupts the incessant party of living. The songs announce that the corn will grow on its own and the arrows will shoot themselves in the thicket, and neither punishment nor forgiveness will be necessary, because there will be no prohibition or guilt. 1701. Salinas Valley. God's skin. The Chiricano Indians, from the Guarani people, navigated the Pilcomayo River years or centuries ago, and reached the border of the Inca Empire. Here they stayed, before the first heights of the Andes, waiting for the land without evil and without death. Here the pursuers of paradise sing and dance. The Chiricanos did not know the role. They discover paper, the written word, the printed word, when the Franciscan friars from Chuquisaca appear in this region, after a long journey, bringing sacred books in their saddlebags. Since they did not know paper, nor did they know they needed it, the Indians had no word to call it. Today they call it the skin of God, because the paper is used to send messages to friends who are far away. 1701. San Salvador de Bahia. Word of America. Father Antonio Vieira died at the turn of the century, but not his voice, which continues to be homeless. In the lands of Brazil, the words of the missionary of the unfortunate and the persecuted sound recent, ever living. One night, Father Vieira spoke about the oldest prophets. They were not wrong, he said, when they read fate in the entrails of the animals they sacrificed. In the bowels, he said. In the bowels, not in the head, because a better prophet is the one capable of love than the one capable of reason. 1701. Paris. Temptation of America. In his cabinet in Paris, a scholar in geographies is doubting. Guillaume Deslille draws exact maps of the earth and the sky. Will it include El Dorado on the map of America? Will the mysterious lake paint, as is customary, somewhere in the upper Orinoco? Deslille wonders if the golden waters that Walter Raleigh described as large as the Caspian Sea really exist. Are or have they been flesh and blood the princes who plunge and swim, billowing goldfish, by torchlight? The lake appears on all the maps so far drawn. It is sometimes called El Dorado, sometimes Parima. But Deslille knows, from hearing or reading, testimonies that make him doubt. Searching for El Dorado, many soldiers of fortune have penetrated the distant New World, there where the four winds intersect and all colors and pains mix, and have found nothing. Spaniards, Portuguese, English, French and Germans have traversed chasms that the American gods had dug with tooth or nail, they have violated jungles overheated by the tobacco smoke blown by the gods, they have navigated rivers born from the giant trees that the gods had uprooted from the roots, and have tormented or killed Indians that the gods had created with saliva, breath, or sleep. But the fugitive gold has gone into the air, and into the air it always goes, and the lake vanishes before anyone arrives. El Dorado seems the name of a grave without a coffin or shroud. 2 centuries ago the world grew and became round, and since then the hallucination's pursuers have left, from all the docks, towards the lands of America. Under the protection of a navigating and conquering God, they cross, squeezing into the ships, the immense sea. Along with shepherds and peasants that Europe has not killed by war, plague or famine, travel captains and merchants and rogues and mystics and adventurers. Everyone is looking for the miracle. On the other side of the sea, a magical sea that washes blood and transfigures destinies, the great promise of all time is offered, open. There the beggars will take revenge. There the idiots will become marquises, the scoundrels saints, and the founders those condemned to the gallows. They will become maidens, of high dowry, the sellers of love. Sentinel of America. The Indians lived in the pure night, the very ancient ones, in the Andes mountain range. The condor brought them the sun. The condor, the oldest of those that fly, dropped a golden ball between the mountains. The Indians picked it up and blew at the top of their lungs, and blowing the gold towards the sky, they left it on forever in the sky. The sun sweated gold, and with the gold of its rays the Indians modeled the animals and plants that populate the earth. One night, the moon shone wrapped in 3 halos over the peaks, one of blood, announcing war, another of fire, fire announcer, and a black halo of ruin. Then the Indians fled towards the high Paramos, carrying the sacred gold, and together with the gold they dropped to the bottom of lagoons and volcanoes. The condor, the one who brought the sun to the Andeans, is the caretaker of those treasures. With great motionless wings it flies over the snow-capped peaks and the steaming waters and craters. Gold warns him when he sees greed coming, gold squeals and hisses and screams. The condor lunges, vertical, and its beak tears out the eyes of the thieves and its claws fray their flesh. Only the sun can see the back of the condor, its bald head, its wrinkled neck. Only the sun knows its loneliness. Seen from the ground, the condor is an invulnerable flight. 1701. Auro Preto. Juggling Arts. The silver hill of Potosi is not a mirage, nor do the deep tunnels of Mexico contain only delirium and darkness, and the rivers of central Brazil sleep in beds of real gold. Brazil's gold is awarded by lottery or stabbing, luck or death. Immense fortunes are made by those who do not lose their lives, although the Portuguese king gets a fifth of everything. The fifth part, after all, is a saying. Much gold is smuggled out, and this cannot be avoided even by posting as many guards as there are trees in the dense forests of the region. The friars in the Brazilian mines spend more time trafficking gold than saving souls. The hollow wooden saints serve as containers for such purposes. Far away, on the coast, the monk Roberto forges stamps like someone praying rosaries, and that's how the ill-gotten gold bars look like the seal of the crown. Roberto, a Benedictine monk from the Sorocaba convent, has also made an all-powerful key, which defeats any lock. 1703. Lisbon. Gold, passenger in transit. A couple of years ago, the Governor-General of Brazil launched prophecies that were as accurate as they were useless. From Bahia, João de Lencastre warned the King of Portugal that the hordes of adventurers would turn the mining region into a sanctuary for criminals and vagabonds, and above all, he announced another much more serious danger: the same thing could happen to Portugal, with gold, as to Spain, which as soon as it receives its silver from America bids it farewell with tears in its eyes. The Brazilian gold could enter through the Bay of Lisbon and continue its journey through the Tagus River, without stopping on Portuguese soil, on its way to England, France, Holland, Germany. As if echoing the voice of the governor, the Treaty of Methuen is signed. Portugal will pay with gold from Brazil for English cloth. With gold from Brazil, a foreign colony, England will give tremendous impetus to its industrial development. 1709. Juan Fernandez Islands. Robinson Crusoe. The lookout announces distant fires. For looking for them, the filibusters of the Duke. They change course and head towards the coasts of Chile. The ship approaches the Juan Fernandez Islands. A canoe, a piece of foam, comes to meet him from the row of campfires. A tangle of hair and dirt rises on deck, trembling with fever and making noises through its mouth. Days later, Captain Rogers finds out. The castaway's name is Alexander Selkirk and he is a fellow Scotsman, wise in sail, wind, and plunder. It arrived at the coast of Valparaiso in the expedition of the pirate William Dampier. Thanks to the Bible, the knife and the rifle, Selkirk has survived more than 4 years on one of these islands without anyone. With kid guts he knew how to assemble fishing gear, it cooked with crystallized salt on the rocks and was illuminated with oil from sea lions. He built a cabin on the height and next to it a goat pen. On the trunk of a tree it marked the passage of time. The storm brought him the remains of a shipwreck and also an Indian who was almost drowned. He called the Indian Friday, because that day was Friday. From him he learned the secrets of plants. When the big ship arrived, Friday preferred to stay. Selkirk swore to return, and Friday believed him. In 10 years, Daniel Defoe will publish in London The Adventures of a Shipwrecked Man. In his novel, Selkirk will play Robinson Crusoe, born in York. The expedition of the British pirate Dampier, who had plundered the coasts of Peru and Chile, will become a respectable business enterprise. The deserted island without history will jump from the Pacific Ocean to the mouths of the Orinoco and the castaway will live on it for 28 years. Robinson will also save the life of a savage cannibal. Master, master, will be the first word he will teach him in the English language. Selkirk marked the ears of each goat he caught with a knife. Robinson will project the division of the island, his kingdom, to sell it in lots, will quote. Each object that he collects from the wrecked ship, he will keep track of how much he produces on the island and will take stock of each situation, the debit of misfortunes, the credit of good luck. Robinson will go through, like Selkirk, the hard tests of loneliness, fear, and madness, but at the time of the rescue, Alexander Selkirk is a freakish tremble who doesn't know how to speak and is scared of everything. Robinson Crusoe, on the other hand, undefeated tamer of nature, will return to England, with his faithful Friday, making accounts and planning adventures. 1711. Paramaribo. They were silent. The Dutch cut the Achilles tendon of the slave who runs away the first time, and whoever insists they have his right leg amputated, but there is no way to prevent the spread of the plague of freedom in Suriname. Captain Molina goes down the river to Paramaribo. His expedition returns with 2 heads. The prisoners had to be beheaded, because they could no longer move whole through the jungle. One was called Flora, the other Siri. They still have their eyes fixed on the sky. They did not open their mouths despite the lashes, the fire and the hot tongs, stubbornly mute as if they had not uttered a word since the distant day when they were fattened and smeared with oil and shaved, drawing stars or half-moons on their heads, in order to sell them in the Paramaribo market. All the time silent, Flora and Siri, while the soldiers asked them where the escaped blacks were hiding, they looked at the sky without blinking, chasing clouds solid as mountains that drifted high up there. They carry life in their hair. No matter how many blacks are crucified or hung from an iron hook through the ribs, the escapes from the 400 plantations along the Suriname coast are incessant. Inside the jungle, a black lion flies on the yellow flag of the Maroons. In the absence of bullets, the weapons shoot pebbles or bone buttons, but the impenetrable thicket is the best ally against the Dutch colonists. Before escaping, the slaves steal grains of rice and corn, grains of wheat, beans, and pumpkin seeds. Their enormous hair makes barns. When they reach the open shelters in the jungle, the women shake their heads and fertilize the free land. The maroon. The alligator, disguised as a trunk, enjoys the sun. They rotate their eyes at the tip of the snail's horns. With circus acrobatics the bird woos the bird. The spider climbs the dangerous web of the spider sheet and shroud where it will embrace and be devoured. A village of monkeys launches into the assault of the wild fruits in the branches. The screams of the monkeys stun the thicket and do not let us hear the litanies of the cicadas or the questions of the birds. But strange footsteps sound on the carpet of leaves and suddenly the jungle is silent and paralyzed, shrinks, and waits. When the first shot fires, the entire jungle stampedes. The shot announces some hunting of maroons. Cimarron, West Indian voice, means arrow that seeks freedom. This is how the Spanish called the bull that fled into the mountains, and later the word gained other languages, Camaro, maroon, brown, to name the slave who in all the regions of America seeks the protection of jungles and swamps and deep canyons and far from his master. Raise a free house and defend it by opening false paths and deadly traps. The runaway gangrenes colonial society. 1711. I died. They are never alone. There are also Maroon Indians. To lock them up under the control of friars and captains, prisons are founded like the newly born town of Murray, in the Choco region. The immense white-winged canoes arrived here long ago, seeking the rivers of gold that flow down from the mountains, and since then the Indians have been fleeing. An infinity of spirits accompanies them on a pilgrimage through the jungle and the rivers. The sorcerer knows the voices that call the spirits. To cure the sick, it blows its snail shell into the fronds where the peccary, the bird of paradise and the singing fish inhabit. To make the healthy sick, he puts the butterfly of death in their lungs. The sorcerer knows that there is no land, water, or air empty of spirits in the Choco regions. 1711. Palenque of San Basilio. The Black King, the White Saint and his holy wife. More than a century ago, the Black Domingo Bayaho escaped from the galleys of Cartagena to Indias and became a warrior king of the swamp. Hosts of dogs and harquebusiers pursued and hunted him down, and Domingo was hanged several times. In several days of great applause, Domingo was dragged through the streets of Cartagena, tied to the tail of a mule, and several times his penis was cut off and stuck on a high pike. Its hunters were rewarded with successive land grants and several times they were given titles of marquises, but in the maroon palenques of the Dike Channel or Lower Cauca, Domingo Bayaho reigns and laughs with his unmistakable painted face. Free blacks live on alert, trained to fight from birth and protected by ravines and crags and deep pits of poisonous spikes. The most important of the palenques in this region, which has existed and resisted for a century, will have the name of a saint. It will be called San Basilio, because his effigy will soon arrive from the Magdalena River. San Basilio will be the first target authorized to enter. He will come with a mitre and a staff of command and will bring a small wooden church with a lot of miracles inside. He will not be frightened by the scandal of nudity nor will he ever speak with a master's voice. The Maroons will offer him a house and a wife. They will get him a holy female, Catalina, so that in the other world God will not give him a donkey as a wife and so that together they can enjoy themselves on this earth while they are there. The Maria Polito. There is a lot of bug in the regions where Domingo Bayaho reigns forever and ever in his palenques. The most feared are the tiger, the hugging boa and the snake that gets entangled in the vines and slides into the huts. The most fascinating are the mayupa fish, which shits on its head, and the Maria Polito. Like the spider, the Maria Polito devours its lovers. When the male embraces her from behind, she turns her chinless face towards him, measures him with her large bulging eyes, sinks her teeth into him and calmly eats him until nothing. The Maria Polito is very blessed. He always has his arms in prayer, and praying he eats. 1712. Santa Marta. From piracy to smuggling. Between the green legs of the Sierra Nevada, which dips its feet in the sea, stands a bell tower surrounded by houses made of wood and straw. The 30 white families of the port of Santa Marta live in them. Around, in huts of reed and mud. Sheltered by palm leaves, live the Indians, blacks, and mixed races that no one has bothered to count. Pirates have always been the nightmare of these shores. 15 years ago, the Bishop of Santa Marta had to gut the church organ to improvise ammunition. A week ago, the English ships crossed the cannon fire from the pillboxes that guard the bay and woke up calmly on the beach. Everyone fled to the mountains. The pirates waited. They didn't steal a handkerchief, they didn't set a house on fire. The neighbors, distrustful, approached little by little, and Santa Marta has now become a joyous market. The pirates, armed to the teeth, have come to buy and sell. They haggle, but they are scrupulous in their payment. Far away, British workshops are growing and demanding markets. Lots of pirates become smugglers, though none of them know what the hell that accumulation of capital means. 1714. Auro Preto. The mind doctor. This doctor does not believe in drugs or in the very expensive powders that come from Portugal. He distrusts bloodletting and purges and pays little attention to the patriarch Galen and his tables of law. Luis Gomez Ferreira advises his patients 1 bath a day, which in Europe would be a clear sign of heresy or madness, and prescribes herbs and roots from the region. Dr. Ferreira has saved many lives, thanks to common sense and the ancient experience of the Indians, and with the help of the white girl, cane brandy that revives the dying. He can do little or nothing, however, against the custom of miners who like to slit each other's bellies with a bullet or a knife. Here all fortune is glory for a little while, and the devious is better than the brave. There is no science that is worth in the relentless war for the conquest of the black mud that hides suns inside. Captain Tomás de Souza, the king's treasurer, was looking for gold and found lead. The doctor could do no more than make the sign of the cross. Everyone believed that the captain had a ton of gold in store, but the creditors only found a few slaves to distribute. Rarely does the doctor treat a black patient. In the Brazilian mines, the slave is used and thrown away. In vain, Dr. Ferreira recommends more careful treatment to the masters, who are thus sinning against God and against their own interests. In gold pans and underground galleries there is no black that lasts 10 years, but a handful of gold buys a new child, worth as much as a handful of salt or a whole pig. 1714. Vila Nova do Príncipe. Jacinta. She consecrates the ground she walks on. Jacinta de Siqueira, an African from Brazil, is the founder of this Vila del Príncipe and of the gold mines in the Quatro Ravines Vintins. A black woman, a green woman, Jacinta opens and closes like a butcher plant, swallowing men and giving birth to children of all colors, in this world without a map yet. Jacinta advances, breaking through the jungle, at the head of the criminals who come on the back of a mule, barefoot, armed with old rifles, and who upon entering the mine leave their consciousness hanging from a branch or buried in a swamp. Jacinta, born in Angola, slave in Bahia, mother of gold from Minas Gerais. 1716. Potosi. Holguin. The Viceroy of Lima, Don Diego Rubio Morcelo de Ayan, enters Potosi under 120 triumphal arches of carved silver, along a tunnel of canvases that show Icarus and Eros, Mercury, Endymion, the Colossus of Rhodes and Aeneas fleeing from Troy. Potosi, oh, it's not what it used to be. Its population has been cut in half. The city receives the viceroy in a street made of wood, not silver. But, as in amazing times, the trumpets and drums resound, pages in finery livery illuminate, with wax torches, the passage of horse captains, governors and judges, magistrates, ambassadors. With the night comes, radiant, the masquerade. The city offers the dusty visitor the homage of the 12 heroes of Spain, the 12 peers of France and the 12 sibyls. The Cid Campeador and the Emperor Carlos greet him, in dazzling garments, and all the nymphs and Arab princes and Ethiopian kings in the world, or in dreams. Melchor Pérez Holguin portrays this day of prodigies. He paints the 1,000 characters, one by one, and he paints Potosi and the most generous hill in the universe, colors of earth and blood and smoke, glints of silver, and he paints his own image at the foot of the vast canvas. Holguin, 50-year-old mestizo, nose eagle, long black hair raining from the hat, palette raised in one hand. He also paints two old men with a cane and writes the words that come out of their mouths. Hija Pilonga as Bisto next to such mirabilla. Alico in 100 and so many years I have not seen such greatness. Perhaps Holguin does not know that the wonder is what he creates, believing that he copies, nor does he know that his work will continue to be alive when the pomps of Potosi have been erased from the face of the earth and no one remembers any viceroy. 1716. Cuzco. The Imagers. Diego Quisptito, the teacher from Holguin, died shortly after his eyes died. In the first mists of blindness, he managed to paint his own image on the way to paradise, with the imperial tassel of the Incas on his forehead. Quisp was the most talented of the Indian artists in Cuzco. In his works, parrots fly among the angels and perch on Saint Sebastian riddled with arrows. Faces, birds and fruits from here appear, smuggled, in the landscapes of Europe or heaven. While the Spaniards burnt nas and ponchos in the Plaza Mayor, the image makers of Cuzco managed to paint platters of avocados, ricotta peppers, custard apples, strawberries and quinces on the table of the Last Supper, and they paint the child Jesus sprouting from the womb of the Virgin and the Virgin sleeping, on a golden bed, embracing Saint Joseph. The people raise crosses of corn, or decorate them with garlands of potatoes, and at the foot of the altars there are offerings of pumpkins and watermelons. Mary, Mother Earth. In the churches of these regions, the Virgin is often seen crowned with feathers or protected by parasols, like an Inca princess, and God the Father in the form of the sun, among monkeys that support columns and moldings that offer fruits and fish and birds of the tropics. An unsigned canvas shows the Virgin Mary on the Silver Hill in Potosi, between the sun and the moon. On one side is the Pope of Rome and on the other the King of Spain. But Mary is not on the hill but within it, she is the hill, a hill with the face of a woman and offering hands, Mary Hill, Mary Stone, fertilized by God as the sun fertilizes the earth. The Pachamama. In the Andean highlands, Mom is the Virgin and Mom is the earth and time. The earth, Mother Earth, Pachamama, gets angry if someone drinks without inviting her. When she is very thirsty, she breaks the vessel and spills it. The placenta of the newborn is offered to her, burying it among the flowers, so that the child may live, and for love to live, lovers bury knotted hair. The earth goddess gathers in her arms the tired and the broken, who have sprung from her, and opens to give them shelter at the end of the journey. From below the earth, the dead flourish it. Sirens. In the main portico of the Cathedral of Puno, Simon de Asto will carve two mermaids in stone. Although the mermaids symbolize sin, the artist will not sculpt monsters. The artist will create two beautiful Indian girls who will happily play the charango and love without a shadow of guilt. They will be the Andean mermaids, Quisintuyo and Amantuyo, who in ancient times emerged from the waters of Lake Titicaca to make love with the god Tunupa, the Aymara god of fire and lightning, who left a trail of volcanoes in his wake. 1717. Quebec. The man who did not believe in winter. As recounted by Rabelais and repeated by Voltaire, the Canadian cold is so cold that words freeze when they come out of the mouth and remain suspended in the air. At the end of April, the first suns break the ice on the rivers and spring bursts in with resurrection crackles. Then, only then, the phrases spoken in winter are heard. The French colonists fear winter more than the Indians and envy the animals that sleep through it. Neither the bear nor the groundhog find out about the evils of the cold, they leave the world for a few months, while winter splits the trees with the noise of bullets and turns humans into statues of frozen blood and marble flesh. The Portuguese Pedro da Silva spent his winters carrying letters on a dog sled, on the ice of the St. Lawrence River. In the summer he traveled by canoe, and sometimes, because of the winds, it took him a whole month to go back and forth between Quebec and Montreal. Pedro carried decrees from the governor, reports from friars and officials, offers from fur sellers, promises from friends, secrets from lovers. Canada's first postman worked for a quarter of a century without asking Winter's permission. Now he died. 1717. AUDIOBOOKS. The founders. The map of Canada takes up an entire wall. Between the East Coast and the Great Lakes, a few cities, a few outposts. Beyond, an immense space of mystery. From another wall, under the crossed barrels of muskets, the hair of enemy Indians hangs, darkened by tobacco smoke. Sitting in his rocking chair, Pierre de La Vérendrye bites into his pipe. La Vérendrye does not hear the cries of her newborn son. With narrowed eyes he looks at the map and lets himself go down the rushing rivers that no European has yet navigated. He has returned alive from the battlefields of France, where he had been left for dead with a shot to the chest and several saber cuts. In Canada he does not lack what to eat, thanks to the wheat from his fields and his pension as an invalid war lieutenant, but he is bored and delirious. His wounded legs will go further than his wildest dreams. La Vérendrye's explorations will put this map to shame. Going towards the west, in search of the sea that leads to the coasts of China, he will arrive in the north to places where the barrel of the musket explodes with cold when fired, and in the south he will go up the unknown Missouri River. This child who is crying by his side, in the wooden cradle, will be the discoverer of the invincible wall of the Rocky Mountains. Missionaries and fur traders will follow in the explorer's footsteps. This is how it has always been. So it was with Cartier, Champlain, and La Salle. Europe pays good prices for the skins of beavers, otters, martens, deer, foxes, and bears. In exchange for the skins, the Indians receive weapons, to kill each other or to die in the wars between the English and the French who dispute their lands. The Indians also receive brandy, which turns the most robust warrior into a wreck, and pestilences more devastating than the worst snowstorms. Altarpiece of the Indians. Among the Indians of Canada there are no poncees or hunchbacks, say the French friars and explorers. If there is a lame, or blind, or one-eyed person, it is because of a war wound. They know neither property nor envy, says Pouchot, and they call money French snake. They consider it ridiculous to obey a similar one, says Lafita. They choose bosses who do not have any privileges, and whoever comes out bossy is dismissed. Women think and decide on a par with men. Councils of elders and public assemblies have the last word, but no human word resonates louder than the voice of dreams. They obey dreams like Christians obey divine command, observes Brebeuf. They obey them every day, because through dreams the soul speaks every night, and when the end of winter arrives, and the ice of the world breaks, they celebrate a long festival consecrated to dreams. So the Indians dress up and all madness is allowed. They eat when they are hungry, notes Cartier. They know no more clock than appetite. They are libertines, warns Lejeune. Both the woman and the man can break their marriage when they want. Virginity means nothing to them. Champlain has discovered old women who have been married 20 times. According to Lejeune, they don't like to work at all, but they love, instead, to invent lies. They are ignorant of art, other than the art of skinning enemies' skulls. They are vengeful, for revenge they eat lice and worms and any bug that likes human flesh. They are incapable, Bayard verifies, of understanding any abstract idea. According to Brebeuf, the Indians cannot understand the idea of hell. They had never heard of eternal punishment. When the Christians threaten them with hell, the savages ask, "And in hell, will my friends be?" Songs of the Chippewa Indians, in the Great Lakes region. I walk sometimes, feeling sorry for myself as the wind carries me across the skies. The bush. He has sat under the tree and sings. 1718. São José del Rey. The pillory. The adventurous horde cuts down jungles, opens mountains, diverts rivers, and while the fire reveals sparkles on the rusty stones, the gold hunters eat toads and roots and found cities under the double sign of hunger and punishment. The installation of the pillory marks the birth of each city in the Brazilian gold region. The pillory is the center of everything, and around it will be the houses, and the churches on the tops of the hills. The pillory, with a crown on the high point and a pair of rings to tie the slaves that deserve whipping. Raising his sword before the pillory, the Count of Assumer is officially giving birth to the town of São José del Rei. The journey from Rio de Janeiro has taken him 4 months, and on the way he has eaten monkey meat and roasted ants. This land gives him panic and disgust. The Count of Assumer, governor of Minas Gerais, believes that the spirit of rebellion is a second nature of these intractable and homeless people. Here the stars induce disorder, he says, and the water. It exhales riots and the earth gives off steam of tumults. The clouds are insolent, the air's unruly, the gold out of bounds. The Count orders that the heads of all Maroons be cut off, and he organizes militias to persecute the rebellious slavery. The derelicts, neither white nor black, miserable sons of the master and the slave, or mixtures of 1,000 bloods, are the hunters of fugitive slaves. Born to live outside the law, they are good at dying killing. They, the mulattoes and mestizos, abound. There are no white women here, and there is no way to fulfill the will of the king, who from Lisbon has ordered to avoid defective and impure offspring. 1719. Potosi. The plague. 3 years ago heaven sent a warning, a frightful fire, a harbinger of calamity. The comet, loose sun, crazy sun, pointed its accusing tail at the Potosi hill. At the beginning of this year, a 2-headed child was born in the San Pedro neighborhood, and the priest was hesitating between doing 1 baptism or 2. And despite the comet and the monster, Potosi persisted in French fashion, costumes and customs disapproved of God, shameful to sex, offensive to nature and scandalous to civil and political decency. The city celebrated the carnival as always. Partying and riots vary against honesty, and when 6 beautiful maidens began to dance naked, the plague struck them down right there. Potosi suffers 1,000 sorrows and deaths. God has been merciless with the Indians, who pay for the sins of the city, pouring out rivers of blood. According to Don Matias Siriaco y Celda, a scientific and highly accredited doctor, God has used, to take revenge, the evil influence of Saturn, which alters the blood and turns it into urine and anger. 1721. Zacatecas. To eat God. The bells ring calling the celebration party. The Zacatecas Mining Center has signed a peace treaty with the Huical Indians. Withdrawn in the mountains of Nayarit, the Huicals had defended their independence for 2 centuries, invulnerable to continuous harassment, and now they submit to the Spanish crown. The treaty guarantees them that they will not be forced to serve in the mines. On pilgrimages to their sacred lands, the Huicals have no choice but to pass through the mining region, eager for labor. Grandfather Fire protects them from the scorpion and the snake, but he can do little against the Indian hunters. The long journey towards the Viracota Plateau, through the flayed hills and the never-ending scree, is a journey to the origins along the path of the gods. In Viracota, the Huicals relieve the first deer hunt. There they return to the eternal moment in which the Lord of the Deer raised the newborn son with his horns, agreed to sacrifice himself so that human life would be possible, and with his own blood he fertilized the corn. The deer, god of gods, inhabits a cactus, the peyote, very difficult to find. The peyote, small and ugly, hides among the rocks. When they discover him, the Huicals shoot arrows at him, and when they catch him, he cries. Then they bleed and skin it and cut the meat into slices. Around the bonfire, the Huicals eat the sacred cactus, and then the trance begins. On the verge of madness, in the ecstasy where everything is always and everything is never, they are gods while communion occurs. If you lose your soul in an oversight, what is that Huical Indian doing when she is about to give birth? She remembers. He intensely remembers the night of love where the child to be born comes from. He thinks about it with all the force of his memory and his joy. Thus the body opens, happy with the happiness it had, and then a good Huical is born, who will be worthy of that joy that he did. A good Huical takes care of his soul, his bright life force, but it is well known that the soul is smaller than an ant and softer than a whisper, a thing of nothing, a little air, and in any carelessness it can be lost. A boy stumbles and rolls down the mountain range and the soul falls off and falls into the rut, tied as it was by no more than a spider's silk thread. Then the young Huical gets dazed and gets sick. Stabbing, he calls the guardian of the sacred songs, the sorcerer priest. What is that old Indian looking for digging in the saw? Walk the trail where the patient walked. It climbs, very quietly, between the sharp rocks, exploring the branches, leaf by leaf, and under the pebbles. Where did life fall? Where was she scared? He walks slowly and with his ears wide open, because lost souls cry and sometimes they whistle like a breeze. When he finds the wandering soul, the sorcerer priest picks it up on the tip of a feather, wraps it in a tiny flake of cotton, and inside a hollow straw brings it back to its owner, who will not die. 1726. Montevideo Bay. Montevideo. East of the arc of the Uruguay River, the rolling prairies give birth to more cows than clover. The bandeirantes of Brazil, swallowers of frontiers, covet this vast mine of meat and hides, and the flag of Portugal is already flying on the coast of the Rio de la Plata, over the fortress of Colonia del Sacramento. To stop the onslaught, the King of Spain ordered the founding of a town in the Bay of Montevideo. Under the protection of the cannon and the cross, the new city looms. It springs from a point of earth and rock, which the wind hits and the Indians threaten. From Buenos Aires the first settlers arrive, 15 young people, 19 children, and a few slaves that are not on the list, black hands for the axe, the hoe and the pitchfork, breasts to give milk, a voice to give cries. The founders, almost all of whom were illiterate, received noble privileges from the king. They release the right to be called Don in rounds of mate, gin, and cigars. To your health, sir. To yours. The grocery store smells of grass and tobacco. It is the first house with a wooden door and adobe wall among the leather huts scattered in the shadow of the fort. Drinks, conversation, and guitar are served in the grocery store, and they also sell buttons and pans, cookies, and whatever. Coffee will be born from the grocery store. Montevideo will be the city of coffees. No corner will be a corner without a cafe complicit in confidence or noise, little temples where all solitude will be sheltered and all meetings celebrated, and where the smoke from cigarettes will act as incense. 1733. Ouro Preto. Parties. Arches of flowers cover the streets of Ouro Preto, and in its shadow parades the Blessed Sacrament, between silk and damask walls. The four winds and the seven planets come and go on horses lined with jewels, and on high thrones shine the moon and the nymphs and the morning star, with their processions of angels. After a week of fireworks and bullfights, the procession sings thanks to the gold, praises to the diamond, and devotions to God. Diamonds are a novelty in the region. Until recently they were used to mark points on the card wheels. When it was discovered that these little crystals were diamonds, the monarch of Portugal gave the first ones to God and the Pope, and later bought from the Vatican the very expensive title of Most Faithful King. The streets of Ouro Preto rise and fall steeply, like knife blades, and its people are divided into peaks and abysses. The parties of those above are obligatory celebration displays, but the parties of those below provoke suspicion and punishment. Dark skins hide threats of sorcery and dangers of rebellion. Poor man singing and viola are a sin, a mulatto who laughs a lot risks jail or exile, and on a Sunday of merriment the black slave can lose his head. 1736. St. John's. The Flayers. They sealed their oath by drinking from the same bowl a mixture of rum and grave muck and rooster's blood, and an earthquake of drums broke out. They had the gunpowder ready to blow up the governor and all the principal lords of the British island of Antigua. This is how the prosecutor told it. So the judges believed. 6 black slaves are starved to death, tied to the gallows, and 5 others are torn to pieces. 77 are burned alive. 2 others are saved by telling lies that condemn their parents to the stake. The conspirators are coal or rotten meat, but they roam the beach at dawn. While the low tide reveals wonders in the sand, the fishermen come across the dead, who are looking for water and food to continue their journey to the afterlife. 1738. Trelawney Town. Cudjoe. Plants and people in the hairy mountains of western Jamaica sweat in spurts. The sun goes to hide, when the long complaint of the horn announces that the enemy chief has reached the gorge. This time, Colonel Guthrie is not coming to fight. The English slavers offer peace to the Maroons. They promise to respect the freedom they have won in long years of war and recognize their ownership of the land where they live. In return, the Maroons become gendarmes for their imprisoned brothers. Henceforth, they will help to punish the slave revolts on the sugar plantations and return the fugitives who appear here asking for refuge. Chief Cudjoe goes out to meet Colonel Guthrie. Cudjoe wears a brimless hat and a coat that was once blue and had sleeves. The red powder of Jamaica matches the colors of the skins and the clothes, but not a single button is missing from the colonel's waistcoat and one can still guess the whiteness of his curly toupee. Cudjoe drops down and kisses her shoes. 1739. New Nanny Town. Nanny. After agreeing with Cudjoe, head of the Leeward Maroons, Colonel Guthrie marches to the east of the island. Some hand slips a withering poison into the rum and Guthrie falls like lead from the horse. A few months later, at the foot of a very high mountain, Captain Adair achieves peace in the east. Quayo, chief of the Barlovento Maroons, accepts the conditions wearing a sword and a silver hat. But in the precipices of the east, more power than Quayo has Nanny. The scattered bands of Barlovento obey Nanny, as do the squadrons of mosquitoes. Nanny, a great female of fiery clay, lover of the gods, wears nothing more than a necklace of English soldiers' teeth. No one sees it, everyone sees it. They say that she is dead, but she throws herself naked, a black burst, into the center of the shooting. She crouches down, her back to the enemy, her gorgeous ass attracting bullets and trapping them. Sometimes he returns them, multiplied, and sometimes he turns them into flakes of cotton. Pilgrimage in Jamaica. They come from the holes in the trees, from the holes in the ground, from the cracks in the rocks. The rains and rivers do not stop them. They cross swamps, abysses, forests. The fog does not mislead them nor are they frightened by the fierce suns. They come down from the mountains, slow, relentless. They march in profile, in a straight line, without detours. The breastplates gleam in the sun. Battalions of male warriors lead the pilgrimage. In the face of danger they raise their weapons, their pincers. Many die or lose an arm making their way. The land of Jamaica creaks, covered by the immense army of crabs. The journey to the sea is long. After 2 or 3 months they arrive, those who arrive, exhausted. Then the females come forward and allow themselves to be covered by the waves and the sea tears their eggs from them. Few come back. Of the millions who have started the journey to the sea, few return. But the sea incubates, under the sand, a new town of crabs. And little by little the new town undertakes the journey towards the mountains from where their mothers have come, and there is no one to stop it. Crabs don't have heads. They arrived late to the distribution of heads that the God King made there in Africa, in his palace of cotton and copper. Crabs have no head, but they dream and know. 1742. Juan Fernandez Islands. Anson. Chileans believe that the waves of the sea are horses with foamy mouths that witches ride with sargassum reins. The waves launch into the assault of the rocks, which do not believe in witches, and the rock castles allow themselves to be hid with remote disdain. Up there, a he-goat with a venerable beard contemplates, dignified as a king, the swaying of the foam. Few goats remain on the Juan Fernandez Islands. Years ago, the Spanish brought a pack of dogs from Chile to snatch this easy meal from pirates. Commander Anson's men vainly pursue the shadows of the horns over rocks and precipices, and they think they recognize Alexander Selkirk's mark on the ears of some goat they catch. The English flag appears intact on the masts. Lord George Anson's fleet will return to London devastated by hunger and scurvy, but so splendid will be the loot that 40 carts, drawn by oxen, will not reach to get it out of the port. In the name of perfecting cartography, geography, astronomy, geometry, and the art of navigation, the scientist Anson has hunted several Spanish ships with cannon fire and has set fire to some towns, taking even their wigs and embroidered breeches. In these years, the British Empire is being born in the transition from piracy to smuggling, but Anson is a privateer in the old style. 1753. Sierra Leone River. Let us sing praises to the Lord. God's revelation occurred in the light of lightning. Captain John Newton converted to Christianity one night of drunken profanity, when a sudden storm nearly drove his ship to the bottom of the ocean. Since then, he has been chosen by the Lord. Every evening, he dictates a sermon. He says prayers before each meal and begins each day singing psalms that the crew hoarsely repeats in chorus. At the end of each trip, pay in Liverpool a special ceremony of thanksgiving to the Most High. While waiting for the arrival of a shipment at the mouth of the Sierra Leone River, Captain Newton scares away fears and mosquitoes and prays to God to protect the African ship and all its crew, and that the merchandise that is about to be shipped arrives intact in Jamaica. Captain Newton and his numerous colleagues practice the triangular trade between England, Africa, and the West Indies. From Liverpool they ship cloth, brandy, rifles, and knives that they exchange for men, women and children on the African coast. The ships sail to the Caribbean islands, and there they exchange the slaves for sugar, molasses, cotton, and tobacco that they take to Liverpool to restart the cycle. In his leisure hours, the captain contributes to the sacred liturgy by composing hymns. Tonight, locked in his cabin, he begins to write a new hymn, while he waits for a slave caravan delayed because some wanted to kill yourself eating mud along the way. You already have the title. The hymn will be called How Sweet the Name of Jesus Sounds. The first verses are born, and the captain hums possible melodies under the accomplice lamp that sways. 1758. Chap French. Macandal. Before a large assembly of maroons, François Macandal took a yellow handkerchief from a glass of water. First, it was the Indians. And then a white handkerchief. Now the whites are the owners. And then he waved a black handkerchief before the eyes of the maroons and announced that the time had come for those who came from Africa. He waved the handkerchief with his one hand, because the other had remained between the iron teeth of the cane mill. In the northern plains of Haiti, the one-armed Macandal was the master of fire and poison. At his sign the cane fields burned, and by his spell the lords of sugar would collapse, in the middle of dinner, spitting out drool and blood. He knew how to turn into an iguana, ant, or fly, dressed in gills, antennae, or wings, but they caught him. And they condemned him. And they are burning him alive. Through the flames, the crowd catches a glimpse of the body that writhes and shakes, when suddenly a scream splits the earth, a ferocious cry of pain and joy, and Macandal breaks free of the post and unleashes death, howling, blazing, goes through the smoke and is lost in the air. For slaves, it's no wonder. They knew that he was going to stay in Haiti, in the color of all shadows, the walker of the night. 1761. Castile. Canek. The Mayan Indians proclaim the independence of Yucatan and announce the coming independence of America. Pure sorrows the power of Spain has brought us. No more than pure sorrows. Jacinto, you see, the one who caressing tree leaves blows trumpets, becomes king. Canek, Black Snake, is his chosen name. The king of Yucatan ties the mantle of Our Lady of Conception around his neck and addresses the other Indians. The grains of corn have rolled on the ground, they have sung war. The prophets, the men with hot chests, those enlightened by the gods, had said that whoever dies fighting will wake up. Keinec says that he is not a king for the love of power, that power wants more and more power and the water spills when the gourd is full. He says that he is king against the power of the powerful and announces the end of servitude and of the whipping posts and of the Indians in a row kissing the master's hand. They won't be able to tie us up, they'll lack string. In the town of Castile and in other towns the echoes spread, words that become screams, and friars and captains roll in blood. 1761. Merida. Pieces. After much death, they have captured him. San Jose has been the patron of colonial victory. They accuse Keinec of having scourged Christ and of having filled Christ's mouth with grass. They condemn it. They are going to break him alive, with iron blows, in the main square of Merida. Keinec enters the square, on the back of a mule, his face almost hidden under an enormous paper crown. His infamy is read on the crown, raised against God and against the king. They dismember him little by little, without giving him the relief of death, worse than a beast in the slaughterhouse, and they throw their pieces into the bonfire. A long-standing ovation accompanies the ceremony. Beneath the applause, it is whispered that the servants will pour ground glass into the master's bread. 1761. Castile. Holy corn. The executioners throw Keinec's ashes into the air, so that he will not be resurrected on Judgment Day. 8 of their chiefs die with the vile club and 200 Indians have their ears cut off. And to culminate the punishment, hurting in the most sacred, the soldiers burn the maize fields of the rebellious communities. The corn is alive. It suffers if they burn it, it is offended if they step on it. Perhaps corn dreams the Indians, as the Indians dream it. He organizes space and time and the history of people made of corn meat. When Keinec was born, his navel was cut off on a cob. In the name of the newborn, they sowed the grain stained with his blood. From that milpa he fed, and drank serene water, which contains starlight, and it was growing. 1763. Buraco de Tatu. Because the haughty gave a bad example. The Bequenos, who see moonless nights as day, eluded the traps. Thanks to them, the soldiers were able to cross the labyrinth of swords, sharp stakes that betray whoever steps on them, and at dawn they pounced on the village of free blacks. Gunpowder smoke, fire smoke, thick and sour air on the edge of Itapo Beach. At noon nothing remains of Buraco de Tatu, a refuge for Maroons that have so offended the nearby city of San Salvador for 20 years from Bahia. The viceroy has sworn that he will rid Brazil of wild blacks, but everywhere they sprout. In vain Captain Bartolomeu Bueno pulled out 4,000 pairs of ears in Minas Gerais. Those who did not fall in the defense of Buraco de Tatu line up with blows from the butt. They mark all of them, on the chest, with the letter F, for Fugido, and return them to their owners. Captain Joaquim de Costa Cardoso, who is short of money, sells children at a bargain price. Communion. History will have to hide a lot, Lady of Rosy Veils, kisser of those who win. She will become distracted or fall ill with amnesia. He will lie that the black slaves of Brazil have been meek and resigned, perhaps happy. But the masters of the plantations force the cook to taste each dish before their eyes. Poisons of long agony slip through the deliciousness of the table. Slaves kill, and they also kill or flee, which are ways of robbing the master of his main wealth. Or they rise up believing, dancing, singing, which is the way to redeem themselves and resurrect. The smell of the cut canes intoxicates the air of the plantations and fires burn on the ground and in the chests. The fire tempers the markets, the drums rattle. They invoke the drums to the old gods, who fly to this land of exile, responding to the voices of their lost children, and they get into them and make love to them and tearing out music and howling they give them back, intact, their broken life. In Nigeria or Dahomey, the drums ask for fertility for women and land. Not here. Here the women give birth to slaves and the lands annihilate them. Here the agrarian gods give way to warrior gods. The drums do not ask for fertility, but for revenge, and Ogum, the god of iron, sharpens daggers and not hoes. Altarpiece of Bahia. Those who rule in Bahia say that the black does not go to heaven, even if he prays, because he has hard hair and pricks our Lord. They say he doesn't sleep, he snores. What does not eat, swallows. That does not talk, grumbles. That does not die, it ends. They say that God made the white man and painted the mulatto. The black, they say, the devil screwed up. Every black party is suspected of paying homage to Satan, an atrocious black, tail, hooves, pitchfork, but those who rule know that if slaves have fun from time to time, they work more, live longer, and have more children. Just as capoeira, a ritual and deadly way of fighting hand to hand, pretends to be a showy game, candomblé also pretends to be pure dance and noise. Furthermore, there is never a lack of virgins or saints to lend the disguise. There is no one who forbids Ogum when he becomes Saint George, a blonde horseman, and the mischievous black gods. They find hiding place even in the wounds of Christ. In Holy Week for the slaves, it is a black vigilante who blows up the traitor, the white Judas, a whitewashed doll, and when the slaves take the Virgin out in procession, the black Saint Benedict is at the center of all the homage. The Church does not know the saint. According to the slaves, Saint Benedict was a slave like them, a convent cook, and the angels were busy stirring the pot while he said his prayers. San Antonio is the favorite of the masters. San Antonio wears military stripes, gets paid, and specializes in policing blacks. When a slave runs away, the master throws the saint into the junk corner. San Antonio remains in penance, face down, until the dogs catch the fugitive. Your other head, your other memory. From the sundial of the convent of San Francisco, a gloomy inscription reminds walkers of the transience of life. Every hour that passes hurts you and the last one will kill you. They are words written in Latin. The black slaves of Bahia do not understand Latin nor can they read. From Africa they brought happy and quarrelsome gods, with them they are, towards them they go. Who dies, enters. The drums resound so that the dead do not get lost and reach the region of Oxala. Back in the house of the Creator of Creators, his other head awaits him, the immortal head. We all have two heads and two memories. A head of clay, which will be dust, and another forever invulnerable to the bites of time and passion. A memory that death kills, a compass that ends the journey, and another memory, the collective memory, that will live as long as the human adventure in the world lives on. When the air of the universe stirred and breathed for the first time, and the God of gods was born, there was no separation between earth and sky. Now they look divorced. But heaven and earth come together again every time someone dies, every time someone is born, and every time someone receives the gods in their beating body. 1763. Rio de Janeiro. Here. A quarter of a century ago, Luís de Cunha proposed to the King of Portugal that he move his entire court from Lisbon to Rio de Janeiro and that he proclaim himself Emperor of the West in the city. The capital of the empire should be located here, in the center of abundance, because Portugal could not live without the riches of Brazil, but Brazil, warned Luís de Cunha, could easily live without Portugal. The throne remains, for now, in Lisbon. But the center of the colony shifts from north to south. Bahia, the port of sugar, gives way to Rio de Janeiro, the port of gold and diamonds. Brazil grows to the south and to the west, charging against the Spanish borders. The new capital occupies the most beautiful place in the world. Here the hills look like couples of lovers, there are aromas in the air that make you laugh and the hot breeze excites the birds. Things and people are made of music and before the eyes the sea shines in such a way that it would be a pleasure to drown. 1763. Tijuco. The world inside a diamond. Among the tall red rocks that look more like dragons, the red earth undulates, damaged by the hand of man, the region of diamonds exhales a dust of fire that reddens the walls of the city of Tijuco. At the edge runs a stream and in the distance mountains of sea or ash color extend. Diamonds cross the mountains, sail from Rio de Janeiro to Lisbon and from Lisbon to London, where they are cut and multiply their price several times to later shine the entire world. A lot of diamond escapes smuggling. They lie without burial, meat of crows, the clandestine miners who have been surprised, although the body of the crime has the size of a flea's eye, and the slave suspected of swallowing what he shouldn't is given a violent purge of chili pepper. Every diamond belongs to the King of Portugal and to João Fernandes de Oliveira, who reigns here by contract with the king. Next to him, Chica da Silva is also called Chica Queimada. She is a mulatto, but wears European clothes that are prohibited for dark-skinned people and shows off going to mass on a litter, accompanied by a procession of black women dressed like princesses, and in the temple it occupies the main place. There is no noble of around here that I do not break my back before his handful of gold rings, and there is no one who misses his invitations in the mansion in the mountains. There Chica da Silva offers banquets and theater performances, the premiere of the Charms of Medea or any fashion piece, and then takes the guests to sail on the lake that Oliveira had dug for her because she wanted the sea and there was no sea. The pier is reached by golden steps and you take a walk in a large ship manned by 10 sailors. Chica da Silva wears a white curler wig. The curlers cover her forehead and hide the mark that was made with iron when she was a slave. 1763. Havana. Progress. Cojamar Beach with cannon fire. While Havana signed the surrender, after a long siege, the slave ships waited on the outskirts of the port. When they anchored in the bay, the buyers seized the merchandise. The merchants, it is customary, follow the warriors. A single dealer, John Kenyon, sold 1,700 slaves during the British occupation. He and his colleagues have doubled the labor force on the plantations, so outdated that they still grow all kinds of food and have as their only machine the mill that rotates, grinding canes, to the rhythm of the oxen. British rule over Cuba has lasted barely 10 months, but the Spanish find it difficult to recognize the colony they recover. The shock of the English has awakened Cuba from its long agrarian siesta. This island will become, in the coming times, an immense sugar factory, crusher of slaves and devastating of everything else. The tobacco fields, corn crops, and vegetable gardens will be razed. Forests will be devastated and streams dried up. Every black slave will be squeezed out in 7 years. Slaves believe the gods move blood and sap. In each grass of Cuba a god breathes, and that is why the mountain is alive, like the people. The mountain, temple of the African gods, home of the African grandparents, is sacred and has secrets. If someone does not greet him, he gets angry and denies health and luck. You have to give it away and greet it to receive the leaves that heal sores and block the way to misfortune. The mountain is greeted with the ritual words or the words that come out. Each one speaks with the gods as they feel or can. No god is all good or all bad. The same saves that kills. The breeze refreshes and the cyclone destroys, but both are air. Saba. Good afternoon, Mother Saba. The blessing. The imposing Saba is a mystery tree. It is preferred by the ancestors and the gods. The flood respected her. It is safe from lightning and hurricane. You cannot turn your back on it, nor step on its shadow without permission. Whoever unloads the axe on his sacred trunk, feels the axe blow in his own body. They say that sometimes he agrees to die burned, because fire is his favorite son. It opens when they ask for refuge, and to defend the fugitive it covers itself with thorns. The royal palm. In the haughty palm lives Shango, the black god who is called Santa Barbara when he disguises himself as a Christian woman. The leaves of the plume are his arms, from up there shoots this artilleryman from the sky. Shango eats fire, wears lightning, speaks thunder, and strikes the earth with its lightning. Turns enemies to ash. Warrior and party-goer, bully, and horny, Shango never tires of fights or love affairs. The gods hate him, the goddesses are crazy about him. The woman was taken from his brother Ogum, Oya, who claims to be the Virgin of Candelaria, fights alongside Shango with 2 swords. He makes love to another of his women, Oshun, in the rivers, and together they eat delicacies of sugar and cinnamon. 1766. Fields of Arico. The Wild Horses. The 20 Indian children of the choir of the Jesuit mission in San Javier have sung to a full house in Buenos Aires. They have sung in the cathedral and in various churches, and the public knew how to thank those voices coming as if from high heaven. The Guarani Orchestra of Violins and Marine Horns has also done miracles. The musicians start back, led by the Friar Herman Poch. 2 weeks of travel separate them from their homes on the coast. At the stops along the way, Poch collects and draws everything he sees: plants, birds, customs. In the fields of Arico, Poch and his Guarani musicians attend the sacrifice of the wild horses. The peons take these horses to the corrals. Wild, mixed with the tame, and there they link them up and take them out, one by one, into the open field. Then they turn them over and cut open their bellies. The maroons still gallop, stepping on their guts, until they roll on the grass, and the next day the bones bleached by the dogs done. Wild horses roam the pampas in herds that look more like shoals, flying fish undulating between the air and the grass, and infect the tame horses with their customs of freedom. 1767. Missions. History of the 7 towns. The King of Spain had given 7 towns to his father-in-law, the King of Portugal. He offered them empty, but they were inhabited. Those towns were 7 missions founded by the Jesuit fathers, for Guarani Indians, east of the upper Uruguay River. Like many other missions in the Guarani region, they had served as bulwarks on the ever-harassed border. The Guarani refused to leave. Were they going to change pastures, like a flock of sheep, because the master decided? The Jesuits had taught them to make clocks, plows, bells, clarinets, and printed books in their Guarani language, but they had also been taught to make cannons to defend themselves against slave hunters. Portuguese and Spanish soldiers herded the Indians, and the Indians slithered back through the night to their 7 towns. And again the Indians were herded, and again they returned, but they returned like a thundering wind, a lightning storm setting fire to forts, and everyone knew that the friars were on their side. The will of the king is the will of God, said the superiors of the Order of Loyola, an impenetrable will that puts us to the test. When Abraham obeyed the divine voice, and raised his sword over the neck of his own son Isaac, God knew how to send an angel to parry the blow at the right moment. But the Jesuit priests refused to immolate the Indians, and the threats of the Archbishop of Buenos Aires, who announced the excommunication of Indians and priests, were of no avail. In vain the hierarchs of the church ordered the gunpowder to be burned and the cannons and lances that in the missions had stopped, 1,000 times, the Portuguese attacks against the Spanish border. Long was the war of the 7 towns against the 2 crowns. In the Battle of the Hill of Cabate, 1,500 Indians fell. The 7 missions were razed, but the King of Portugal was never able to enjoy the offering that the King of Spain had made him. The kings did not forgive the offense. 3 years after the Battle of Cabate, the King of Portugal expelled the Jesuits from all his domains. And now the King of Spain imitates him. 1767. Missions. The expulsion of the Jesuits. The instructions arrive in sealed envelopes from Madrid. Viceroys and governors execute them immediately, throughout the Americas. At night, by surprise, they catch the Jesuit priests and ship them without delay to distant Italy. More than 2,000 priests go into exile. The King of Spain punishes the sons of Loyola, who have become such sons of America, as guilty of repeated disobedience and as suspects of the project of an independent Indian kingdom. No one mourns them as much as the Guarani. The numerous missions of the Jesuits in the Guarani region heralded the promised land without evil and death, and the Indians called the priests Carey, which was a name reserved for their prophets. From the remains of the mission of San Luis Gonzaga, the Indians sent a letter to the governor of Buenos Aires. "We are not slaves," they say. We don't like your custom of each for himself instead of helping each other. Disbandment soon occurs. Common goods and the community system of production and life disappear. The best missionary ranches are sold to the highest bidder. Churches and factories and schools fall, weeds invade the grasslands and wheat fields. The pages of the books serve as cartridges for gunpowder. The Indians flee to the jungle or become vagabonds and whores and drunkards. Being born an Indian is once again an insult or a crime. 1767. Missions. They do not allow themselves to rip out their tongues. Some of the best published books in colonial America had been produced in the Paraguayan mission presses. They were religious books, published in the Guarani language, with letters and engravings that the Indians carved in wood. In the missions, Guarani was spoken and Guarani was read. After the expulsion of the Jesuits, the compulsory and unique Spanish language was imposed on the Indians. No one resigns himself to being dumb and without memory. Nobody pays attention. 1769. London. The first novel written in America. 10 years ago, the bells of London were rung out celebrating the victories of the British Empire in the world. Quebec City had fallen, after intense bombardment, and France had lost its domains in Canada. The young General James Wolfe, who commanded the English army, had announced that he would crush the Canadian plague, but he died without seeing it. According to gossip, Wolfe measured himself when he woke up and found himself taller every day, until a bullet interrupted his growth. Now Francis Brooke publishes in London a novel, The Emily Montagu Story, which shows Wolfe's officers winning hearts in the land conquered by gunfire. The author, a chubby and nice Englishwoman, lives and writes in Canada. Through 228 letters, he recounts his impressions and his experiences in the new British colony and interweaves a few romances between uniformed hunks and sighing young ladies from Quebec's high society. Well-mannered passions lead to marriage, after passing through the dressmaker's house, ballrooms, and picnics on the islands. Grandiose waterfalls and sublime lakes provide just the right scenery. Indians and dreams in Francis Brooke's novel. The Indians retain most of their old superstitions. I would emphasize their faith in dreams, a madness from which they cannot be cured despite repeated disappointments. A savage was telling us a prophetic dream, which according to him announced the death of an English officer, and I could not contain a smile. You Europeans, he told me, are the most unreasonable people in the world. They scoff at our faith in dreams and yet expect us to believe things that are 1,000 times more incredible. 1769. Lime. Viceroy Ahmad. At the time when the families kneel to say the rosary, the trisagion, the novena, and the prayers for the deceased, the trotting of the viceroy's carriage marching towards the theater is heard. A scandalous rumor echoes behind the half-open blinds. Prayers cease, gossip breaks out, the harsh viceroy of Lima, Malava, Malaleche, Malasombra, has lost his head over a comedian from the suburbs. Night after night, Don Manuel de Amat y Junyent attends every zarzuela, saint, auto-sacramental or comedy step that has Michaela Villegas shaking hips and tapping on the boards. He doesn't even know about the plot. When Michaela, cinnamon, fine cinnamon, cinnamon stick, begins to sing Cuddles, the old viceroy's wig falls off, he applauds wildly and peppers the floor with his cane. She answers him by rolling her eyes, smiling under the essential mole and offering her breasts in curtsy with lots of sequins. The viceroy had been a man of the barracks, not of soirees. A dour frowning bachelor, with 5 scars earned in the wars in North Africa, he came to Lima to clear the roads of rustlers and expel the drones without trade or benefit. Under this leaden sky, more roof than sky, he felt like committing suicide, and hanging people overcame temptation. 8 years after his arrival, the viceroy has learned to steal, to eat ricotta and spicy guinea pig peppers, and to study cleavage through binoculars. The ship that had brought him from Valparaiso sported a naked woman as a figurehead. 1769. Lime. The Pericali. Like all women from Lima, Michaela Villegas opens her neckline but hides her feet, protected by tiny white satin shoes. Like everyone, she enjoys wearing rubies and sapphires even in her belly, even if they were, as they were, props. The daughter of a poor, provincial mestizo, Michaela went through the shops of the city for the sheer pleasure of looking at or touching Leon silks and Flanders cloth, and she bit her lips when she discovered a gold and diamond necklace on the neck of a kitten from lineage owner. Michaela made her way into show business and managed to be, for the duration of each show, queen, nymph, maha, or goddess. Now she is also first courtesan throughout the day and night. A cloud of black slaves surrounds her, her jewels are beyond doubt and the counts kiss her hand. The ladies of Lima take revenge by calling her Pericali. That's how the viceroy baptized her, calling her a chola dog with her toothless mouth. They say that he cursed her like this, like an incantation, while he took her up the stairs to his high bed, because she aroused dangerous panics and burns and wetness and dryness that sent him back, trembling, to his remote years. The clock of flavors. With the milkmaid, at 7, the bustle of Lima is born. In the smell of sanctity, the tisane seller arrives behind. At 8 the curd vendor passes by. At 9, another voice offers cinnamon sprinkles. At 10, the tamales look for mouths to cheer up. 11 are hours of melons and coconut candies and toasted corn. At noon, bananas and granadillas, pineapples, milky green velvet custard apples, avocados promising soft pulp, stroll through the streets. At 1 o'clock the hot honey cakes arrive. At 2 o'clock, the picaronera announces picarones, fritters that invite choking, and behind her come the humitas, sprinkled with cinnamon, that no tongue can forget. At 3 o'clock the seller of anticuchos appears, broken hearts, followed by the criers of honey and sugar. At 4, the picantera sells spices and fires. Mark the 5 the cebic, raw fish penetrated with lemon. At 6, nuts. At 7, dungeons set up by the weather on the roofs. At 8 o'clock, the ice creams of many flavors and colors open wide, a fresh burst, the doors of the night. 1771. Madrid. King's Summit. Large boxes arrive at the palace from the incandescent deserts of Peru. The Spanish monarch reads the report of the official who sends them. This is the complete tomb of a Mochica king. Long before the Incas, the heirs of the Mochicas and the Chimas now live in terrible poverty and are fewer and fewer. Its valleys are in the hands of a handful of bad Spaniards. The boxes are opened. A king from 1,700 years ago appears at the feet of Carlos III. His teeth, nails, and hair are still unconquered, and parchment flesh glued to his bones, and his majestic garment shines with gold and feathers. The scepter, a maize god with garlands of plants, accompanies the remote visitor, and the vessels that were buried with him have also traveled to Madrid. The King of Spain contemplates, astonished, the ceramics that surrounded the deceased colleague. The King of the Mochicas lay with pleasure around him. The ceramics represent pairs of lovers who embrace and enter in 1,000 ways, ignorant of original sin, enjoying themselves without knowing that because of that act of disobedience we have been condemned to live in the land. 1771. Paris. Age of Enlightenment. The venerable walls of cathedrals and palaces are cracking in Europe. The bourgeoisie charges, armed with steam engines and volumes of the encyclopedia and other unstoppable battering rams of the Industrial Revolution. From Paris sprout the defiant ideas that, flying over the foolish populace, give their stamp to the century. Times of the fury of learning and the fever of intelligence, the age of enlightenment raises human reason, the reason of the thinking minority, against the dogmas of the church and the privileges of the nobility. Condemnation, persecution, and exile only stimulate the wise children of the English philosophers and the fruitful Descartes, the one who began by doubting everything. No subject is foreign to the philosophers of the Enlightenment, from the law of gravity to ecclesiastical celibacy. The institution of slavery deserves your continued attacks. Slavery contradicts nature, says Denis Diderot, director of the Encyclopedia, Reason Dictionary of Sciences, Arts, and Crafts. A man cannot be owned by his master for the same reason that a child cannot be owned by his father, nor a wife by her husband, nor a servant by her master, nor a subject by her king, and whoever believes otherwise, you are confusing people with things. Helvetius has said that no cask of sugar reaches Europe that is not stained with human blood, and Candide, the character of Voltaire, has found a slave in Suriname without one hand, which was eaten by the cane mill, and without one leg, which was cut off for running away. At this price you eat sugar in Europe. If we admit that blacks are human beings, we admit how unchristian we are, says Montesquieu. Any religion that blesses slavery deserves to be banned, says Abbé Raynal. Slavery makes Jean-Jacques Rousseau ashamed of being a man. 1771. Paris. The Physiocrats. More than a crime, slavery is an economic mistake, say the Physiocrats. In the last installment of the Ephemeris of the Citizen, Pierre Dupont Nemours explains that slavery perpetuates archaic farming methods and slows down the development of French colonies in the Antilles and on the American mainland. Despite the incessant replacement of expended labor, slavery implies waste and deterioration of invested capital. Dupont de Nemours proposes that the losses caused by the early mortality of the slaves, the fires of the Maroons and the expenses of the continuous war against them, the bad preparation of the crops and the tools that are damaged by ignorance or ill will. Ill will and laziness, he says, are weapons that the slave uses to recover a part of his person stolen by the master, and ineptitude responds to the absolute lack of encouragement for the development of intelligence. It is slavery, not nature, that makes the slave. Only free labor is effectively productive, according to the economist philosophers of the physiocratic school. They believe that property is sacred, but only in freedom can value production be fully realized. 1771. Paris. The French minister of the colonies explains why mulattoes should not be released from their congenital state of humiliation. His Majesty has considered that such grace would tend to destroy the difference that nature has interposed between whites and blacks, and that political prejudice has taken care to maintain as a distance that people of color and their descendants can never bridge. Finally, that it is in the interest of good order not to weaken the state of humiliation congenital to the species, to whatever degree it is perpetuated, prejudice all the more useful as it is in the very heart of the slaves and contributes in a principal way to the very rest of the colonies. 1772. Chap French. The richest colony in France. The friars have denied the office of deceased to the diva of the Comedy of the Cape, Mademoiselle Morange, whose irreparable loss is mourned in 6 theaters and more than 6 bedrooms in Haiti. No comedian deserves responsibility, because the theater is an infamous occupation, of eternal damnation, but one of the actors, bell in hand and crucifix on his chest, black cassock and shining tonsure, marches singing psalms in Latin, at the head of the procession of the virtuous deceased. Before reaching the cemetery, the police are already running to the baritone and his accomplices, who vanish in a heartbeat. The crowd shelters and hides them. Who does not feel sympathy for these faranduleros who blow cultured breezes of madness among the insufferable torpors of Haiti? On the stages of this colony, the richest in France, works recently released in Paris are applauded, and the theaters are like those there, or they would like to seem so. Here, the public sits according to the color of their skin, in the center, ivory, to the right, copper and ebony, few free blacks, on the left. The people of fortune attend the show sailing on waves of fans, but the heat unleashes floods under the powdered wigs. Each white lady looks like a jeweler. Gold, pearls, and diamonds give a frame of great brilliance to the wet breasts, which jump from the silk demanding obedience and desire. The most powerful settlers in Haiti lie protecting themselves from the sun and from the horns. They do not leave the house before dusk, when the sun is less punishing, and only Then they risk leaning out in sedan chairs or carriages with many horses, and it is known that the ladies love a lot and widow a lot. 1772. Leogane. Zabeth. Since he knew how to walk, he fled. They tied a very heavy chain to her ankles, and in chains she grew up, but 1,000 times she jumped over the fence and 1,000 times the dogs caught her in the mountains of Haiti. With the hot iron they marked the fleur-de-lis on her cheek. They put an iron collar and iron rings on her and locked her in the tropic, and she sank her fingers between the cane-crushing rollers and then, biting off the bandages, so that she would die with iron, they tied her up again, and now she is dying singing curses. Zabeth, this iron woman, belongs to Madame Galbaud Dufort, who lives in Nantes. 1773. San Mateo Huitzilopotchko. The strength of things. The church of this town is a pity. The priest, recently arrived from Spain, decides that God cannot continue living in such a gloomy and broken house and sets to work, to build solid walls. He orders the Indians to bring stones from some ruins from the times of idolatry. There is no threat or punishment to make them obey. The Indians refuse to move those stones from the place where the grandfathers of the grandfathers worshipped the gods. Those stones do not promise anything, but save from oblivion. 1774. San Andres Itzapan. Dominus Vobiscum. The Indians are required to spit whenever they name any of their gods. They are forced to dance new dances, the Baile de la Conquista and the Baile de Moros y Cristianos, which celebrate the invasion of America and the humiliation of the infidels. They are obliged to cover their bodies, because the fight against idolatry is also a fight against nudity, the dangerous nudity that, according to the Archbishop of Guatemala, produces severe brain damage in those who contemplate it. They are obliged to repeat by heart the Alabado, the Hail Mary and the Our Father. Have the Indians of Guatemala become Christians? The doctrinaire friar of San Andres Itzapan is not very sure. He says that he has explained the mystery of the Holy Trinity by folding a cloth and showing it to the Indians. Look, a single cloth in 3 folds. So also God is one in 3. And he says that the Indians were convinced that God is cloth. The Indians carry the Virgin on a feather litter, and calling her Grandmother of Light, they ask her every night to bring the sun tomorrow, but with greater devotion they venerate the serpent that she crushes underfoot. They offer incense to the serpent, an old god who gives good corn and good deer and helps to kill enemies. More than Saint George they celebrate the dragon, covering it with flowers, and the flowers at the foot of the rider Santiago pay homage to the horse, not the apostle. They recognize themselves in Jesus, who was condemned without proof, like them, but they do not adore the cross because it is a symbol of their immolation, but because the cross has the shape of the fruitful encounter between the rain and the earth. 1775. Guatemala City. Sacraments. The Indians do not fulfill the Easter rites if they do not coincide with days of rain, harvest, or planting. The Archbishop of Guatemala, Pedro Cortés Larraz, issues a new decree threatening those who thus forget the salvation of the soul. Nor do the Indians attend Mass. They do not respond to the proclamation or the bell. You have to look for them on horseback through towns and cornfields and drag them by force. The offense is punished with 8 lashes, but the Mass offends the Mayan gods and that is stronger than the fear of leather. 50 times a year, the Mass interrupts agricultural work, a daily ceremony of communion with the land. Accompanying step by step the cycles of death and resurrection of corn is, for the Indians, a way of praying, and the earth, an immense temple, bears witness, day after day, to the miracle of life being reborn. For them every land is a church and every forest is a sanctuary. To flee from the punishment in the pillory of the plaza, some Indians go to the confessional, where they learn to sin, and kneel before the altar, where they receive communion eating the corn god. But they only take their children to the baptismal font after having offered them, inside the mountains, to the ancient gods. Before them they celebrate joys of resurrection. Everyone who is born again. 1775. Huetenango. Trees that know, bleed, speak. The friar enters Huetenango through mists of incense. He believes that the infidels are thus paying homage to the true God. But the mothers cover the newborns with blankets, so that the priest does not make them sick with his gaze. The incense is not raised out of gratitude or welcome, but for exorcism. The resin of the copal burns and the smoke undulates, begging the ancient Mayan gods to stop the plagues that the Christians have brought. The copal, which bleeds incense, is a sacred tree. Sacred is the ceiba, which at night becomes a woman, and the cedar, and all the trees that know how to listen to human sorrows. 1775. Gado Sabe. Bani. An onslaught of bullets opens the way for the 800 soldiers who came from Holland. The maroon village of Gado Sabe creaks and falls. Behind the curtains of smoke and fire, the traces of blood are lost at the edge of the jungle. Swiss Colonel Forjoud, a veteran of the wars in Europe, decides to camp among the ruins. At nightfall, mysterious voices sound from the thicket and shots whistle, forcing the soldiers to throw their bodies to the ground. The troop spends the night surrounded by gunshots, insults, and songs of defiance and victory. The unseen Maroons laugh out loud when Colonel Forjoud, from the ground, promises freedom and food in exchange for surrender. Starving. The thousand voices of the foliage shout at him. Scarecrow. The voices call the Dutch soldiers white slaves and announce that very soon Chief Bani will rule all this land of Suriname. When dawn breaks the encirclement, Colonel Forjoud discovers that his men have not been wounded by bullets but by pebbles and buttons and coins. He also discovers that the Maroons have spent the whole night carrying sacks of rice, cassava, and yams into the jungle, while the firing of projectiles and words immobilized the Dutch. Bani has been the author of the maneuver. Bani, leader of the Maroons, does not bear the iron mark on her body. His mother, a slave, fled from her master's bed and gave birth to him free in the jungle. 1776. Cape Coast Castle. Wonders of the alchemists in the African business. Captain Peleg Clark has been racing off the coast of Africa for a long time. The ship stinks. The captain orders his sailors to bring the slaves already bought up on deck, to bathe them, but as soon as the chains are removed, the blacks jump into the sea. Swimming towards their land, they are devoured by the current. The loss of the merchandise hurts the honor of Captain Clark, veteran shepherd of these herds, and damages the prestige of the Rhode Island slavers. North American shipyards boast of building the safest ships for Guinean traffic. Their floating prisons are so well made that they only record one slave rebellion every 4.5 years, an average of 4 times less than that of the French and twice less than that of specialized companies in England. The 13 colonies that will soon be the United States of America have much to thank their slavers for. Rum, good medicine for the soul and the body, is transformed into slaves on the African coast. These blacks are then turned into molasses on the Antillean islands of Jamaica and Barbados. From there the molasses travels north and is transformed into rum in the distilleries of Massachusetts. And then again the rum crosses the sea towards Africa. Each trip is completed with sales of tobacco, planks, hardware, flour and salted meat, and with purchases of spices on the islands. The surplus blacks go to plantations in South Carolina, Georgia, and Virginia. Thus, the slave trade makes a profit for navigators, merchants, money-lenders, and the owners of shipyards, distilleries, sawmills, salting mills, plantations, and insurance companies. 1776. Pennsylvania. Paine. It's called Common Sense. The pamphlet was published at the beginning of the year and has circulated through the North American colonies like water or bread. The author, Tom Paine, an Englishman who came to these lands a couple of years ago, exhorts to declare independence once and for all. The right to one's own government is our natural right. Why do we doubt? The monarchy, says Paine, is a ridiculous form of government. At best, Paine sees government as a necessary evil, at worst, an intolerable evil. And the monarchy is the worst case. Any honest man, he says, is worth more than all the crowned ruffians that ever lived, and he calls George III the royal beast of Great Britain. Around the world, he says, freedom is the subject of ferocious hunts. In Europe they look at her as a stranger. Asia and Africa have expelled her long ago, and the English have already warned her that she must go. Paine exhorts the colonists of America to make this soil a refuge for free men, receive the fugitives and prepare in time an asylum for the human condition. 1776. Philadelphia. The United States. England has never paid much attention to its 13 colonies on the North American Atlantic coast. They have no gold, no silver, no sugar, they were never essential to him, he never prevented them from growing. They have walked alone, so it has been since the distant time when the Pilgrims first trodden the stony lands they called New England, and the ground was so hard that they say the seeds had to be sown by shots. Now in full swing, the 13 English colonies need to run. The 13 colonies are hungry for the West. Many pioneers dream of setting out over the mountains, carrying a rifle, an axe, and a handful of corn for baggage, but the British Crown has marked the border on the crests of the Appalachians and has reserved the land beyond for the Indians. The 13 colonies are hungry for the world. His ships are already sailing through all the seas, but the British Crown forces them to buy what they want and sell where they want. With a jerk, they break the bonds. The 13 colonies refuse to continue paying obedience and money to the king of an island so far away. They raise their own flag, decide to call themselves the United States of America, and proclaim that rum, a national product, is a patriotic drink. All men are born equal, says the Declaration of Independence. The slaves, 500,000 black slaves, don't even know it. 1776. Monticello. Jefferson. The writer of the Declaration of Independence, birth certificate of the United States, is a man of 1,000 talents and curiosities. Tireless reader of thermometers, barometers, and books, Thomas Jefferson questions and discovers, pursuing the revelation of nature and wanting to embrace all dimensions of human thought. He is putting together a fabulous library and a universe of stones, fossils, and plants, and knows everything that can be known about Neoplatonic philosophy, Latin grammar, the structure of the Greek language and the organization of society through history. He knows his Virginia land thoroughly, every son and grandfather in every family, every blade of grass, and is up to date with the latest technology in the world. He enjoys testing steam engines, new models of plows, and original methods for producing butter and cheese. He has envisioned his Monticello mansion and designed and built it without error. The Puritans counted the population by souls. Jefferson counts it by individuals of the human species. Within the species, blacks are almost equal. Blacks have a decent memory and no imagination, and their poor intelligence could never understand Euclid. An aristocrat from Virginia, Jefferson preaches democracy, a democracy of property owners, and freedom of thought and faith, but defends the hierarchy of sex and colors. Their education plans do not reach women, nor Indians, nor blacks. Jefferson condemns slavery and is, and will continue to be, a slave master. He is more attracted to mulatto women than to white women, but he is terrified of the loss of racial purity and believes that mixing blood is the worst of the temptations that lie in wait for the white settler. 1777. Paris. Franklin. The most famous American arrives in France on a desperate mission. Benjamin Franklin comes to ask for help against the English colonial troops, who have occupied Philadelphia and other patriot redoubts. Using the full weight of his personal prestige, the ambassador intends to kindle glories and grudges in the hearts of the French. There is not a king or commoner in the world who does not know Franklin, since he flew a kite and discovered that the fires and thunder in the sky do not express the wrath of God but the electricity of the atmosphere. his scientific findings come from everyday life. The most complicated is in the most humble, the dawn and its never repeated drawings, the oil that is thrown into the water and smooths the waves, the fly drowned in wine that revives the sun. Observing that sweat keeps the body cool on oppressively hot days, Franklin imagined a system for producing cold by evaporation. He also invented and manufactured stoves and clocks and a musical instrument, the glass harmonica, which has inspired Mozart, and since he was bored changing glasses to read or look far away, he cut the crystals and joined them in the same ring and thus gave birth to bifocals. But Franklin became wildly popular when he realized that electricity seeks sharp points and defeated lightning by placing a pointed iron rod on top of a tower. Because Franklin is the spokesman for the American rebels, the King of England has ordered that British lightning rods end in a round point. If he had been born a woman. Of Benjamin Franklin's 16 siblings, Jane is the most like him in talent and willpower. But at the age when Benjamin left home to make his way, Jane married a poor saddler, who took her without a dowry, and 10 months later gave birth to her first child. Since then, for a quarter of a century, Jane has had a child every 2 years. Some children died, and each death opened a gash in his chest. Those who lived demanded food, shelter, instruction, and comfort. Jane spent sleepless nights cradling those who cried, washed mountains of clothes, bathed mountains of children, ran from the market to the kitchen, washed towers of dishes, taught alphabets and crafts, worked side by side with her husband in the workshop and tended to the guests whose rent helped fill the pot. Jane was a devoted wife and exemplary widow, and when the children were grown, she took care of her own ailing parents and her spinster daughters and her homeless grandchildren. Jane never knew the pleasure of letting herself float on a lake, carried adrift by a kite string, as Benjamin often does despite his years. Jane never had time to think, nor did she allow herself to doubt. Benjamin remains an ardent lover, but Jane is unaware that sex can produce more than just children. Benjamin, founder of a nation of inventors, is a great man of all time. Jane is a woman of her time, equal to almost all women of all time, who has fulfilled her duty on this earth and atoned for her share of guilt in the biblical curse. She has done her best not to go crazy and has searched, in vain, for a bit of silence. His case will be of no interest to historians. 1778. Philadelphia. Washington. The first of the soldiers is also the most prestigious of the farmers, the fastest of the riders, the most accurate hunter. He shakes hands with no one, nor does he allow anyone to look him in the eye. Nobody calls him George. Praise never escapes his mouth, but neither does a complaint, and he always sets an example of temper and bravery no matter how much his ulcers and cavities and fevers make him suffer. With the help of men and weapons from France, George Washington's army wrests the city of Philadelphia from the British. The war for the independence of the United States, black coats against redcoats, is getting long and painful. 1780. Bologna. Clavijero defends the cursed lands. One of the Jesuits expelled from America, Francisco Javier Clavijero, wrote his Ancient History of Mexico in Italy. In 4 volumes, the priest recounts the life of a town of heroes, an act of raising awareness, national awareness, historical awareness, of the Creoles who begin to call New Spain Mexico and already proudly pronounce the word homeland. The work assumes the defense of America, so attacked in these years from Paris, Berlin, or Edinburgh. If America did not have wheat, Europe did not have corn either. If America did not have pomegranates or lemons, now it has them, but Europe has not had, does not have and cannot have custard apples, avocados, bananas, sapodillas. With innocence and passion, Clavijero attacks the encyclopedists who describe the New World as an emporium of abject ions. The Count of Buffon affirms that in America the sky is greedy and the earth is rotten by the rains, that lions are bald, small, and cowardly and the tapir is a pocket elephant, that their horses, pigs, and dogs become dwarfs and that the Indians, cold as snakes, have no soul or ardor before the female. Voltaire also speaks of lions and beardless men, and the Baron de Montesquieu explains that vile peoples are born in hot lands. The Abbot Guillaume Raynal is indignant because in America the mountain ranges run from north to south instead of running from east to west, as they should, and his Prussian colleague Cornet de Pau portrays the American Indian as a lazy, degenerate beast. According to de Pau, the climate there leaves the animals without tails and weak, the women are so ugly that they are confused with the men and the sugar does not taste nor the coffee smells. 1780. Sangarera. America burns from the mountains to the sea. 2 centuries have passed since the executioner's saber broke the neck of Tupac Amaru, the last of the Incas, in the Plaza Mayor of Cuzco. The myth that at that time was born from his death is now realized. The prophecy is fulfilled, the head joins the body and Tupac Amaru, reborn, attacks. Jose Gabriel Condorcanqui, Tupac Amaru II, enters the town of Sangarera, to the sound of large sea snails, to end the bad government of so many drone thieves who steal our honey from our honeycombs. After his white horse, an army of the desperate grows. These naked soldiers fight with slings, sticks, and knives. They are, the majority, Indians who surrender their lives in vomit of blood in the Potosi tunnels or exhaust themselves in obrajes and haciendas. Thunder of drums, clouds of flags, 50,000 men crowning the mountains, advance and destroy Tupac Amaru, liberator of Indians and blacks, punisher of those who have put us in this deplorable state of dying. The messengers gallop, raising populations from the valley of Cuzco to the coasts of Arica and the borders of Tucumán, because those who fall in this war are sure that they will be reborn later. Many mestizos join the uprising. Also a few Creoles, European by blood but American by birth. 1780. Tungajica. Tupac Amaru II. Antonio Oblataz, slave of the corregidor Arriaga, hoisted a strong rope, a gallows rope, a mule rope, in the plaza of this town of Tungajica, and the wind swayed the body of Arriaga throughout the week, boss of Indians, owner of blacks, Antonio's owner. This hand that paints is the hand that hanged. Antonio Oblataz is painting the portrait of the man who has ordered the freedom of all the slaves of Peru. In the absence of a frame, the plank lies against some bags of corn. On the rough wood come and go, creating color, Antonio's brushes, executioner of his master, never again a slave. Tupac Amaru poses on horseback, outdoors. He is not wearing his usual black velvet jacket or his tri-brimmed hat. The heir of the Incas wears the garments of the sun, king's insignia, he wears on his head, like his ancestors, the feathered helmet and the triple crown and the hanging tassel, the golden sun on his chest and in one fist, commanding, the scepter bristling with spikes. Around the immobile horseman, scenes of the recent victory against the colonial troops appear. Soldiers and smoke sprout from Antonio's hand, Indians at war, flames devouring the church of Sangarera and prisoners fleeing from jail. The painting is born between 2 battles, during the parade of arms. Tupac and his horse have been posing for a long time. They are so stoned that Antonio wonders if they breathe. Vivid colors are covering the plank, very slowly. The painter allows himself to be in this long moment of truce. Thus the artist and his model escape from time, while the portrait lasts, so that there is no defeat that comes nor death that can. 1780. Pamukanchi. The Abraj is a huge ship that sails over the lands of America, a galley that never stops sailing, night and day, propelled by the Indians who row towards a port they will never reach. Towards the distant coast the Indians row, and the scourge wakes them when sleep overcomes them. Men, women, children, and old people spin, weave and work cotton and wool in the abrajes. The laws promise hours and salaries, but the Indians thrown into those large sheds or jails only come out when it is time for their burial. To the south of Cuzco, Tupac Amaru walks freeing Indians tied to looms. The winds of the Great Rebellion take away the sleep of the viceroys in Lima, Buenos Aires, and Bogotá. A colonial poem, if the Indians triumphed. Made us work. The way they work and how much now they lower them, they made us lower. No one could expect a house, property, or splendors, no one would achieve honors, and all were commoners. We were their Indians and they were the lords. 1781. Bogota. The commoners. The Archbishop of Bogota trembles with rage and the leather of the chair moans. The hands, confectionery hands, adorned with rubies and emeralds, squeeze the purple skirt. His most illustrious, Don Antonio Caballero y Góngora, curses with his mouth full, although he is not eating, because his tongue is fat like him. Outrageous news has arrived from the village of Socorro. The comuneros, ordinary people, have risen up against the new taxes, and have appointed the rich criollos as captains. Rich and poor are offended by taxes, which punish everything, from tallow candles to honey, and they don't even forgive the wind. The tax paid by the transient merchant is called Alcabala del Viento. In Socorro, a rocky town, the rebellion that the viceroy, in Bogota, saw coming, has broken out. It was on market day, in the middle of the square. A commoner, Manuela Beltran, tore the edict from the doors of the cabildo, tore it into pieces and trampled on it, and the people launched an assault on the warehouses and burned down the jail. Now thousands of community members, armed with sticks and hoes, are beating drums toward Bogota. The Spanish arms have fallen in the first battle. The Archbishop, who commands more than the Viceroy, decides to go out to meet the rebels. He will march, to deceive them with promises, at the head of the court embassy. The mule looks at him with panic. 1781. Tamira. The plains. Shouting the name of Tupac Amaru, 1,500 Indians come galloping from the eastern plains of the Andes. They want to win the mountain range and join the tide of community members marching on Bogota. The governor of the plains flees and saves his neck. These rebels are Indians from the savannas of the rivers that flow into the Orinoco. On the beaches of the Orinoco, where the turtles lay their eggs, they used to hold markets. Other Indians from Guyana and Amazonia used to come there since ancient times. They exchanged salt, gold, clay pots, baskets, nets, dried fish, turtle oil, arrow poison, and red dye to protect the naked body from mosquitoes. Snail shells were the currency, until slave-hungry Europeans arrived and offered axes, scissors, mirrors, and brandy in exchange for men. Then the Indians began to enslave each other, and to sell their brothers, and each pursuer was also a fugitive, and many died of measles or smallpox. 1781. Zipaquira. Prince. In the town of Zipaquira, the peace treaty is signed, which the Archbishop draws up, swears on the Gospels and consecrates with high mass. The agreement agrees with the rebels. Soon this paper will be ashes, and the community captains know it well, but they too, rich criollos, need to clear out as soon as possible the amazing storm, a total disorder of the plebeian people, which grows darkening the skies of Bogota and is threatening the wealthy Americans as well as the Spanish crown. One of the rebel captains refuses to enter the trap. José Antonio Galán, who had made his first weapons in the Cartagena Brown Battalion, continues the fight. He marches from town to town, from hacienda to hacienda, freeing slaves, abolishing taxes, and distributing land. Union of the oppressed against the oppressors, proclaims its banner. Friends and enemies call him the Tupac Amaru from here. Popular romance of the commoners. Silence the drums. And you, pay attention to me, for this is the faithful ballad that the community members say. The goat throws the mountain and the mountain throws the sky, heaven I don't know where. No one knows right now. The rich throw to the poor. To the Indian, who is worth less, rich and poor throw him. Split it half by half. 1781. Cuzco. The center of the earth, the house of the gods. Cuzco, the sacred city, is wanting to be again. The black stones of ancient times, very close together, loving each other, victorious over the furies of the earth and men, want to shake off the churches and palaces that crush them. Michaela Bastidas contemplates Cuzco and bites her lips. Tupac Amaru's wife contemplates the center of the earth, the place chosen by the gods, from the top of a mountain. Ahisito awaits what was the capital of the Incas, the color of mud and smoke, so close at hand that you could touch it. Michaela has insisted 1,000 times, in vain. The new Inca does not decide to attack. Tupac Amaru, the son of the sun, does not want to kill Indians. Tupac Amaru, incarnation of the founder of all life, living promise of resurrection, cannot kill Indians. And they are Indians, under the command of the cacique Pumakawa, who defend this Spanish stronghold. He has insisted 1,000 times and Michaela insists 1,000 times and Tupac is silent. And she knows that there will be tragedy in the Plaza de los Lantos and she knows that she will go all the way to the end anyway. 1781. Cuzco. Dust and sorrow are the roads of Peru. Pierced by bullets, some sitting and others lying down, they still defended themselves and offended us by throwing many stones at us. Slopes of the mountains, fields of corpses, among the dead and the spears and broken flags, the victors collect one or the other carbine. Tupac Amaru does not enter the sacred city at a victorious pace, in front of his tumultuous troops. He enters Cuzco on the back of a mule, loaded with chains that drag on the cobblestones. Between two lines of soldiers, march to the prison. Church bells peal frantically. Tupac Amaru had escaped by swimming across the Combapata River and was surprised by the ambush in the town of Langui. It was sold by one of his captains, Francisco Santa Cruz, who was also his compadre. The traitor does not look for a rope to hang himself. He charges 2,000 pesos and receives a title of nobility. 1781. Cuzco. Auto sacramental in the torture chamber. Tied to the torture rack, Tupac Amaru lies naked, bloody. The torture chamber of the Cuzco prison is dim and low-ceilinged. A jet of light falls on the rebel leader, violent, striking light. José Antonio de Arec wears a curly wig and a military dress uniform. Arec, representative of the King of Spain, general commander of the army and supreme judge, is seated next to the crank. When he spins it, a new turn of rope torments Tupac Amaru's arms and legs, and muffled moans are heard. Arec, a king of kings, little king sold at a vile price. Don José I, paid agent of the English crown. Money espouses the ambition for power. Who surprises the wedding? It's customary. British weapons, British money. Why don't you deny it, huh? Poor devil. He gets up and caresses Tupac Amaru's head. The Lutheran heretics have thrown dust into his eyes and a dark veil over his understanding. Poor devil. José Gabriel Tupac Amaru, absolute and natural owner of these domains. Don José I, monarch of the New World, unfolds a scroll and reads aloud. Don José I, by the grace of God, Inca, King of Peru, Santa Fe, Quito, Chile, Buenos Aires, and continents of the southern seas, Duke of the Superlative, Lord of the Caesars and Amazons, with domain in the Great Patatai, Distributor Commissioner of Divine Mercy. He turns, suddenly, towards Tupac Amaru. Deny it? We found this proclamation in your pockets. You promised freedom. Heretics have taught you the evil arts of smuggling. Wrapped in the flag of freedom, you brought the cruelest of tyranny. He walks around the body tied to the rack. They treat us like dogs, you said. They take our skin off, you said. But have you ever paid tribute, you and yours? You enjoyed the privilege of using weapons and riding a horse. You always were treated as a Christian of pure blood lineage. We gave you a white life and you preached the hatred of races. We, your hated Spaniards, have taught you to speak. And what did you say? Revolution. We have taught you to write, and what did you write? War. He sits down. He turns his back on Tupac Amaru and crosses his legs. You have devastated Peru. Crimes, fires, robberies, sacrilege. You and your terrorist henchmen have brought hell to these provinces. That the Spaniards leave the Indians licking dirt? I have already ordered that the obligatory sales end and that the obrages be opened and that fair payments be made. I have abolished tithes and customs. Why did you continue the war, if good treatment has been restored? How many thousands of deaths have you caused, fake emperor? How much pain have you put the invaded lands into? He gets up and leans over Tupac Amaru, who doesn't open his eyes. That the Mita is a crime, and for every 100 Indians who go to the mines, 20 come back. I have already ordered that forced labor be extinguished. And perhaps the hated Mita was not invented by your ancestors the Incas. The Incas. No one has treated the Indians worse. You deny the European blood that runs through your veins, Jose Gabriel Condorcanqui Naguera. He pauses and speaks as he surrounds the body of the defeated. Your sentence is ready. I imagined it, wrote it, signed it. The hand cuts the air over Tupac's mouth. They will drag you to the scaffold and the executioner will cut out your tongue. They will tie you to 4 horses by your hands and feet. You will be dismembered. Passes hand over bare torso. They will throw your trunk into the bonfire on the hill of Pichu and throw the ashes into the air. He touches his face. Your head will hang from a gallows for 3 days, in the town of Tinta, and then it will be nailed to a post, at the entrance of the town, with a crown of 11 iron points, for your 11 titles of emperor. He strokes the arms. We will send one arm to Tungajica and the other will be exhibited in the capital of Carabaya. And the legs. One leg to the town of Livitaca and the other to Santa Rosa de Lampa. The houses you inhabited will be razed. We will throw salt on your lands. Infamy will fall on your descendants forever and ever. Lights a candle and holds it over Tupac Amaru's face. You still have time. Tell me, who continues the rebellion you have started? Who are your accomplices? Smooth. You're on time. I offer you the gallows. You are in time to avoid so much humiliation and suffering. Give me names. Tell me. He puts his ear closer. You are your executioner, Indian butcher. He sweetens his tone again. We will cut out the tongue of your son Ippolito. We will cut out the tongue of Michaela, your wife, and we will give her a vile club. Do not regret it, but save her. To her. Save your wife from an infamous death. Approaches. Waits. God knows what crimes you drag. He makes the will of torment turn violently and an atrocious moan is heard. You are not going to apologize with silence before the court of the Most High, arrogant Indian. With pity. Oh. It saddens me that there is a soul that wants to go like this to eternal damnation. Furious. For the last time. Who are your accomplices? Tupac Amaru, lifting his head with difficulty, he opens his eyes and finally speaks, There are no accomplices here except you and me. You as an oppressor, and I as a liberator, deserve death. 1781. Cuzco. Order of Areque against the Inca costumes. And for the Indians to speak the Spanish language. It is forbidden for the Indians to wear the costumes of the gentility, and especially those of their nobility, which only serve to represent those worn by their ancient Incas, reminding them of memories that nothing else influences them than to conciliate more and more hatred of the nation. Dominant, apart from being its ridiculous appearance and little in accordance with the purity of our religion, since they place the sun in various parts of it, which was its first deity, extending this resolution to all the provinces of the South America, leaving such costumes completely extinct, as well as all the paintings or portraits of the Incas. And so that these Indians detach themselves from the hatred they have conceived against the Spaniards, and follow the costumes indicated by the laws, dress in our Spanish customs and speak the Castilian language, its use will be introduced with more vigor than hitherto in schools under the most rigorous and just penalties against those who do not use it, after some time has passed in which they may have learned it. 1781. Cuzco. Michaela. In this war, which has made the earth creak with labor pains, Michaela Bastidas has had neither rest nor consolation. This bird-necked woman toured the regions making more people and sent new troops and few rifles to the front, the binoculars that someone had requested, coca leaves and ripe corn. The horses galloped incessantly, carrying and bringing their orders, safe conducts, reports, and letters across the mountains. Numerous messages were sent to Tupac Amaru urging him to throw his troops on Cuzco at once, before the Spanish strengthened the defenses and the rebels dispersed, discouraged. "Cheap," he wrote, "cheap, my dearest, I gave you enough warnings." Pulled by the tail of a horse, Michaela enters the Plaza Mayor of Cuzco, which the Indians call Plaza de los Lantos. She comes inside a leather bag, one of those that carry Paraguayan grass. The horses also drag Tupac Amaru and Ippolito, their son, towards the scaffold. Another son, Fernando, look. 1781. Cuzco. Holy Rain. The boy wants to turn his head, but the soldiers force him to look. Fernando sees how the executioner rips out his brother Ippolito's tongue and pushes him from the gallows ladder. The executioner also hangs two of Fernando's uncles and then the slave Antonio Oblatas, who had painted the portrait of Tupac Amaru, and cut him into pieces with blows of an axe, and Fernando sees. With chains on his hands and shackles on his feet, between two soldiers who force him to watch, Fernando sees the executioner applying a vile garrote to Tomasa Condamita, cacica of Acos, whose women's battalion has given the Spanish army a tremendous beating. Then Michaela Bastidas goes up on stage and Fernando sees less. His eyes cloud over as the executioner searches for Michaela's tongue, and a curtain of tears covers the boy's eyes when they sit his mother down to finish the torture. The lathe fails to suffocate the fine neck and it is necessary to throw ties around the neck. Pulling from one side to the other and kicking her in the stomach and breasts, they finished killing her. He no longer sees anything, he no longer hears anything. Fernando, the one who was born to Michaela 9 years ago. He does not see that now they are bringing his father, Tupac Amaru, and tying him to the girths of 4 horses, feet and hands, facing heaven. The riders dig their spurs towards the 4 cardinal points, but Tupac Amaru does not part. They have it in the air, it looks like a spider, the spurs tear the bellies of the horses, which rise up on 2 legs and charge with all their might, but Tupac Amaru does not break. It is a time of long drought in the valley of Cuzco. At noon on the dot, while the horses are pushing and Tupac Amaru does not break, a violent waterfall is suddenly discharged from the sky. The rain falls with clubs, as if God or the sun or someone had decided that this moment is well worth a rain, one of those that blind the world. The Indians believe Jesus has dressed in white to come to Cuzco. A shepherd boy sees him, plays with him, chases him. Jesus is also a child, and he runs between the ground and the air. He crosses the river without getting wet and glides very gently through the sacred valley of the Incas, careful not to scratch these freshly wounded lands. From the slopes of the Osangate Peak, whose icy breath radiates the energy of life, walk towards the Coyoloriti mountain. At the foot of this mountain, shelter of ancient divinities, Jesus drops his white tunic. He walks up the rock and stops. So, go into the rock. Jesus wanted to give himself up to the vanquished, and for them he becomes stone, like the ancient gods here, a stone that says and will say, I am God, I am you, I am the ones who fell. Forever the Indians of the Cuzco Valley will go up in procession to greet him. They will purify themselves in the waters of the torrent and with torches in their hands they will dance for him, they will dance to give him joy. Jesus is so sad, so broken, inside there. The Indians dance to the glory of paradise. Far away from Cuzco, the sadness of Jesus also worried the Tapijua Indians. Ever since the new God had arrived in Mexico, the Teepuas went to the church, with a music band, and offered him dances and costume games and tasty tamales and good drinks, but there was no way to give him joy. Jesus continued to suffer, his beard flattened on his chest, and it was like that until the Teepuas invented the dance of the ancients. Two masked men dance it. One is the old, the other the old. The old men come from the sea with shrimp offerings and go around the town of San Pedro supporting their bodies twisted by ailments on sticks made of wood and feathers. Before improvised altars in the streets, they stop and dance, while the singer sings and the musician beats a turtle shell. The old woman, mischievous, wiggles and offers herself and pretends to run away. The old man chases her and catches her from behind, embraces her and lifts her off her feet. She kicks in the air, laughing her head off, pretending to defend herself with the cane but squeezing, joyous, to the body of the old man who charges and stumbles and laughs as everyone celebrates. When Jesus saw the old men making love, he raised his head and laughed for the first time. Since then, he laughs every time the Teepuas perform this irreverent dance for him. The Teepuas, who have saved Jesus from sadness, had been born from cotton flakes, in remote times, there in the foothills of the Sierra de Veracruz. To say dawn, they say, God is made. 1781. Chincheros. Pumacawa. In the center, the Virgin of Montserrat shines. On his knees, in thanksgiving, Mateo Garcia Pumacawa prays. The wife and a retinue of relatives and captains appear behind, in procession. Pumacawa wears Spanish clothes, vest and jacket, shoes with buckles. Beyond, the battle unfolds, little soldiers and cannons that look like toys. The Pumacawa defeats the dragon Tupac Amaru. Vini, Vidi, Vinci, is read above. After several months, an unnamed artist has finished his work. The church of the town of Chincheros shines, on the portico, the images that will perpetuate the glory and faith of the chief Pumacawa in the war against Tupac Amaru. Pumacawa, also heir to the Incas, has received a medal from the King of Spain and a plenary indulgence from the Bishop of Cuzco. 1781. Peace. Tupac Kateri. He only spoke in Aymara, the language of his people. He proclaimed himself viceroy of these lands that are not yet called Bolivia, and named his wife viceroy. He installed his court on the heights overlooking the city of La Paz, hidden in a hole, and laid siege to it. He walked crookedly and a strange light lit up his eyes, deeply set deep in his young and already plowed face. He dressed in black velvet, commanded with a cane and fought with a spear. He beheaded priests suspected of celebrating curse masses and lopped off the arms of spies and traitors. Julian Appice had been a sacristan and baker before becoming Tupac Kateri. Together with his wife, Bartolina Sisa, he organized an army of 40,000 Indians that held the troops sent by the viceroy from Buenos Aires in check. Despite the defeats and slaughters he suffered, there was no way to catch him. Walking at night, he evaded all the fences, until the Spaniards offered his best friend, Tomas Incalipe, called the Good One, the position of governor of the Iquicachi region, on the shores of Lake Titicaca. 1782. Peace. The Liberators. The Spanish cities of the New World, born as offerings to God and the King, have a vast heart of rammed earth. In the Plaza Mayor are the gallows and the government house, the cathedral and the jail, the court and the market. The crowd wanders around the gallows and the water fountain, in the Plaza Mayor, stronghold, parade ground, the knight and the beggar cross paths, the horseman with silver spurs and the barefoot slave, the devout women who bring their souls to mass and the Indians who bring the chicha in pot-bellied ceramic vessels. Mud. Today there is a show in the Plaza Mayor in La Paz. 2 women, leaders of the indigenous uprising, will be sacrificed. Bartolina Sisa, Tupac Kateri's wife, comes from the barracks with a rope around her neck, tied to the tail of a horse. Gregoria Appice, sister of Tupac Kateri, is brought riding a donkey. Each one carries a wooden blade, like a scepter, in her right hand, and a crown of thorns is nailed to her forehead. Ahead, the prisoners sweep the path with branches. Bartolina and Gregoria walk around the square several times, silently enduring the stones and the laughter of those who mock them as Indian queens, until it is time for the gallows. Their heads and their hands, the sentence orders, will be paraded through the towns of the region. The sun, the old sun, also attends the ceremony. 1782. Guajuas. With eyes of glass. From a wooden cage, the head of José Antonio Galán looks towards the town of Kerala. In Kerala, where he was born, they display his right foot. There is one of his hands nailed to the Plaza del Socorro. The cream of colonial society has repented of the sin of insolence. The rich Creoles prefer to continue paying taxes and obeying the Spanish monarch, as long as they avoid the contagious plague that Galán, like Tupac Amaru, like Tupac Kateri, embodied and spread in days of fury. Galán, the most captain of the comuneros, has been betrayed and persecuted and trapped by those who had been his companions at the head of the insurrection. In a hut he fell, after a long harassment, along with his last 12 men. Don Antonio Caballero y Góngora, the bombastic archbishop, has sharpened the saber that decapitated Galán. While throwing the peace treaty, so promising, so deceitful, into the fire, His Excellency added infamy against the spiteful commoner. Galán has not only been dismembered for being a rebel, but also for being a man of obscure birth and lover of his own daughter. The Archbishop already has 2 armchairs. In addition to the apostolic chair, he has made the vice-regal chair of Bogotá his own. 1782. Secuani. This damn name. Diego Cristobal, Tupac Amaru's first cousin and continuator of his war in Peru, has signed peace. The colonial authorities have promised a pardon and a general pardon. Lying on the ground, Diego Cristobal swears allegiance to the king. Crowds of Indians come down from the hills and hand over their weapons. The marshal offers a banquet of jubilant toasts and the bishop a thanksgiving mass. From Lima, the viceroy orders that all the houses be illuminated for 3 nights. In a year and a half, in Cuzco, in the Plaza de la Alegría, the executioner will tear the flesh of this cousin of Tupac Amaru to pieces, with red-hot tongs, before hanging him from the gallows. His mother will also be hanged and dismembered. The judge, Francisco Díaz de Medina, had ruled that neither the king nor the state should leave the seed or race of this and all of Tupac Amaru because of the much noise and impression that this damn name has made on the natives. 1783. City of Panama. For the love of death. Since dawn the earth smokes, begging for a drink, and the living seek shade and get air. If the heat withers the living it catches, what will it not do with the dead, who have no one to fan them? The main dead lie in the churches. This is how custom wants it in the dry plateau of Castillo, and therefore it must be so, too, in this hotbed of Panama. The faithful step on tombstones, or kneel on them, and death murmurs from below, "I'll come for you," but the rotten smell makes you cry more than the panic of dying or the memory of the irreparable loss. Sebastián López Ruiz, a wise researcher of nature, writes a report demonstrating that this custom over there is, here, an enemy of hygiene and fatal to public health, and that it would be healthier to bury the hidalgos of Panama in some distant cemetery. He is told that the dead are fine in the churches, and that what has been and is will continue to be. 1783. Madrid. Hand claim. To the winds the trumpets proclaim that the King of Spain has decided to redeem the human hand. From now on, the nobleman who performs manual labor will not lose his noble status. The king says that industry does not dishonor the person who exercises it, nor his family, and that no craft trade is unworthy of Spaniards. Carlos III wants to bring his kingdom up to date. Minister Campomanes dreams of promoting industry, popular education, and agrarian reform. From the great imperial feat in America, Spain receives the honors and other European kingdoms receive the benefits. How long will the silver from the colonies continue to pay for goods that Spain does not produce? What does the Spanish monopoly mean if the products leaving the port of Cadiz are English, French, Dutch or German? Hidalgos, who in Spain abound like friars, have useful hands to die for Spain or kill her. Even if they are solemnly poor, they do not lower themselves to produce anything other than glory with their hands. Those hands have long forgotten to work, as the chicken's wings have forgotten to fly. 1785. Mexico City. Mr. Villarroel against the pulqueria. Each pulqueria is an office where adulteries, concubinages, rapes, thefts, robberies, homicides, raffles, injuries and other crimes are forged. They are the theaters where men and women are transformed into the most abominable furies infernal, coming out of their mouths the most refined obscenities, the coarsest words and the most dissolute, clumsy, spicy, and provocative productions, which it was not possible for the most libertine men to utter, if they were not disturbed by the fumes of such fetid and disgusting drink. These are the effects of the negligence, the omission, and the tolerance of the judges, not causing them horror to see men and women thrown through the streets, as if they were dogs, exposed to a drunken coachman like the car runs over them, as it happens, dispatching them to eternity in as unhappy a situation as they are. The pulqueria. When the viceroy expelled the pulque from Mexico City, the exile found refuge in the suburbs. Liquor from the green plants. In the taverns on the shores, the pulquero comes and goes without stopping between the generous jars and the longing jugs. You knock me down, you kill me, you make me walk on all fours, while a newborn cries born out loud in a corner and in another corner an old man sleeps it off. Horses, donkeys, and fighting cocks, tied to iron rings, grow old waiting outside. Inside, the colorful jars bear defiant names: Don't Stretch Me, the one of the strong ones, the brave one. Inside there are no laws or outside weather. The dice roll on the dirt floor and gambles are played on a barrel with flowery cards. To the sound of the happy harp a skull sings and the dancing couples raise dust. A friar argues with a soldier and the soldier promises to quarrel with a muleteer, that I am a lot of man, that I am too much, and the pot-bellied pulquero offers, where does he go? Another. The pulque. Perhaps pulque restores the Indians to their old gods. They offer it to them, watering the earth or the fire or raising the jug to the stars. Perhaps the gods are still thirsty for the pulque that was sucked from the 400 teats of Mother Mayahule. Perhaps the Indians drink, too, to give themselves strength and take revenge, and surely they drink to forget and be forgotten. According to the bishops, pulque is to blame for laziness and poverty and brings idolatry and rebellion. Barbarian vice of a barbarous people, says an official of the king, under the effects of the thick maguey wine, he says, the child denies his father and the vassal his lord. Maguey. Armed with green swords, the maguey resists undefeated the drought and the hail, the icy nights and the furious suns of the deserts of Mexico. Pulque comes from the maguey, the tree that suckles, and from the maguey come the fodder for the animals, the beams and tiles for the roofs, the trunks for the fences, and the firewood for the bonfires. Its fleshy leaves provide ties, bags, mats, soap and paper, the paper of ancient codices, and its spikes are used as needles and pins. The maguey only blooms when it is going to die. It opens and blossoms as if saying goodbye. A very tall stem, perhaps a mast, perhaps a penis, seeks its way from the heart of the maguey towards the clouds, in an explosion of yellow flowers. Then the great stem falls and with it the maguey falls, uprooted. It is rare to find a flowering maguey in the arid valley of the Mezquital. As soon as it begins to give stem, the Indian's hand castrates it and stirs the wound and thus the maguey pours its pulque, which quenches thirst, feeds and comforts. The jug. The Mexican potter has a long history. 3,000 years before Hernan Cortés, his hands turned clay into a vessel or human figure that the fire hardened against time. Much later, the Aztecs explained that a good potter gives a being to the clay and makes things live. The remote tradition multiplies every day in large bottles, jars, vessels and above all in jugs, ivory jugs from Tonala, quarrelsome jugs from Metepec, pot-bellied and shiny jugs from Oaxaca, humble little jugs from Chililico, reddish jugs from Toluca, dripping with black clay. The terracotta jug presides over parties and kitchens and accompanies the prisoner and the beggar. Pick up the pulque, despised by the glass cup, and it's a lover's pledge. When I die, make a jug out of my mud, comadre. If you thirst for me, drink, if your mouth sticks, it will be kisses from your charro. 1785. Mexico City. On fiction literature in colonial times. The Viceroy of Mexico, Matias de Galvez, signs a new edict in favor of the Indian workers. The Indians must receive a fair salary, good food, and medical assistance, and they will have 2 hours of rest, at noon, and they will be able to change skippers whenever they want. 1785. Guanajuato. The wind blows where it wants and where it can. An abyss of light opens up in the transparent air, and between the black walls of the Sierra the desert shines. In the desert, the brilliance of domes and towers, the mining cities of Mexico rise up. Guanajuato, as inhabited as the capital of the viceroyalty, is the most lady. Their owners go to mass in a sedan chair, chased by swarms of beggars, following a labyrinth of narrow streets and alleys, the alley of the kiss, the slip, the four winds, and among the stones polished by the feet of time-peaked grasses and ghosts. In Guanajuato, the church bells organize life, and chance rules it. Some mocking and mysterious gambler distributes the cards. They say that gold and silver are trodden here wherever you go, but it all depends on the veins that wriggle underground and at will they offer and refuse. Yesterday a lucky gentleman celebrated the stroke of luck, and gave everyone the best wine to drink, and paid for serenades of flutes and violas, and bought fine cambray lace and velvet breeches and a tissue coat and camisole from Holland, and today the load of pure silver that for one day made him a prince flees without a trace. The life of the Indians, on the other hand, does not depend on chance. By breathing mercury they remain trembling and toothless in the amalgam plants forever, and by breathing murderous dust and plague vapors they burst their chests in the tunnels. Sometimes they break into pieces when the gunpowder explodes, and sometimes they slip into the void when they go down carrying stones or when they go up carrying the foremen on their backs. For that reason they call the Indians little horses. 1785. Guanajuato. Silver altarpiece. The ladies converse with the language of fans in the leafy gardens. Someone urinates against the wall of a church, and at the edge of a square two beggars, sitting in the sun, delouse each other. Under a stone arch, an illustrious doctor in a vast gown speaks of the rights of man, and a friar walks down the alley whispering eternal condemnations against drunkards, whores, and criminals. Thugs that cross his path. Not far from the city, the pickers lasso Indians. Guanajuato has long since dethroned Potosi. The queen of silver in the world is hungry for labor. The workers, free wage earners, do not see a coin in their lives, but are prisoners of debt. Their children will inherit the debts and also the fear of pain and jail and hunger and the old gods and the new god. 1785. Lisbon. The colony function. The Portuguese crown orders the liquidation of the textile workshops in Brazil, which from now on will only be able to produce rustic clothing for slaves. On behalf of the Queen, Minister Melo E. Castro sends the corresponding instructions. The minister observes that in most of the captaincies of Brazil various factories and fabrics of various qualities and even gallons of gold and silver have been established and are spreading more and more. These are, he says, pernicious transgressions. If they continue, the consequence will be that all the profits and wealth of these most important colonies will end up being the patrimony of their inhabitants. Being Brazil lands so fertile and abundant in fruits, these inhabitants will remain totally independent of their dominant capital. It is, consequently, indispensably necessary to abolish said factories and manufactures. 1785. Versailles. The potato becomes a great lady. 2.5 centuries ago, the Spanish conquerors brought it from Peru. It came highly recommended by the Indians, so that Europe allocated it to pigs, prisoners, and the dying. The potato has suffered mockery and punishment every time it has wanted to escape from pigsties, jails and hospitals. In several regions they prohibited it, and in Besançon they accused her of provoking leprosy. Antoine Parmentier met the potato in prison. Parmentier was imprisoned in a Prussian jail and they gave him nothing but food. It seemed silly at first, but later he knew how to love her and discovered graces and flavors. Now free in Paris, Parmentier organized a banquet. D'Alembert, Lavoisier, the American ambassador Benjamin Franklin and other celebrities attended. Parmentier offered them a pure potato menu, potato bread, potato soup, mashed potatoes, enlivened potato salads with sauces of your choice, French fries, fritters, and potato pies. For dessert, potato cake. For drink, potato brandy. Parmentier delivered a plea for her. He praised its nutritional virtues, proclaimed it necessary for the palate and blood, and declared that the potato would defeat famine in Europe, because it is invulnerable to hail and easy to grow. The soaked guests applauded him with emotion and conviction. Then Parmentier convinced the king. Louis XVI ordered potatoes to be cultivated on his lands on the Sablons plain, near Paris, and ordered them to be surrounded by soldiers on permanent guard. Thus he managed to excite curiosity and desire for the forbidden fruit. In Versailles the definitive consecration occurs. Queen Marie Antoinette made a garden of potato flowers, sovereign kiss on the cheek print by Antoine Parmentier. King Louis, who still hasn't lost his mind, offers him his embrace. All the nobility of France attends the apotheosis of the potato, in this kingdom where the art of good eating is the only religion without atheists. The potato was born of love and punishment, as they say in the Andes. The Inca, they say, condemned the lovers who violated the sacred laws. Let them bury them alive and together, he decided. She had been a virgin consecrated to the sun god. She had fled from the temple to give herself to a peasant servant. Alive and together, the Inca decided. They were buried in a deep pit, tied to each other, face up, and not a complaint was heard while the earth covered them. Night came and the stars walked on strange paths. Soon after, the gold from the riverbeds disappeared and the fields of the kingdom became barren, pure dust and stone. Only the land that covered the lovers was safe from the drought. The high priests advised the Inca to dig up the lovers, burn them and spread their ashes to the wind. So be it, decided the Inca. But they did not find them. They dug long and deep and found nothing but a root. That root multiplied and since then the potato has been the main food of the Andeans. 1790. Paris. Humboldt. At the age of 20, Alexander von Humboldt discovers the sea and the revolution. At Dunkirk the sea rendered him speechless, and at Calais the full moon rising from the waves made him cry out. Wonder of the sea, revelation of the revolution, in Paris, A. In the year of July 14, Humboldt lets himself go in the sweet whirlwind of the festive streets, immersed in the town that dances and sings to newborn freedom. He has lived searching for answers and finding questions. Without respite, he has questioned books and heaven and earth, pursuing enigmas of the soul and mysteries of the cosmos and secrets of beetles and stones, always in love with the world and with men and women who have given him vertigo and panic. Alexander will never be happy, says his brother Wilhelm, his mother's favorite. At the age of 20, feverish to live, feverish to go, Humboldt swears eternal loyalty to the flags of the French Revolution and swears that he will cross the sea, like Balboa and Robinson Crusoe, towards the lands where it is always noon. 1790. Petit Gauve. Even if they have land and slaves, the fatness of the bag can be more, sometimes, than the color of the skin. In Haiti, the poor mulattoes are black and the free blacks who have collected a lot of money are mulattoes. Rich mulattoes pay immense fortunes to become white, although few get the magical document that allows the son of the master and slave to become a doctor, call himself a lord, use a sword, and touch a white woman without losing his arm. The mulatto who vindicated the rights of the citizen, recently proclaimed in Paris, hangs from a gallows, and on top of a pike the head of another mulatto who wanted to be a deputy walks through the town of Petit-Gove. 1791. Bois Cayman. The Haitian conspirators. The old slave, the intimate of the gods, plunges the machete into the throat of a black boar. The land of Haiti drinks blood. Under the protection of the gods of war and fire, 200 blacks sing and dance the oath of freedom. In the forbidden voodoo ceremony, illuminated by lightning, the 200 slaves decide to make this land of punishment their homeland. Haiti is founded in the Creole language. Like the drum, Creole is the common language spoken by those uprooted from Africa on various Antillean islands. It sprouted from inside the plantations, when the condemned needed to recognize and resist. It came from African languages, with an African melody, and fed on the sayings of Normans and Bretons. He collected words from the Carib Indians and English pirates and also from the Spanish settlers in eastern Haiti. Thanks to Creole, Haitians feel that they touch each other when they speak. Creole gathers words and voodoo, gods. These gods are not masters but lovers, very dancers, who convert each body they enter into music and light, pure light in motion, undulating and sacred. Haitian love song. I burn like firewood. My legs break like reeds. No dish tempts my mouth. The hottest drink becomes water. When I think of you, my eyes are flooding. And my reason falls defeated by my pain. Isn't it very true, my beautiful one, that it won't be long before you come back? Oh, come back to me, my ever faithful. Believing is less sweet than feeling. Don't take too long. It hurts much. Come free the hungry bird from its cage. 1792. Rio de Janeiro. The conspirators of Brazil. Barely half a century ago, it was believed that the mines in Brazil would last as long as the world, but there is less and less gold and diamonds, and the tributes that must be paid to the Queen of Portugal and her court of parasites are becoming heavier. From there they send many voracious bureaucrats and not a single mining technician. From there they prevent the cotton looms from weaving anything other than slave clothes, and from there they prohibit the exploitation of iron, which lies within easy reach, and they prohibit the manufacture of gunpowder. To break with Europe, which sucks us like a sponge, a handful of gentlemen conspired. Owners of mines and farms, friars, poets, doctors, smugglers with long experience, organized an uprising 3 years ago that was intended to turn this colony into an independent republic, where blacks and mulattoes born in it would be free and everyone would wear national clothing. Before the first musket shot sounded, the informers spoke. The governor arrested the Ouro Preto conspirators. Under torture, they confessed, and they accused each other with hair and marks. Basilio de Brito Malheiro apologized, explaining that whoever has the misfortune to be born in Brazil copies the bad customs of blacks, mulattoes, Indians, and other ridiculous people. Claudio Manuel de Costa, the most illustrious of the prisoners, hanged himself in his cell, or was hanged, for not confessing or for confessing too much. There was a man who was silent. Ensign Joaquim José de Silva Xavier, called Tiradentes, Toothpick, only spoke to say, I am the only one responsible. 1792. Rio de Janeiro. Tiradentes. They look like corpses in the light of the oil lamps. Tied by huge chains to the bars of the windows, the defendants have been listening to the judge for 18 hours, without missing a word. The judge has delayed 6 months in drafting the sentence. Very late at night, it is known, there are 6 condemned. All 6 will be hanged, beheaded, and quartered. The judge is silent then, while the men who wanted the independence of Brazil exchange reproaches and pardons, insults and tears, muffled cries of repentance or protest. And the Queen's forgiveness arrives at dawn. There will be no death, but banishment, for 5 of the 6 condemned. But one, the only one who betrayed no one and was betrayed by everyone, will march towards the gallows at dawn. For him the drums will vibrate and the lugubrious voice of the town crier will go through the streets announcing the sacrifice. Tiradentes is not entirely white. He entered the army as a lieutenant and remained a lieutenant forever, pulling teeth to round out his salary. He wanted Brazilians to be Brazilian. The birds that disappear, while the sun rises, behind the mountains know it well. 1794. Paris. Man's remedy is man. Say the wise blacks, and the gods know it well. The slaves of Haiti are no longer slaves. For 5 years the French Revolution had turned a deaf ear. In vain Marat and Robespierre protested. Slavery continued in the colonies, they were not born free or equal, despite the Declaration of the Rights of Man. Men who were owned by other men on the remote plantations of the West Indies. After all, the sale of blacks from Guinea was the main business of the revolutionary merchants of Nantes, Bordeaux, and Marseilles, and from West Indian sugar lived the French refineries. Harassed by the black insurrection, headed by Toussaint Louverture, the Paris government finally decreed the liquidation of slavery. 1794. Haitian Mountains. Toussaint came on the scene a couple of years ago. In Paris they call him the Black Spartacus. Toussaint Louverture has the body of a tadpole and the lips occupy almost the entire face. He was a plantation coachman. An old Negro taught him to read and write, to heel horses, and to speak to men, but all by himself he learned to look not only with his eyes, and he knows how to see the flight in every sleeping bird. 1795. Santo Domingo. The burnt island. Frightened by the liberation of the slaves in Haiti, the King of Spain ceded the territory of Santo Domingo to France. With a stroke of the pen, the border that cut the island in two, divided between the poorest of the Spanish colonies and the richest of the French colonies, was erased. Don Manuel Godoy, the head honcho of the court, says in Madrid that the revolt in Haiti has turned the entire island into a land of curse for whites. This had been the first colony of Spain in America. Here the empire had had its first audience, its first cathedral, its first university. From here the hosts of the conquest had departed for Cuba and Puerto Rico. Such a birth heralded a glorious destiny, but Santo Domingo was devastated 2 centuries ago. Governor Antonio de Osorio turned this colony up in smoke. Day and night Osorio worked scorching the sinful land, and inch by inch he burned houses and fortresses and boats, mills and pigsties and corrals and farm fields, and watered everything with salt, and with his hands he hanged whoever dared to resist. In the crackling of the flames the trumpets of the Last Judgment resounded. After a year and a half of continuous burning, the arsonist rose up on the island he had devastated and received 2,000 ducats from the King of Spain in payment for his work of redemption by fire. Governor Osorio, a veteran of the Flanders Wars, had purified these soils. He had started by burning the northern cities, because for that reason, English and Dutch pirates entered the coast bringing Bibles from the sect of Luther and spreading the heretical custom of eating meat on Good Friday. It had started in the north, and then he couldn't stop. 1795. Quit. Mirror. He went through history cutting and creating. He wrote the sharpest words against the colonial regime and its methods of education, an education for slaves, and gutted the bombastic style of Quito's rhetoric eons. He nailed his diatribes to the doors of churches and main corners, so that they multiplied later, by word of mouth, because writing anonymously he could very well remove the mask from the false scholars and make them appear in the costume of their true and natural ignorance. He preached the government of America by those born in it. He proposed that the cry for independence resound, at the same time, in all the viceroyalties and audiences, and that the colonies unite, to become homelands, under democratic and republican governments. He was the son of an Indian. He was given the name Chuzag at birth, which means owl. In order to have a medical degree, he decided to call himself Francisco Javier Eugenio de Santa Cruz y Espejo, a name that sounds like a long lineage, and thus he was able to practice and disseminate his discoveries against smallpox and other plagues. He founded, directed, and wrote from cover to cover Primicias de la Cultura, the first newspaper in Quito. He was director of the public library. They never paid him his salary. Accused of crimes against the king and against God, Espejo was locked up in a filthy cell. There he died, in jail, and with his last breath he begged for the forgiveness of his creditors. The city of Quito does not register in the Book of Principal People the end of this precursor of Spanish-American independence, who has been the most brilliant of its children. That's how Mirror mocked of the oratory of these times. I release the volatile auras of the breath, I lose the pulsating oscillations of life when I hear these brilliant incomprehensibility of rhetorical concepts. What a delicious fruition it is not to hear the singing swans of the orator condoning word, gurgling with guttural sonority, trill dirges in their sweet syllables. What sapid intervals of glorious contentment the soul does not perceive the harmonious echoes of its fateful descriptions. 1795. Montego Bay. Instruments of war. Cuban dogs have their prestige well deserved. With them the French have hunted many fugitive blacks in the mountains of Haiti, and a few Cuban dogs have been enough to defeat the Mosquito Indians, who had annihilated 3 Spanish regiments on the Nicaraguan coast. English Jamaican landowners sent Colonel William Dawes Quarrel to Cuba, looking for dogs. This is required, says the Assembly, for the security of the island and the lives of its inhabitants. Dogs are instruments of war. Don't the Asiatics use elephants in their battles? The most civilized and polished nations of Europe, reason the English planters, chase the enemy infantry on horseback. Why not search with dogs the lairs of the wild slaves, the blacks being more savage than the dogs? Colonel Quarrel got what he was looking for in Cuba, thanks to the good offices of Mrs. Maria Ignacia de Contreras y Justiz, Marquise of San Felipe y Santiago, Countess of Castillo and owner and lady of Bijical. Men and dogs board the schooner Mercury. Montego Bay. The beasts arrive in Jamaica. The streets are emptied in a jiffy, the doors are closed tightly. 40 Cuban ranchers line up by torchlight. They each carry 3 enormous dogs, attached to their waists by taut chains. 1795. Havana. Did the rebel from Galilee imagine that he would be a slave overseer? On the Cuban sugar plantations, the slaves are not destitute. The master redeems them for work and shortens their stay in this valley of tears, and the friars save them from hell. The church receives 5% of the sugar production for teaching the slaves that God has made them slaves, that the body is a slave but the soul is free, that the pure soul is like white sugar, cleansed of scrapings in purgatory. And that Jesus Christ is the great overseer who watches over, points out merits, punishes and rewards. Sometimes Jesus Christ is not only the mayoral, but the master in person. The Count of Casa Bayona washed the feet of 12 blacks, one Holy Thursday night, and seated them at his table and shared his dinner with them. The slaves expressed their gratitude by setting his mill on fire, and there were 12 heads nailed, in front of the cane fields, in a row of spears. 1796. Auro Preto. The Alajadenho. The Alajadenho, the crippled, creator of plenitudes, carves with the stump. The sculptor of the highest beauties in the mining region of Brazil is horrifyingly ugly. For not serving such a horrible lord, one of the slaves he bought wanted to commit suicide. The disease, leprosy, or syphilis or mysterious curse, is devouring him with bites. For every piece of flesh that disease tears from him, he delivers to the world new wonders of wood or stone. In Congo Nas do Campo they are waiting for you. Can he get there? Will he have the strength left to carve the 12 prophets and raise them against the blue sky? Will the prophets who announce the love and anger of God dance their tormented dance of wounded animals? No one believes that he has life left for that long. The slaves carry him through the streets of Ouro Preto, always hidden under his hood, and they tie the chisel to the rest of his hand. Only they see the remains of her face and her body. Only they come close to this monstrosity. Antonio Francisco Lisboa, the Alajadenho, is breaking down, and no child dreams that he hits him with saliva. 1796. Mariana. Coffin. Manuel de Costa Atade applies gold and colors to the figures that Alajadenho carves out of wood. And he is a painter of his own fame. In the churches, Atade creates skies of this earth, using flower and plant inks. He paints the Virgin with the face of Maria do Carmo, a woman born here, a dark-skinned Madonna from whom the sun and stars sprout, and he paints musical angels and singers with eyelids and very fleshy lips, mottled hair, and eyes of wonder or mischief. The mulatto angels are their children and the Virgin the mother of their children. In the Church of San Francisco, in Mariana, the saint of the town of Assisi who turned wolves into lambs has African features. The white saints lie next to him, with real hair and crazy faces. 1796. San Salvador de Bahia. Night and snow. The mulatto lover offers a sexual party and the white wife, social prestige. In order to achieve a white wife, the mulatto needs to become white. If she has a lot of money, she buys a document that erases the stigma of the slave grandmother and allows her to wear a sword and a hat, leather boots, and a silk parasol. He also has a portrait painted that the grandchildren will be able to wear without blushing in the living room. Artists capable of giving a European face to any model from the tropics have arrived in Brazil. Golden frames, in the shape of an oval, surround the face of the patriarch, a man with pink skin, straight hair, and a serious and watchful gaze. 1796. Caracas. White fur is bought. The Spanish crown no longer considers the Indian lineage vile. Black blood, on the other hand, obscures births for many generations. Rich mulattoes can buy certificates of whiteness by paying 500 silver coins. To remove the blur that afflicts him extremely, the king declares Diego Mahias Bejarano, a mulatto from Caracas, white, so that his sad and inferior quality does not prevent him from using, treating, alternating, and dressing with the other subjects. In Caracas, only whites can hear mass in the cathedral and kneel on rugs in any church. Mantuanos are called those who command, because the mantilla is the privilege of white ladies. No mulatto can be a priest or doctor. Mahias Bejarano has paid the 500 coins, but the local authorities refuse to obey. An uncle of Simon Bolivar and the other Mantuanos of the Cabildo declare that the royal decree is frightening to the neighbors and natives of America. The Cabildo asks the king, how is it possible that the white residents and natives of this province admit to their side a mulatto descendant of their own slaves, or of their parents' slaves? 1796. Saint Matthew. Simon Rodriguez. Mouse ears, bourbon nose, letterbox mouth. A red tassel hangs, in shreds, from the cap that covers the early bald spot. Spectacles, shot above the eyebrows, seldom help the avid, flying blue eyes. Simon Carreno, Rodriguez by chosen name, wanders around preaching rarities. This reader of Rousseau maintains that schools should be open to the people, to people of mixed blood, that girls and boys would have to share classrooms and that it would be more useful to the country to create masons, blacksmiths, and carpenters than knights and friars. Simon the teacher and Simon the student. Simon Rodriguez is 25 years old and Simon Bolivar is 13, the richest orphan in Venezuela, heir to mansions and plantations, owner of 1,000 black slaves. Far from Caracas, the tutor initiates the boy into the secrets of the universe and speaks to him about freedom, equality, fraternity. He reveals to him the hard life of the slaves who work for him and tells him that the forget-me-not is also called Myosotis palustris. He shows her how the foal is born from the mare's belly and how cocoa and coffee complete their cycles. Bolivar becomes a swimmer, walker, and horseman, learn to sew, to build a chair and to name the stars of the sky of Aragua. Teacher and student cross Venezuela, camping anywhere, and know together the land that made them. By lantern light, they read and discuss Robinson Crusoe and the lives of Plutarch. 1797. La Guaira. The compass and square. Due to the escape of the teacher, Bolivar's education is interrupted. Simon Rodriguez, suspected of conspiring against the king, is renamed Simon Robinson. From the port of La Guaira, he sailed towards Jamaica, towards exile. The conspirators wanted an independent and republican America, without indigenous tribute or black slavery, free from the king and the pope, where people of all races would be sisters in reason and in Jesus Christ. Creole Freemasons, from the lodge that Francisco de Miranda has founded in London, led the movement. 3 Spanish Masons, exiled in Caracas, are also accused, and it is said that French experts in revolutions and guillotines were involved in the conspiracy. The raids uncovered more banned books than dangerous weapons. In the main square of Caracas, dismember Spain. To José María of Spain, head of the conspiracy. 1799. London. Miranda. Almost 30 years ago Francisco de Miranda left Venezuela. In Spain he was a victorious warrior. He became a Freemason in Cadiz and set out to explore Europe in search of weapons and money for the independence of America. On a magic carpet he has traveled from court to court, carrying a flute, a false title of count and many letters of introduction as his luggage. He has eaten with kings and slept with queens. In France, the revolution made him a general. The people of Paris hailed him as a hero, but Robespierre condemned him as a traitor, and to save her head, Miranda returned to London. He crossed the English Channel with a false passport, a wig, and sunglasses. The head of the English government, William Pitt, receives him in his office. He calls for General Abercrombie and the 3 of them talk, while they crawl over huge maps spread out on the floor. Miranda, speaking in English, let it be clear that all this is done for the independence and freedom of those provinces, without which. Looking at the ceiling, he concludes the sentence in Spanish, it would be an infamy. Abercrombie. Nodding. Independence and liberty. Miranda, I need 4,000 men and 6 warships. Points to the map with his finger. We would begin by attacking Caracas and. Pitt, don't take this the wrong way, but I'll tell you straight. Rather, I prefer the oppressive government of Spain than the abominable system of France. Miranda, closes her eyes and whispers in Spanish, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. The enemy. Pitt. I don't want to push the Americans into the calamities of such a revolution. Miranda, I understand and share your concern, Your Excellency. It is precisely for this purpose that I request the alliance, so that together we may fight against the monstrous principles of French liberty. He returns to the map. Caracas will fall without difficulty. Abercrombie, and if the colored people took up arms? What if they took over, like in Haiti? Miranda, in my land, the flag of freedom is in the hands of illustrious citizens, with such civilized customs that Plato would have wished them well for his republic. He slides his hand towards the province of Santa Fe. The 3 stare at the port of Cartagena. Abercrombie, it seems difficult. Miranda, he seems invulnerable. But I know of a point that makes this square very skinny. On the left flank of the wall. Miranda dreams of Catherine of Russia. Sometimes, late at night, Miranda returns to St. Petersburg and resurrects Catherine the Great in her intimate chambers of the Winter Palace. The infinite train of the Empress's cloak, which thousands of pages hold in suspense, is a tunnel of embroidered silk through which Miranda runs until she sinks into a sea of lace. Searching for the body that burns and waits, Miranda blows up gold brooches and garlands of pearls and makes her way through the rustling fabrics, but beyond the wide puffed skirt the wires of the crinoline scratch her. He manages to get through this armor and reaches the first petticoat and rips it open. Below, she finds another, and then another and another, many pearly satin petticoats, onion layers that her hands tear off with less and less vigor, and when she barely breaks the last petticoat, the corset appears, an invulnerable bastion defended by an army of girths and little hooks and bows and little buttons, while the august lady, never tired flesh, moans and begs. 1799. Cumana. A pair of wise men on the back of a mule. The New World does not fit in the eyes of the two Europeans recently disembarked in Cumana. The port shines on the river, set on fire by the sun, houses of whitewood or bamboo next to the stone fort, and beyond, green sea, green earth, the bay shines. Everything is really new, never used, never seen, the plumage of the flamingos and the beaks of the pelicans, the 20-meter coconut palms and the immense velvet flowers, the trunks padded with lianas and fallen leaves, the eternal siesta of the crocodiles. The light blue, yellow, red crabs. There are Indians sleeping naked on the hot sand and mulatto women dressed in embroidered muslin who caress what they step on barefoot. Here there is no tree that does not offer the forbidden fruit from the center of the lost garden. Alexander von Humboldt and Aim Bond planned rent a house facing the main square, with a good roof terrace to place the telescope. From that roof they see, looking up, an eclipse of the sun and a meteor shower, the sky in anger spitting fire for a whole night, and looking down they see slave buyers open the mouths of blacks new to the market from Cumana. In this house they suffered the first earthquake of their lives, and from here they went out to explore the region. They classified ferns and rare birds and looked for Francisco Loyano, who nursed his son for 5 months and had breasts and soft, sweet milk while it lasted. His wife's illness. Bonpland then set off for the southern highlands. They carry their instruments, the sextant, the compass, the thermometer, the hygrometer, the magnetometer. They also carry paper to dry the flowers, scalpels for the autopsy of birds, fish, and crabs, and ink and pen to draw their astonishments. On the back of a mule march, overwhelmed with luggage, the German with the black galley and blue eyes and the Frenchman with the insatiable magnifying glass. The jungles and mountains of America, perplexed, make way for these two madmen. 1799. Montevideo. The father of the poor. Francisco Antonio Maciel has founded the first solidero on this bank of the Plata. His is also the soap and tallow candle factory. Light candles. Maciel, the lamplighter who walks through the streets of Montevideo, at nightfall, torch in hand and ladder on his shoulder. When he's not touring his fields, Maciel checks the slices of beef jerky that he will sell to Cuba or Brazil in the salting room, or he takes a look, on the docks, at the hides that he ships. He usually accompanies his brigantines, which bear names of saints, even beyond the bay. The Montevideans call him the father of the poor, because he never lacks time, and it seems like a miracle, to give help to the sick left by the hand of God, and at any time and in any place the pious Maciel tends the plate begging for alms for the charity hospital created by him. Nor does he forget to visit the blacks who are quarantined in the barracks at the mouth of the Miguelete stream. He personally sets the minimum price for each of the slaves that his ships bring from Rio de Janeiro or Havana. 200 strong pesos are worth those who have complete teeth, 400 those who know the arts of mason or carpenter. Maciel is the most important of the Montevidean merchants specialized in the exchange of beef for meat of people. 1799. Guanajuato. Life, passion, and business of the ruling class. Throughout the century that is dying, the owners of the mines of Guanajuato and Zacatecas have bought 16 titles of high nobility. 10 miners have become counts and 6 marquises. While they debuted ancestry and tried wigs, a new labor code transformed their workers into debt slaves. During the 18th century, Guanajuato has multiplied its silver and gold production 8-fold. Meanwhile, the magic wand of money also touched 7 merchants from Mexico City, farmers who came from the mountains of northern Spain, and made them marquises and counts. Some miners and merchants, eager for aristocratic prestige, purchase land as well as purchase titles. Throughout Mexico, the infinite haciendas advance, devouring the traditional space of the Indian communities. Others, on the other hand, prefer to invest in usury. The money-lender José Antonio del Mazo, for example, risks little and wins a lot. Friend Mazo, writes Francisco Alonso Terán, is one of the people who does the most business in Guanajuato. If God gives him a lot of life, he will enclose the whole city in his belly. 1799. Royal City of Chiapas. The Thames. Don Agustin de las Cuentas Zayas, governor of Chiapas, plans a new road from the Tulaja River to Comitan, heading to Guatemala. 1,200 Thames will transport the necessary materials. The Thames, two-legged mules, are Indians capable of supporting up to 7 arrobas. With ropes tied to their foreheads, they carry huge bundles or people sitting in armchairs on their backs, and thus they cross the high mountains and border precipices with one foot inside life and the other outside. 1799. Madrid. Fernando Tupac Amaru. In the street, someone starts wailing from a guitar. Inside, Fernando Tupac Amaru trembles with fever and dies dreaming that he is taking snow out of his mouth. The son of the great Caudillo of Peru does not reach 30 years of age. Poor as a rat, his brief life of exile and jail ends in Madrid. 20 years ago, the violent rain swept the Plaza Mayor of Cuzco, and since then it has not stopped raining in the world. The doctor says that Fernando has died of melancholy. 1800. Rio Apure. Towards the Orinoco. America burns and spins, burned and dizzy by its suns, but the giant trees hug each other over the rivers, and in their shadow the canoe of the wise men shines. The canoe advances pursued by birds and by hungry hordes of midges and mosquitoes. Humboldt and Bonpland defend themselves with a clean slap in the face from the continuous charges of the spearmen, which pierce clothing and leather and reach the bone, while the German studies the anatomy of the manatee, the fat fish with hands, or the electricity of the eel or the piranha's teeth, and the Frenchman collects and classifies plants or measures a crocodile and calculates its age. Together they draw maps, record the water temperature and air pressure, analyze the mica plates in the sand and the shells of the snails and the wandering of the Three Marys through the sky. They want America to tell them everything it knows, and in these kingdoms there is no leaf or dumb stone. They have camped in a small cove, have disembarked the annoying instruments. They have lit the fire to scare away the mosquitoes and cook. In that, the dog barks as if warning that the jaguar is coming, and runs to hide behind Bonpland's legs. The toucan that Humboldt carries on his shoulder pecks nervously at his top hat. The undergrowth rustles and a naked man appears among the trees, copper skin, Indian face, African hair. "Welcome to my lands, gentlemen." And he bows to them. "Don Ignacio, to serve you." Before the improvised stove, Don Ignacio makes a face. The wise men are roasting a capybara. "That's Indian food," he says dismissively, and invites them to dine at his house, a splendid deer recently shot with arrows. Don Ignacio's house consists of 3 nets stretched between the trees, not far from the river. There he introduces his wife, Dona Isabella, and his daughter, Dona Manuela, not as naked as he is. He offers cigars to travelers. While the deer browns, he peppers them with questions. Don Ignacio is eager to learn about the news from the Madrid court and the latest news about those never-ending wars that hurt Europe so much. 1800. Orinoco Emerald. The master of poison. They sail down the river. At the foot of a rocky mountain, in the remote Christian mission of Esmeralda, they find the master of the poison. His laboratory is the cleanest and most tidy hut in the village. The old Indian, surrounded by smoking cauldrons and clay pots, pours a yellowish juice into turbinates of banana leaves and palm funnels. The lurid curare falls, drop by drop, and bubbles. The arrow smeared with this curare will enter and kill more than the fang of a serpent. Superior to everything, says the old man, while pounding a paste of lianas and bark. Superior to everything you do. And Humboldt thinks, he has the same pedantic tone and the same starchy air of our pharmacists. You have invented black powder, the old man continues, and very slowly, with a meticulous hand, he pours water over the paste. I know her, he says after a while. Such gunpowder is worthless. It's loud. It's unfair. Gunpowder is not capable of killing silently, and it kills even if the blow is missed. Stoke the fire under the pots and vessels. From the smoke, ask. Do you know how to make soap? He knows, Bonpland says. The old man looks at Humboldt with respect. After curare, he says, soap is the most important thing. Curare. Guam, the child god of the Tucano Indians, managed to reach the kingdom of poison. There he caught Curare's daughter and made love to her. She hid spiders, scorpions, and snakes between her legs. Every time he entered that body, Guam died, and when resurrected he saw colors that were not of this world. She took him to her father's house. Old curare, who ate people, licked his lips. But Guam became a flea, and once a flea it entered the old man's mouth, searched for his liver and bit. Curare covered his mouth, nose, ears, eyes, navel, ass, and penis, so that the flea would have nowhere to escape. Guam tickled him inside and he fled in the sneeze. He flew back to his land, and in his bird's beak he brought a little piece of liver from Curare. This is how the Tucano Indians got the poison, according to the men of a long time, the keepers of memory. 1800. Uruana. Earth and forever. Facing the island of Uruana, Humboldt meets the Indians who eat land. Every year the Orinoco, the father of rivers, rises, and for 2 or 3 months it floods its banks. While the flood lasts, the Ottomans eat soft clay, barely hardened by fire, and live on it. It's pure earth, Humboldt checks, not mixed with cornmeal or turtle oil or crocodile fat. This is how these wandering Indians travel through life towards death, mud that walks towards mud, upright mud, eating the earth that will eat them. 1801. Guatavita Lagoon. The goddess at the bottom of the waters. On the maps of America, El Dorado continues to occupy a good part of Guyana. The Golden Lagoon flees when its pursuers approach, and curses and kills them, but on the maps it is a calm blue spot that joins the upper Orinoco. Humboldt and Bonpland cracked the mystery of the tricky lagoon. In the mica glow of a mountain, which the Indians call Golden Mountain, they discover a part of the hallucination, and another in the waters of a small lake that in the rainy season invades the vast plain near the sources of the Orinoco and then, when the rains stop, vanishes. In Guyana is the Ghost Lagoon, the most tempting of the delusions of America. Far away, on the Bogota Plateau, is the real El Dorado. Humboldt and Bonpland found it, after many leagues by canoe and mule, in the sacred Guatavita Lagoon. The mirror of waters faithfully repeats even the tiniest leaf of the forest that encloses it. In the background lie the treasures of the Muisca Indians. The princes came to the sanctuary, their naked bodies radiant with gold dust, and into the center of the lagoon they dropped the most beautiful works of the goldsmiths. After them they submerged and swam. If they reappeared clean, without a single speck of gold on their skin, the goddess Furitina had accepted the offerings. In those times, the goddess Furitina, a serpent goddess, ruled the world from the depths. 1801. Bogota. Exit. The old friar talks while peeling oranges and an incessant spiral of gold slides into a bin between his feet. To see it, to hear it, Humboldt and Bonpland have deviated from their southerly route and have been up the river for 40 days. Jose Celestino Mutis, patriarch of the botanists of America, falls asleep before the speeches but enjoys the complicit talks like no one else. The 3 men, wise men always astonished by the beauty and mystery of the universe, exchange plants, ideas, doubts, discoveries. Mutis is excited when he hears about the Guatavita Lagoon, the Zipaquira salt flats and the Tequendama waterfall. He praises the map of the Magdalena River, which Humboldt has just drawn, and discreetly suggests some changes, with the softness of someone who has walked a lot and knows a lot and is known, deep down, very truly, continued in the world. And everything shows it and everything tells it. While eating and offering oranges, Mutis talks about the letters that Linnaeus wrote to him, and how much those letters taught him, and about the problems he had with the Inquisition. And he remembers and shares his findings on the curative powers of the cinchona bark, or the influence of the moon on the barometer, or the wakefulness and sleep cycles of flowers, which sleep like us and like us wake up and wake up little by little. Little, unfolding the petals. 1802. Antilles Sea. Napoleon restores slavery. Squadrons of wild ducks escort the French army. The fish run away. Through the turquoise sea, bristling with coral, the ships pursue the blue mountains of Haiti. Soon the land of victorious slaves will appear on the horizon. General Leclerc stands at the head of the fleet. His figurehead shadow is the first to part the waves. Other islands vanish behind, rock castles, very green glows, sentinels of the new world that 3 centuries ago was found by those who were not looking for it. What has been the most prosperous regime for the colonies? Previous. Well, let him get well, Napoleon decided. No man, born red, black, or white, can be the property of his neighbor, Toussaint Louverture had said. Now the French fleet brings slavery to the Antilles. More than 50 ships, more than 20,000 soldiers, come from France to return the past with cannon fire. In the stateroom of the flagship, a slave fanned Paulina Bonaparte and another gently scratched her head. 1802. A Pitry. The outraged. Also on the island of Guadeloupe, as in all the French colonies, the free blacks became slaves again. Black citizens are reincorporated into the inventories and wills of their masters, as seizable chattels, and again they become part of the tools of the plantations, the tackle of the ships and the arsenal of the army. The colonial government summons the whites who have left the island and guarantees the return of their property. Blacks not claimed by their owners are sold for the benefit of the public treasury. The hunt turns to carnage. The Guadeloupe authorities pay 44 francs for each rebel head. The hanged rot in perpetuity on the top of Constantine Hill. In Victory Square, in Point, A Pitry, the black burner never goes out and the flames are taller than the houses. 3 whites protest. Because they are worthy, because they are outraged, they are condemned. Millet de la Girardière, an old French army officer, decorated several times, is sentenced to die in an iron cage, exposed to the public, sitting naked on a sharp blade. The other 2, Barce and Barbot, will have their bones broken before being burned alive. 1802. Chimborazo volcano. At the tops of the world. They climb over clouds, between abysses of snow, hugging the rough body of Chimborazo, tearing their hands against the bare rock. They have left the mules halfway. Humboldt carries on his back a bag full of stones that speak of the origin of the Andes mountain range, born from a huge vomit from the incandescent womb of the earth. At 5,000 meters, Bonpland has captured a butterfly and, further up, an incredible fly, and they have continued to climb, despite the freezing cold and the vertigo and the slipping and the blood that oozes from their eyes and gums and split lips. The mist envelopes them and they continue, blindly, up the volcano, until an axe of light breaks the mist and leaves the summit, a tall white tower, bare before the astonished travelers. Will it be, won't it be? No man has ever climbed so close to heaven, and it is said that horses flying towards the clouds and colored stars appear on the roofs of the world at high noon. Is this cathedral of snow raised between the northern sky and the southern sky pure hallucination? Do not her eyes deceive you? Humboldt feels a fullness of light more intense than any delirium. We are made of light, Humboldt feels, we are made of light and the earth and time are made of light, and he feels a tremendous desire to tell Brother Goethe right now, back in his house in Weimar. 1803. Fort Dauphin. The Burned Island. Toussaint Louverture, leader of the Free Blacks, died a prisoner in a castle in France. When the jailer unlocked the padlock at dawn and drew back the bolt, he found Toussaint frozen in his chair. But the life of Haiti has changed its body, and without Toussaint the Black Army has defeated Napoleon Bonaparte. 20,000 French soldiers have fallen from throat slitting or fever. Vomiting black blood, dead blood, General Leclerc collapsed, and the land he had wanted to subdue was his shroud. Haiti has lost half its population. Shots are still heard, and hammers nailing coffins, and funeral drums, in the vast ashes littered with corpses that vultures despise. This island, set on fire 2 centuries ago by an exterminating angel, has once again been eaten by the fire of men at war. On the smoky earth, those who were slaves proclaim independence. France will not forgive humiliation. On the coast, palm trees leaning against the wind form rows of lances. 1804. Mexico City. The richest colony in Spain. Theology professors still earn 5 times more than their surgery or astronomy colleagues, but Humboldt finds, in Mexico City, an amazing breeding ground for young scientists. This is the inheritance of some Jesuit priests, friends of experimental physics, the new chemistry and certain theories of Descartes, who here taught and spread, despite the Inquisition, and it is also the work of Viceroy Revillagigedo, a man open to the winds of time, a challenger of dogmas, who a few years ago governed these lands with anguished concern for the lack of machines and laboratories and modern works to read. Humboldt discovers and praises the school of mines and its wise professors, while Mexico produces more silver than the rest of the world, a growing river of silver that flows to Europe through the port of Veracruz, but at the same time Humboldt warns that the land is worked little and poorly and that the colonial monopoly of trade and the misery of the people block the development of manufactures. Mexico is the country of inequality, he writes, the monstrous inequality of rights and fortunes is obvious. The counts and marquises paint their recently purchased coats of arms on the carriages and the people survive in poverty inimical to all industry. The Indians suffer frightful hardship. As in all of America, here too the more or less white skin decides the class a man occupies in society. 1804. Madrid. The prosecutor of the Council of the Indies advises: do not exaggerate in the sale of certificates of whiteness. In order that the browns do not try to generalize these graces, and in their shadow, believing themselves equaled by them to the whites with no other difference than the accidental one of their color, they consider themselves capable of obtaining all the destinations and jobs and linking up with any legitimate family and clean of mixture, consequences that must be avoided in a monarchy, where the classification of classes contributes to a better order, security, and good government. The browns or morenos coming from infected mixtures, constitute a much inferior species, and due to their vitiated nature, their pride, and inclination to freedom, they have been and are little affectionate to our government and nation. 1804. Catamarca. Ambrose's sin. Tied to the post in the Plaza Mayor of Catamarca, Ambrosio Milique receives 25 lashes. The mulatto Ambrosio, who belongs to the field master Nieva y Castillo, was denounced to the authorities because he had committed the crime of learning to read and write. They riddled his back with lashes as a lesson to Indians and mulatto tintorillos involved in Spaniards. Face down on the patio stones, Ambrosio moans and raves and dreams of revenge. "Excuse me," he asks in his sleep, and plunges the knife into it. 1804. Paris. Napoleon. The deep chords of the organ summon the 60 kings who were in France, and perhaps the angels, while the Pope of Rome offers the crown to Napoleon Bonaparte. Napoleon girds his own forehead with the laurel of the Caesars. Then he descends, slow, majestic in ermine and purple, and places the diadem that consecrates Josephine, the first empress in the history of France. In a chariot of gold and crystal, the little foreigner, a great warrior, sprung from the harsh mountains of Corsica, and his wife Josephina, born in Martinique, Antillean, who they say hugging burns, have arrived at the throne of this nation. Napoleone, the artillery lieutenant who hated the French, becomes Napoleon I. The founder of the dynasty that is inaugurated today has rehearsed this coronation ceremony 1,000 times. Each character in the procession, each actor, has dressed as he decided, has positioned himself where he wanted, has moved as he ordered. Oh, Jose! If our father saw us! The voracious kindred, princes and princesses of the new nobility of France, have done their duty. It is true that the mother, Letizia, who is in the palace muttering grudges, has refused to come, but Napoleon will order David, official artist, to give Letizia a prominent place in the painting that will relate these pomp to posterity. The guests overflow the Notre Dame Cathedral. Among them, a young Venezuelan stretches his neck so as not to miss a detail. At the age of 20, Simon Bolivar witnesses, hallucinated, the birth of the Napoleonic monarchy. I am nothing more than a brilliant sword hilt of Bonaparte. These days, in a gilded room in Paris, Bolivar has met Alexander von Humboldt. The wise adventurer, recently arrived from America, told him, "I think your country is ripe for independence, but I don't see the man who can." 1804. Seville. Fray Servando. For wanting the independence of Mexico, and for believing that the pagan god Quetzalcoatl was the apostle Saint Thomas himself, Fray Servando has been sentenced to exile in Spain. From jail to jail and from escape to escape, the Mexican heretic received lodging in the most diverse Spanish dungeons. But this artist of the file, the tunnel, and the high jump, has managed to walk a long way in the old continent. Globetrotter, world breaker, a little bird with agile wings and a steel beak, Fray Servando defends himself from the fascination of Europe by cursing everything he sees. I am Mexican, he says and says to himself at every step, and he thinks that French women have the face of a flat frog with a mouth, that in France men are like women and women like children, that the Italian language is made to lie and that Italy it is the homeland of superlatives and fraud, although there is a city there that is worth it, Florencia, because it is quite similar to the cities of Mexico. Against Spain, this impertinent friar recites a string of insults. He says that the Spaniards imitate the French like monkeys, that the court is a brothel and the Escorial no more than a pile of stones, that the Basques drive nails with their foreheads and fingers. Aragonesa also, but with the point outward, that the Catalans do not take a step without a flashlight or admit a visit from a relative who does not bring food, and that the people of Madrid are dwarfs, founders of rosaries and heirs to prisons, condemned to a climate of 8 months of winter and 4 of hell. Now, in a cell in Seville, Fray Servando is tearing the lice off his chest, by handfuls, while an army of bedbugs makes waves in the blanket and the fleas mock the slaps and the rats the shovels. Everyone wants to have lunch with Fray Servando and he asks, please, for a truce. He needs a little bit of peace to finalize the details of his next escape, which is almost ready. 1806. Trinidad Island. Adventures, misadventures. After many years of futile waiting, Francisco de Miranda leaves London. The English have given him a decent salary, a few promises and benevolent smiles, but not a bullet for his liberating expedition. Miranda escapes the board of British diplomacy and tries his luck in the United States. In New York he gets a boat. 200 volunteers accompany him. He landed on the Venezuelan shores of the Gulf of Coro, after 36 years of exile. He had promised his recruits a glorious welcome, flowers and music, honors and treasures, but finds silence. No one responds to the proclamations that announce freedom. Miranda occupies a couple of towns, covers them with flags and words, and leaves Venezuela before the 5,000 soldiers coming from Caracas annihilate him. On the island of Trinidad, he receives outrageous news. The English have seized the port of Buenos Aires and plan to conquer Montevideo, Valparaiso, and Veracruz. From London, the Minister of War has given clear instructions. The new will consist solely of replacing the domain of the Spanish king with the domain of His British Majesty. Miranda will return to London, to her house on Grafton Street, and will express her protest out loud. There they will raise his annual pension from £300 to £700 sterling. 1808. Rio de Janeiro. It is forbidden to burn Judas. By the will of the Portuguese prince, recently arrived in Brazil, the traditional burning of Judas during Holy Week is prohibited in this colony. To avenge Christ and to avenge themselves, the people threw into the fire, one night a year, the marshal and the archbishop, the rich merchant, the great landowner and the police commander, and the naked enjoyed seeing how the rag dolls, dressed in great luxury and stuffed with rockets, writhed in pain and burst into flames. From now on, not even in Holy Week will the powerful suffer. The royal family, which has just come from Lisbon, demands silence and respect. An English ship has rescued the Portuguese prince with all his court and jewelry, and has brought him to these distant lands. The effective maneuver puts the Portuguese dynasty safe from the onslaught of Napoleon Bonaparte, who has invaded Spain and Portugal, and provides England with an effective center of operations in America. The English have suffered a tremendous beating in the Rio de la Plata. Expelled from Buenos Aires and Montevideo, they are now penetrating through Rio de Janeiro, through the most unconditional of their allies. 1809. Chuquisaca. The cry of America explodes in Chuquisaca. While Spain boils, raised against the French invaders, America revolts. The Creoles are unaware of the throne that José Bonaparte, Napoleon's brother, occupies in Madrid. Chuquisaca is the first. The rebellion of the American Salamanca announces that Spain will lose the lordship of the Indies. Chuquisaca, which was called La Plata and Charcas and will be called Sucre, lies at the foot of two loving hills. An aroma of orange blossoms flows from its patios and gardens, and through its streets there are more hidalgos than villains. Nothing is as abundant as gowns and tonsures. Very Chuquisaca are the doctors, stiff as their golden-handled canes, and the friars who go around spraying houses with hyssop. Here the world seemed unchanging and safe. Astonishingly, the hoarse cry of freedom has issued from this mouth accustomed to falsetto Latin. He was immediately echoed by La Paz and Quito and Buenos Aires. Up north in Mexico. 1810. Atotonilco. The Virgin of Guadalupe against the Virgin of Remedies. Making their way through curtains of dust, the crowd crosses the town of Atotonilco. Long live America and death to the bad government. Father Miguel Hidalgo tears the image of the Virgin of Guadalupe from the church and ties the canvas to the spear. The banner shines above the crowd. Long live Our Lady of Guadalupe. Death to the Gachapines. Fervor of the Revolution, passion of religion, the bell has rung in the Church of Dolores, the priest Hidalgo calls to fight and the Mexican Virgin of Guadalupe declares war on the Spanish Virgin of Remedies. The Indian Virgin challenges the White Virgin, the one who elected a poor Indian on the hill of Tepeyac marches against. The one that saved Hernan Cortez in the flight from Tenochtitlan. Our Lady of Remedies will be dressed as a general and the firing squad will riddle the banner of Guadalupe by order of the Viceroy. Mother, Queen, and Goddess of the Mexicans, the Virgin of Guadalupe was called Tonantzin among the Aztecs, before the Archangel Gabriel painted her image in the Tepeyac sanctuary. Year after year the people come to Tepeyac, in procession, virgin and pregnant bird, Ave maiden childbirth, climb on their knees to the rock where she appeared and the crack where the roses sprouted, Ave de Dios possessed, Ave de Dios most beloved, drink water from its sources, hail that you make a nest for God, and plead for love and miracles, protection, comfort, Hail Mary, hail hail. Now the Virgin of Guadalupe advances killing for the independence of Mexico. 1810. Guanajuato. The Papilla. Hidalgo's troops make their way, in a whirlwind, from the brush of the hills, and with stones they unload on Guanajuato. The mining town joins the insurgent avalanche. Despite the ravages of the king's musketry, the crowd flooded the streets and the waves overwhelmed the soldiers and charged against the bastion of Spanish power. In the Alhóndiga de Granaditas, under the vaults of 30 rooms, there are 5,000 bushels of corn and an untold fortune in bars of silver, gold, and jewels. The lords of the colony, terrified, have locked themselves up there with their wealth. In vain the fops beg for mercy. There is slaughter, looting and drunken bullfights, and the Indians strip the dead to see if they have tails. El Papilla, a mine worker, is the hero of the day. They say that he put an enormous stone on his back, went through the hail of bullets like a turtle, and with a burning torch and a lot of tar set the door of the Alhóndiga on fire. They say that the Papilla is called Juan José Martinez, and they say that he has other names, all the names of the Indians who are or have been in the tunnels of Guanajuato. 1810. Guadalajara. Gentlemen. Everyone in the town of Dolores knew that the priest Hidalgo had the bad habit of reading while walking through the streets, the wide brims of his hat between the sun and the pages, and that it was a miracle that he was not run over by horses or the Inquisition, because more dangerous than reading was reading what he read. The priest crossed the dusty mist of the streets of Dolores at a slow pace, always with some French book covering his face, one of those books that talk about the social contract and the rights of man and the liberties of the citizen, and if he didn't say hello, it was out of a thirst for illustration and not because he was rude. The priest Hidalgo rose up, together with the 20 Indians who made bowls and vessels with him, and after a week there were 50,000. Then the Inquisition attacked him. The Holy Office of Mexico has declared him a heretic, an apostate from religion, a denier of the virginity of Mary, a materialist, a libertine, a lawyer for fornication, a seditious, schismatic, and sectarian of French freedom. The Virgin of Guadalupe invades Guadalajara, at the head of the insurgent army. Miguel Hidalgo orders the removal of the portrait of King Fernando from the walls and responds to the Inquisition by decreeing the abolition of slavery, the confiscation of European assets, the end of the tributes paid by the Indians and the return of farmland that they have usurped. 1810. Foot of the slope. Morelos. He is a field priest, like Hidalgo. Like Hidalgo, he was born in the country of the Tarascans, in the mountains of Michoacán, where Bishop Vasco de Quiroga had created, 2.5 centuries ago, his communist utopia regions of redemption, later devastated by pestilence and the forced labor of thousands of Indians thrown into the mines of Guanajuato. I go violently to explore the hot lands of the south. José María Morelos, shepherd and muleteer, priest of Caracuero, joins the revolution. He hits the road with 25 spears and a few shotguns. Behind the white silk scarf that ties her head, the troop is growing. In search of the Atoyac Indians, hidden in the palm groves, Morelos crosses the small town of Pi de la Cuesta. Who lives? Holy God. The Indians say. Morelos speaks to them. From now on, to the cry of who lives, America will respond. 332 and 348. 1811. Buenos Aires. Dark. The great fortunes in few hands, Mariano Moreno believed, are stagnant waters that do not bathe the earth. In order not to change tyrants without destroying tyranny, the parasitic capital amassed in the colonial business had to be expropriated. Why search in Europe, at the price of flaying interests, the money that was left over inside? Machines and seeds had to be brought from abroad, instead of Stoddard pianos and Chinese vases. The state, Moreno believed, should become the great entrepreneur of the new independent nation. The revolution, he believed, must be terrible and cunning, implacable with its enemies and vigilant with its spectators. Fleetingly he had power, or thought he had it. Thank God, the merchants of Buenos Aires sigh. Mariano Moreno, the demon from hell, has died on the high seas. His friends French and Berruti go into exile. Arrest warrant issued against Castelli. Cornelio Saavedra orders to collect the copies of Rousseau's social contract, which Moreno had edited and disseminated, and warns that there is no place for any Robespierre in the Rio de la Plata. 1811. Buenos Aires. Castelli. They were two, a pen and a voice. A Robespierre who wrote, Mariano Moreno, and another who spoke. They are all wicked, said a Spanish commander, but Castelli and Moreno are extremely wicked. Juan José Castelli, the great orator, is in prison in Buenos Aires. Usurped by the conservatives, the revolution sacrifices the revolutionaries. The accusations are unloaded. Castelli is a womanizer, a drunkard, a timbero, and a desecrator of churches. The prisoner, an agitator for the Indians, a vigilante for the poor, a spokesman for the American cause, cannot defend himself. A cancer has attacked his mouth. His tongue must be amputated. The revolution remains silent in Buenos Aires. 1811. Bogotá. Nerino. We have changed masters, writes Antonio Nerino in Colombia. La Bogatilla, a newspaper founded and directed by him and written from cover to cover, leaves no puppet with a head or a hero with a pedestal. Nerino denounces that the patriotic uprising of Colombians is turning into a masked ball and demands that independence be declared once and for all. It also demands, voice in the desert, that the humble be recognized with the right to vote and that the will of the naked commoner be worth as much as that of the gentleman lined in velvet. We have changed masters, he writes. A few months ago, the people invaded the Plaza Mayor in Bogotá and the men took the viceroy prisoner and the women threw the viceroy into prison for whores. The ghost of José Antonio Galán, captain of the community, charged at the head of the enraged crowd. Then the doctors and the bishops and the merchants and the owners of land and slaves got quite a scare, vowing to avoid at any price the mistakes of the libertines of France. They facilitated a stealthy escape for the vice-regal couple. We have changed masters. The gentlemen in shirts with a lot of starch and jackets with a lot of buttons govern Colombia. Even in heaven there are hierarchies, preaches the canon of the cathedral, and not even the fingers of the hand are the same. The ladies cross themselves, tilting a tangle of curlers, flowers, and ribbons under the black mantilla. The Board of Notables issues its first decrees. Among other patriotic measures, he resolves to strip the dispossessed Indians of the only thing they have left. Under the pretext of freeing them from taxes, the junta seizes the Indians from their communal lands to force them to serve in the large haciendas that display as stocks in the middle of the courtyard. Coplas del Mundo al Reeves, for guitar accompanied by a singer. Paint the world upside down. Meanwhile an error has been seen, the fox running to the dog. And the thief behind the judge. The feet go up, with the mouth he steps on. The fire to the water putting out, the blind man teaching letters, the oxen in the cart. And the carter pulling. On the banks of a river sat a man, sharpening his horse. And giving water to his knife. 1811. Quilapá. The Panchi. In Mexico, the military order is defeating the popular tumult. Hidalgo has been shot in Chihuahua. It is said that he had renounced his ideas, after 4 months of chains and torture. Independence now depends on the forces that follow Morelos. Ignacio López Rayón sends an urgent warning message to Morelos: I have a good source that the viceroy has paid an assassin to kill you. I can't give you more information about this man, except that he's very paunchy. At dawn, horses bursting, the messenger arrives at the Quilapá camp. At noon, the assassin comes to offer his services to the national cause. Arms folded, Morelos receives a barrage of patriotic speeches. Without saying a word, he seats the assassin at his right hand and invites him to share his lunch. Morelos chews each bite for an eternity. Watch the killer eat, who looks at the plate. At night, they have dinner together. The killer eats and talks and chokes. Morelos, courteous statue, seeks her eyes. I have a bad feeling, he says suddenly, and waits for the tension, the creak of the chair, and offers relief. The rheumatism again. Rain. His somber gaze cuts through laughter. Light a cigarette. Study the smoke. The killer does not dare to get up. He stutters thanks. Morelos brings his face closer. I'll be curious, he says. He checks the murderer's start and counts the drops of perspiration that bathe his forehead. Delay question. Are you sleeping? And then. Would you do me the honor of sleeping next to me? They lie down, separated by a candle that is dying without deciding to die. Morelos offers his back. Take a deep breath, maybe snore. Before dawn, he listens to the hoofbeats of the departing horse. At mid-morning, ask the assistant for the message to write. Letter to Ignacio Lopez Rayon, thanks for the notice. In this camp, there is no more Ponchi than me. 1811. Fields of the Eastern Band. Nades is more than nades. Say the shepherd riders. The earth cannot have an owner, because the air does not. There is no better roof than the stars, nor glory that compares with the freedom of wandering aimlessly, on a friendly horse, through the undulating prairie like the sea. Having cattle to turn in the open field, there is almost everything. The gauchos eat nothing but meat, because the vegetables are grass and the grass is for the cows. The roast is completed with tobacco and cane, and with guitars that sing events and miracles. The gauchos, loose men that the latifundio uses and expels, gather spears around Jose Artigas. The plains east of the Uruguay River light up. 1811. Banks of the Uruguay River. The Exodus. Buenos Aires agrees with the viceroy and withdraws the troops that were besieging Montevideo. Jose Artigas refuses to comply with the armistice, which returns his land to the Spaniards, and swears that he will continue the war even if it is with his teeth, with his nails. The Caudillo emigrates to the north, to organize the Army of Independence, and a dispersed people unites and is born in his footsteps. The wandering host gathers gauchos from the mountains, laborers and peasants, patriotic ranchers. To the north march women who heal the wounded or wield the spear and friars who are baptizing, throughout the march, newborn soldiers. Those who are well sheltered choose the weather and those who are calm choose danger. Masters of letters and masters of the knife march to the north, doctors with an easy word and pensive matrieros who owe some death. They march. Toothpick and handyman, deserters from ships and forts, escaped slaves. The Indians burn their tolderias and join in with arrows and boleteras. To the north goes the long caravan of wagons and horses and foot people. In its wake, the land that will be called Uruguay is depopulated, wanting a homeland. She herself leaves with her children, she leaves in them, and there is nothing left behind. Not even ash, not even silence. 1812. Cochabamba. Women. In Cochabamba, many men have fled. Women, none. On the hill, the clamor resounds. The commoners from Cochabamba, cornered, fight from the center of a circle of fire. Surrounded by 5,000 Spaniards, they resist firing broken tin cannons and a few harquebuses, and fight to the last cry. The long war of independence will pick up the echoes. When the troops loosen up, General Manuel Belgrano will shout the infallible words to return temperance and shoot courage. The general will ask the hesitant soldiers, "Are the women of Cochabamba here?" 1812. Caracas. Bolívar. An earthquake devastates Caracas, La Guaira, San Felipe, Barquisimeto, and Mérida. They are the Venezuelan cities that have proclaimed independence. In Caracas, the center of the Creole insurrection, 10,000 dead lie under the rubble. Nothing but litanies and curses are heard while the crowd searches for bodies among the stones. Could it be Spanish God? The earthquake has swallowed the scaffold raised by the patriots and has not left standing any of the churches that had sung the Te Deum in honor of the nascent republic. In the devastated church of Las Mercedes, the column bearing the imperial coat of arms of Spain stands intact. Coro, Maracaibo, Valencia, and Angostura, cities loyal to the king, have not suffered a scratch. In Caracas, the air burns. From the ruins a thick dust rises, which stops the look. A monk addresses the crowd. The monk proclaims that God no longer bears being teased. Revenge. The crowd gathers around him, in what was the convent of San Jacinto. Perched on the remains of the altar, the monk demands the punishment of those guilty of God's wrath. Revenge. Roars the scourge of Christ, and his accusing finger points to a patriotic officer who, arms folded, contemplates the scene. The crowd turns on the officer, short, bony, in a bright uniform, and moves to crush him. Simon Bolivar does not beg or back down, he charges. Saber in hand pierces the fury, climbs the altar and knocks over the apocalyptic friar with a flat blow. The town, mute, disperses. 1815. Chilpancingo. Independence is revolution or lie. In 3 military campaigns, Morelos has won a good part of the Mexican territory. The Congress of the Future Republic, Wandering Congress, pilgrim after the Caudillo. The deputies sleep on the ground and eat a ration of soldiers. By the light of a tallow lamp, Morelos draws up the bases of the national constitution. He proposes a free, independent, and Catholic America. It substitutes the tributes of the Indians for the income tax and increases the wages of the poor, confiscates the enemy's property, establishes free trade, but with customs barriers. It abolishes slavery and torture and liquidates the caste regime, which bases social differences on skin color, so that only vice and virtue will distinguish one American from another. Rich Creoles go from scare to scare. Morelos's troops march expropriating fortunes and dividing farms. War against Spain or uprising of the serfs. This independence does not suit them. They will make another. 1814. Saint Matthew. Bubs. In Venezuela, the word independence still does not mean much more than free trade for rich criollos. The head of the Spanish, a Hercules with a red beard and green eyes, is the leader of the blacks and the browns. In search of José Tomás Rodríguez Bubs, the Tata Bubs, the slaves flee. 10,000 horsemen from the plains set fire to plantations and slaughtered masters in the name of God and the King. The Bubs flag, a skull on a black background, promises looting and revenge, a war to the death against the cacao oligarchy that seeks independence from Spain. In the Campos de San Mateo, Bubs enters the Bolivar family mansion on horseback and carves his name on the door of the main hall with a knife. The spear does not regret, the bullet does not regret. Before killing with lead, Bubs shoots with shots of gunpowder, for the pleasure of seeing the faces of the victims. Among his bravest soldiers he distributes the ladies of the best families. He enjoys fighting the patriots of good Trapio, after sticking banderillas into their necks. Decapitate as if it were a joke. In a little while, a spear will pierce him. They will bury him with his feet tied. 1815. San Cristobal y Catpec. The lake comes looking for him. In the thorny hills of Tezmalaca, the Spanish trapped José María Morelos. After many mistakes and defeats, he is hunted in the brambles, alone, his clothes in tatters, without weapons or spurs. They chain him. They rebuke him. Asks Lieutenant Colonel Eugenio Villasana. What would you do if you were the winner and I the loser? I give him 2 hours to confess, says the priest Morelos, and I shoot him. They take him to the secret cells of the Inquisition. They demote him to his knees. They run him backwards. The viceroy says that the rebel has died repentant. The Mexican people say that the lake has heard the rifle discharge and has risen and overflowed and has come to take away the body. 1815. Paris. Navigators of seas or libraries. Julian Mellet, a traveling writer, tells the European public about his adventures in South America. Among other things, he describes a very lively and lascivious dance that is widely danced in Quillota, in Chile, and that has been brought by the blacks from Guinea. Melot copies, pretending to be distracted, the description of a dance of the blacks of Montevideo, just as it was published by the traveller Anthony Helms, 8 years ago, in London. In turn, Helms had stolen his text, line for line, from the book that Dom Pernetti had published in Paris in 1770. Pernetti, for his part, had portrayed firsthand the dance of the Montevideo slaves in words remarkably similar to those that Father Jean-Baptiste Labat had consecrated the blacks of Haiti, in a book published half a century before in The Hague. From the Caribbean to the Chilean city of Quillota, passing through Montevideo, and from The Hague to Paris, passing through London, those phrases of Father Labat have traveled much more than their author. No passport or disguise. 1815. Yucatan Merida. Ferdinand VII. The starched lords of Yucatan cross the Plaza de Armas of Merida, white with dust and sun, and in a very solemn procession they enter the cathedral. From the shadow of the doorways, the Indian sellers of tamales and necklaces do not understand why the bells rejoice so much, nor do they know whose crowned face the lords carry on their banner. The colonial aristocracy is celebrating the novelties of Madrid. With delay it has been known that the French have been expelled and that Ferdinand VII reigns in Spain. The messengers say that around the monarch one can hear shouting, "Long live the chains!" While the jesters' rattles tinkle, King Ferdinand orders the guerrillas who brought him to the throne to be jailed or shot, restores the Inquisition and restores their privileges to the clergy and nobility. 1815. Curuzucuatia. The leather cycle in the Rio de la Plata. At the tip of the spear, the sharp crescent seeks the feet of the fleeing animal. A single cut, the rider strikes, accurate, and the steer limps and gasps and falls. The rider dismounts. Cut the throat and skin it. He doesn't always kill like this. It is easier to herd the wild cattle shouting and put them to the sword in the corrals, thousands and thousands of cattle or wild horses stampeding to their death, and it is even easier to surprise the animals inside the mountains, at night, while they sleep. The gaucho tears off the leather and stakes it in the sun. Of the rest, what the mouth does not want is left for the crows. The Robertson brothers, John and William, Scottish merchants, roam these lands with sacks that look like sausages stuffed with gold coins. From a ranch in Curuzucuatia, they send 10,000 hides to the town of Goya, in 60 wagons. The huge wooden wheels turn complaining and the prods push the oxen. The carts cut fields, they climb hills, cross swollen estuaries and streams. At dusk, the wagons surround the stoves. While the gauchos smoke and mate, the air becomes thick with the aroma of meat browning on the embers. After the roast, stories and guitars sound. From the town of Goya, the hides will continue their journey to the port of Buenos Aires and cross the sea to the tanneries in Liverpool. The price will have multiplied many times when the hides return to the Rio de la Plata, some time later, turned into British-made boots, shoes, and whips. 1815. Buenos Aires. The heroes seek a king in Europe. The goose feather writes, José Artigas, traitor to the country. In vain they have offered him gold and gallons. Shopkeepers who are experts in measuring rods and precision scales, the patricians of Buenos Aires calculate the price of Artigas dead or alive. They are willing to pay 6,000 duros for the head of the leader of the rebel camps. To exorcise these lands from the gaucho demon, Carlos de Alvear offers them to the English. These provinces, Alvear writes to Lord Castlereagh, wish to belong to Great Britain without any condition. And he pleads with Lord Strangford, the British nation cannot abandon the inhabitants of the Rio de la Plata to their fate in the very act in which they throw themselves into its generous arms. Manuel de Sarratea travels to London in search of a monarch to crown in Buenos Aires. The interior, Republican and Federal, threatens the privileges of the port, and panic takes away any oath. In Madrid, Manuel Belgrano and Bernardino Rivadavia, who had been ardent Republicans, proposed the throne to the infant Francisco de Paula, brother of Fernando VII. The Buenos Aires emissaries promise hereditary power, which would cover the entire region of the Rio de la Plata, Chile, and Peru. The new independent kingdom would have a blue and white flag, liberty and property would be sacred, and distinguished Creoles promoted to dukes, counts, and marquises would form the court. Nobody accepts. 1815. Purification Camp. Artigas. Here, where the river rages and stirs in boils and eddies, on the purple plateau surrounded by ditches and canyons, General Artigas rules. These 1,000 hearths of poor Creoles, these huts made of mud and straw and leather windows, are the capital of the confederation of towns in the interior of the Rio de la Plata. In front of the government hut, the horses wait for the messengers who gallop bringing consultations and carrying decrees. The uniform of the Caudillo del Sur does not wear bells or medals. Artigas, son of the prairie, had been a smuggler and pursuer of smugglers. He knows the steps of each river, the secrets of each mountain, the taste of the grass of each region, and more, knows the depths of the soul of the surly horsemen who only have life to give, and they give it fighting with a spear in an amazing whirlwind. The flags of Artigas fly over the region that is wetted by the Uruguay and Parana rivers and that extends to the Córdoba mountains. This immense space is shared by the provinces that refuse to be a colony of Buenos Aires after having freed themselves from Spain. The port of Buenos Aires lies with its back to the land that it despises and fears. Leaning from the viewpoints, the merchants wait for the ships that do not bring any king but do bring news to dress, say, and think. Faced with the avalanche of European merchandise, Artigas wants to build dikes that defend our arts or factories, with free access for machines, books, and medicines, and the provincial commerce that Buenos Aires usurps in a monopoly drifts towards the port of Montevideo. The Artiguista Federal League does not want a king, but neighborhood assemblies and congresses, and to make matters worse, the Caudillo decreed the agrarian reform. 1816. Fields of the Eastern Band. Agrarian reform. In Buenos Aires they shout in the sky. To the east of the Uruguay River, Artigas expropriated lands belonging to the Belgrano family and the Mitre family, San Martin's father-in-law, Bernardino Rivadavia, Azcárraga and Almagro and Diaz Velez. In Montevideo they call the agrarian reform a criminal project. Artigas has Lucas Obes, Juan Maria Pérez and other minuet and manganeta artists imprisoned with irons on their feet. For the owners of the land, devourers of leagues eaten by the mercy of the king, fraud or plunder, the gaucho is cannon fodder or ranch servant, and whoever refuses must be nailed to the stocks or shot. Artigas wants each gaucho to own a piece of land. The poverty invades the ranches. In the eastern fields, devastated by the war, ranches, fields and corrals began to sprout. The run-over peasantry becomes run-over. The men who have put the dead in the War of Independence refuse to return to helplessness. The Montevideo Council calls Encarnacion Benitez, a soldier of Artigas, an outlaw, perverse, lazy and turbulent, who gallops around distributing land and cows at the head of a mob of villains. In the shadow of his spear the humble find refuge, but this illiterate brown, courageous, perhaps ferocious, will never be a statue, nor will any avenue, street, or neighborhood path bear his name. 1816. Chicote Hill. The Art of War. On the Chicote Hill, the Royalist infantry has surrounded a handful of patriots from Upper Peru. "I do not give myself prisoner to the enemy," shouts the soldier Pedro Loaza, and throws himself off the precipice. "We will die for the country," Commander Eusebio Lira proclaims, and gains momentum to jump as well. "We'll die if we're stupid," Jose Santos Vargas, drum major of the music band, cuts him off. "Let's burn the grassland," proposes Sergeant Julian Rianaga. The tall straw burns and the wind pushes the flames towards the enemy ranks. In waves the fire attacks. The besiegers flee to the victim, throwing rifles and cartridge belts into the air and begging the Almighty for mercy. 1816. Tarabuco. Juana Azurduy, educated in catechisms, born to be a nun in a convent in Chuquisaca, is a lieutenant colonel in the guerrilla armies of independence. Of his 4 children, only the one who was born in the middle of battle, between the thunder of horses and cannons, lives, and the husband's head is nailed to the top of a Spanish pike. Juana rides in the mountains, leading the men. Her light blue shawl flutters in the winds. One fist squeezes the reins and the other breaks necks with the sword. Everything you eat turns into bravery. The Indians do not call her Juana. They call it Pachamama, they call it Earth. 1816. Port-au-Prince. Pétion. Haiti lies in ruins, blockaded by the French and isolated by everyone else. No country has recognized the independence of the slaves who defeated Napoleon. The island is divided in 2. To the north, Henry Christophe has proclaimed himself emperor. In the castle of Sans-Souci, the new black nobility, the Duke of Marmalade, the Count of Lemonade, dance the minuet, while the black footmen in snow wigs bow and the black hussars parade their feathered bonnets through gardens copied from Versailles. To the south, Alexander Pétion presides over the Republic. By distributing land to former slaves, Pétion attempts to create a nation of peasants, very poor but free and armed, on the ashes of plantations devastated by war. Simon Bolivar disembarks on the southern coast of Haiti, seeking refuge and help. He comes from Jamaica, where he has even sold the watch. No one believes in their cause. The brilliant military campaigns have been nothing more than a mirage. Francisco de Miranda is dying chained to a wall of the Cadiz arsenal, and the Spaniards have reconquered Venezuela and Colombia, which prefer the past or still do not believe in the future that the patriots promise. Pétion receives Bolivar as soon as he arrives, on New Year's Day. He gives him 7 ships, 250 men, muskets, gunpowder, food, and money. Just put one condition. Pétion, who was born a slave, the son of a black woman and a French woman, demands from Bolivar the freedom of the slaves in the lands that he is going to liberate. Bolivar squeezes her hand. The war will change course. Maybe America too. 1816. Mexico City. The Sarnian Tupariquillo. The first Latin American novel was born in a printing press on Zolta Street. In 3 notebooks, José Joaquín Fernández de Lizardi recounts the mischief of El Periquillo Sarnian II, and the readers devour and feast. The Viceroy forbids the 4th notebook as it is about to leave, but there is no way to catch the character anymore. El Periquillo, American son of the Spanish picaresque, has won the streets of Mexico. He walks everywhere, stripping customs, jump from the gambler's table to the notary's office and from the barber's chair to the prison floor. Much does not enjoy his adventures. The father overwhelms him with his uplifting sermons. Lizardi, an enlightened moralist, turns every game into a moral. 1817. Santiago de Chile. Lucifering. Elegant young people smoke holding the cigarette with a gold tongue, so as not to stain their fingers, but Santiago de Chile borders on all 4 sides with garbage. To the north, the houses face the dump of the Mapaco River. To the south stretch the crap of La Canada. The sun rises over garbage heaps on Santa Lucia Hill and the last rays illuminate the dumps in the suburbs of San Miguel and San Pablo. The visitor who crossed the city last night has sprouted from one of those rubbish dumps, a gust of sulfur that made the tallow candles in the street lamps tremble, and who remained browsing or threatening there near the temple of the company until the voice of the night watchman sang 11 o'clock. Ave Maria Purissima. The devil fled at the shot. The shoe that lost is touring Santiago, from house to house. A friar carries it, covered by a napkin, on a silver platter. The Beatas cross themselves. 1817. Santiago de Chile. Manuel Rodriguez. Whoever speaks of American emancipation, signs his sentence. Whoever receives a letter from Mendoza, goes to the gallows or to the wall. The surveillance court gives effect to the accusations in Santiago de Chile. From Mendoza and towards Mendoza, the Patriots are reorganizing the army crushed by the Spanish. The wind of resistance comes and goes across the mountain range, in the glare of the snow, leaving no trace. The messenger slips an order in Santiago, at the cockfight, and at the same time another at the lucid soiree, while picking up a report between two horse races in the suburbs. The messenger is announced in a main house, 3 taps of the knocker, and at the same time he emerges in the mountains, on the back of a mule, and on horseback he gallops through the prairies. The guerrilla fighter launches the assault on Melipilla as he crosses the town of San Fernando. Hitting in Rancagua, the guerrilla dismounts in Palmar and drinks a glass of wine. The Spanish governor has put a price on the head of Manuel Rodriguez, the messenger, the guerrilla fighter, but his head travels hidden by the friar's hood, the muleteer's hat, the peddler's basket or the great lord's plush hat. There is no one to catch it, because it flies without moving and goes in and goes out. 1817. Montevideo. Images for an epic. An enormous army comes from Rio de Janeiro, by land and by sea, with the mission of annihilating José Artigas and not leaving even the shadow of the memory of his contagious example. The Brazilian troops invade with blood and fire, announcing that they will cleanse these fields of bandits. General Lecker promises to restore the damaged property and inheritance rights. Lecker enters Montevideo under a canopy. Father Larrañaga and Francisco Javier de Viana offer the keys to the city to the redeemers of the latifundio, and the ladies throw flowers and little blue bows in front of the never-before-seen parade of ribbons, decorations, and plumes. The bells of the cathedral ring, fed up with ringing a duel. The censors sway and the businessmen sway, bowing and never-ending kissing hands. 1817. Quit. Manuela signs. Quito was born between volcanoes, high, far from the sea, and between the cathedral and the palace, in the Plaza Mayor, Manuela was born. She arrived in Quito on a satin bed, on Brussels sheets, the daughter of the secret love affair of Don Simon Saenz, the killer of the Creoles who had risen up here. At 15, Manuela wore boys' clothes, smoked, and tamed horses. She did not ride sideways, like the ladies, but with her legs spread and despising mounts. Her best friend was her black slave, Janatas, who meowed like a cat, sang like a bird, and undulated like a snake walking. Manuela was 16 years old when they locked her up in one of the many convents of this praying and sinful city, where the friars helped the old nuns to die well and the young nuns to live well. In the convent of Santa Catalina, Manuela learned to embroider, to play the clavichord, to simulate virtues and to faint with blank eyes. At 17, crazy about uniforms, she ran away with Fausto de El Huidar, the king's officer. At 20, it flashes. All men want to be the oyster of this pearl. They marry her to James Thorne, a respectable English doctor. The festival lasts for a week. 1818. Colony Camp. The war of those below. The troops of Artigas are already pure naked people. Those who have no more property than the horse, and the blacks, and the Indians, know that in this war. Play your luck from the fields and the rivers, they attack the well-armed and numerous army of Brazil with spear and knife, and then they vanish like birds. While the bugles slay the invaded land, the government of Buenos Aires spreads propaganda directed at those who have property to lose. A brochure signed by the Friend of Order calls Artigas an evil genius, apostle of lies, devouring wolf, scourge of his homeland, new Attila, opprobrium of the century and affront to the human race. Someone bring those papers to the camp. Artigas does not take his eyes off the stove. My people can't read, he says. 1818. Currents. André Cito. They have the main right, Artigas has said of the Indians, and they have suffered much death for being loyal to him. Andrés Guacurari, André Cito, a Guarani Indian, adopted son of Artigas, is the chief. Corrientes was invaded in a flood a couple of months ago, arrows against rifles, and pulverized the allies of Buenos Aires. Naked, except for the mud on the road and some rags, the Andre Saito Indians entered the city. They brought a few Indian children that the Corrientes had had as slaves. They found silence and closed shutters. The garrison commander buried his fortune in the garden and the notary died of fright. The Indians had not eaten for a long time, but they took nothing and asked for nothing. As soon as they arrived, they offered a theater performance in homage to the main families. Immense wings of silver foil, unfurled on cane frames, turned the Indians into guardian angels. For no one, because no one came, they performed the Temptation of Saint Ignatius, an old pantomime from Jesuit times. So you don't want to come to Indian parties. Andre Saito lit a huge cigar and smoke came out of his ears and eyes. At dawn, the drums beat the guns. At the point of a spear, the most respectable gentlemen of Corrientes were forced to cut the grass in the square and sweep the streets until they were transparent. All that day the gentlemen were busy in such a noble task, and that night, in the theater, they left the Indians deaf from applauding so much. Andre Saito governs Corrientes until Artigas sends for him. The Indians are already moving away along the road. They're wearing those huge silver wings. Towards the horizon the angels ride and the sun shines on them and gives them the shadows of eagles in flight. 1818. Parana River. Patriot Corsairs. Andresito's troops descend towards Santa Fe, along the river. Through the waters of the Parana, the flotilla of patriotic corsairs accompanies the Indians. Canoes, launches, and some well-armed brigantines make life miserable for Brazilian merchant ships. The tricolor flag of Artigas sails and fights in rivers and at sea. The corsairs loot enemy ships in withering attacks and take the fruits of their looting to the distant Antilles. Pedro Campbell is the admiral of this squadron of ships and little boats. Campbell had come here with the English invaders, a few years ago. He deserted and galloped across the plain. The Irish gaucho with earrings in his ears and a grim look lurking in the tangle of red hair soon became famous. When Artigas made him chief of the corsairs, Campbell had already been hacked in various Criollo duels and owed some deaths and no betrayal. Everyone knows that his silver knife is a snake that never bites from behind. 1818. San Fernando de Apure. The war to the death. At the head of an army crushed by defeats, Bolivar rides. A pilgrim's cloak shades his face, in the shadow the eyes flash, which look devouring, and the melancholy smile. Bolivar rides on the horse of the late Rafael Lopez. The chair bears the silver initials of the deceased, a Spanish officer who shot Bolivar while the patriot chief slept in a hammock. The offensive to the north has failed. In San Fernando de Apure, Bolivar reviews the remains of the troops. He's crazy, the barefoot, exhausted, hurt soldiers think or murmur, as he announces that they will soon take this war, holy war, war to the death, to Colombia and Peru and the summit of Potosi. 1819. Angostura. School cards, the Constituent Assembly. Under the awning, in a boat that navigates the Orinoco, Bolivar dictates his draft constitution to the secretaries. He listens, corrects, and dictates again in the camp, while the smoke from the bonfire defends him from the mosquitoes. Other boats bring deputies from Caracas, Barcelona, Cumana, Barinas, Guayana, and Margarita Island. Suddenly the winds of war have changed, perhaps in homage to Bolivar's obstinacy, and in a sudden gust half of Venezuela has returned to the hands of the patriots. The delegates to the Congress disembark in the port of Angostura, a town of little houses drawn by a child. In a toy press, El Correo del Orinoco is printed here, week after week. From the jungle, the spokesman for Republican thought broadcasts the articles by the Creole doctors and notices announcing the arrival of beer, penknives, mounts and volunteer soldiers from London. 3 cannon salutes salute Bolivar and his staff. The birds flee, but a macaw walks, indifferent, with the gait of a thug. Deputies climb the stone steps. Francisco Antonio Zia, mayor of Angostura, opens the session. His speech compares this patriotic town with Memphis, Thebes, Alexandria, and Rome. Congress confirms Bolivar as head of the army and president with full powers. Cabinet is appointed. Then Bolivar takes the rostrum. The ignorant, he warns, confuse reality with imagination and justice with revenge. He expounds his ideas on the necessary creation of Greater Columbia and bases his draft constitution, drawn up on the basis of the Magna Carta of the English. 1820. Boquerón Pass. Final. The three great ports of the South, Rio de Janeiro, Buenos Aires, and Montevideo, had not been able to with the montonera hosts of José Artigas, the inland caudillo. But death has taken most of its people. Half the men of the Eastern Campaign lie in the bellies of the Caracaras. André Cito is dying in jail. Lavalleja and Campbell and other loyalists are in jail, and a few are carried away by treason. Fructuoso Rivera calls Artigas a criminal and accuses him of having placed property at the mercy of despotism and anarchy. Francisco Ramirez, from Entre Rios, proclaims that Artigas is the cause and origin of all the evils of South America, and Estanislao Lopez also turns around in Santa Fe. The landlord caudillos make common cause with the merchants of the ports, and the leader of the revolution wanders from disaster to disaster. He is followed by the last hosts of Indians and blacks and a handful of ragged gauchos under the command of Andrés Latorre, the last of his officers. On the banks of the Parana, Artigas chooses the best rider. He gives him 4,000 patacons, which is all that is left, so that he can take them to the prisoners in Brazil. Then stick the spear into the bank and cross the river. Against his heart he goes to Paraguay, into exile, the man who did not want the independence of America to be an ambush against his poorest children. Without turning your head, you sink into exile. I see it, I am seeing it. The Parana slides by with alligator sloths, and there it goes away waving its torn poncho, at the trot of the horse, and is lost in the foliage. You do not say goodbye to your land. She wouldn't believe it. Or maybe you don't know, yet, that you are leaving forever. The landscape turns gray. You leave, defeated, and your land gasps for breath. Will the children that are born to him, the lovers that come to him, give him back his breath? Whoever sprouts from that land, whoever enters it, will they become worthy of such deep sadness? Her land. Our southern land. You will be very necessary to him, Don Jose. Every time the greedy hurt and humiliate her, every time the fools think she is mute or barren, she will need you. Because you, Don Jose Artigas, General of the Simple, is the best word she has ever said. 1821. Camp Loyalty. San Baltasar, the Black King, the most magician. Paraguayans come from neighboring towns and distant regions to see these strange skinned beings at night. No blacks were known in Paraguay. The slaves that Artigas had freed, and who have followed the caudillo on the trail of exile, make a town in Loyalty. They are accompanied by Baltasar, the Black King chosen to welcome God on earth. Invoking Saint Baltasar, they work the orchards, and through it sound drums and war songs brought from Africa to the plains of the Rio de la Plata. Artigas's companions, the Artigascu, wear red silk capes and flower crowns when January 6 arrives, and dancing they ask the magician king to never return to slavery, and to give them protection against the evil spirits that leave their heads soft and against the chickens that crow like a rooster. 1821. Carabobo. Peas. At 15 he was born killing. He killed to defend himself, and he had to flee from the mountains and became a nomadic horseman in the immense prairies of Venezuela. Horseman leader of horsemen, José Antonio Peas, the Peas Lanero, flies at the head of the shepherds, artists of the spear and the lasso, who ride bareback and charge the avalanche. All fear. He rides a white horse, because a white horse navigates better. When he's not on campaign, he learns to read and play the cello. The naked plainsman, who in the time of Bubs had served Spain, defeat Spain in the Battle of Carabobo. With machete blows they make their way through the impossible jungle of the West, swamps and bushes, and surprise and destroy the enemy. Bolívar names peace commander-in-chief of the Venezuelan armed forces. The Llanero enters Caracas at his side and wears, like him, a garland of flowers. In Venezuela, the die is cast. 1822. Guayaquil. San Martin. Meeting in Guayaquil. Between the Caribbean Sea and the Pacific Ocean, a path of triumphal arches opens. General Bolívar comes from the north. José de San Martín comes from the south, the general who crossed the Andes mountain range in search of the freedom of Chile and Peru. Bolívar speaks, offers. "I'm tired," San Martín cuts laconically. Bolívar does not believe him, or perhaps he is suspicious, because he still doesn't know that glory is also tiring. San Martín has spent 30 years of battles, from Oran to Maipú. The soldier fought for Spain and the seasoned general fought for America. For America, and never against it, when the government of Buenos Aires ordered him to crush the federal armies of Artigas, San Martín disobeyed and sent his army into the mountains to continue his campaign for the independence of Chile. Buenos Aires, which does not forgive, now denies him bread and salt. They don't want it in Lima either. They call him King Joseph. Disagreement in Guayaquil. San Martín, great chess player, avoids the game. "I'm tired of commanding," he says, but Bolívar hears other words, "you or me. Together we don't fit." Afterwards, there is a banquet and dance. Bolívar dances in the center of the room, disputed by the ladies. San Martín is stunned by the noise. After midnight, without saying goodbye, he leaves for the docks. The luggage is already in the brig. "Give the order to set sail." He walks on deck, walking slowly, accompanied by his dog and chased by mosquitoes. The ship detaches from the coast and San Martín turns to contemplate the land of America that is moving away, moving away. 1822. Buenos Aires. Singing bird. On the edge of the Moron hamlet, the common grave swallows the bones of a poet who until yesterday had a guitar and a name. It is better to walk thin, to walk eagle and without sorrow. Bartolomé Hidalgo, the troubadour of the Artigas camps, lived for a while, always in the whirlwind of songs and fights, and has died in exile. The dogs of hunger crushed his lungs. Hidalgo wandered through the streets and squares of Buenos Aires selling his coplas, which sing to the free and strip enemies naked. They gave him little to eat, but much to live on, because while the body without a shroud ends up on the ground, the couplets, also naked, also commoners, go into the air. 1822. Rio de Janeiro. Crazy traffic. The Diário do Rio de Janeiro announces the news that has just arrived from London: machines to repair streets or heal lungs or squeeze cassava, lathes and stills and steam cookers, glasses, long views, razors, combs. Also padded saddles, silver stirrups, highly polished harnesses, and carriage lanterns. Lone horsemen are still to be seen in the streets, and a few old gilded palanquins lingering, but fashion sends sparks to the cobblestones on the wings of a latest model English carriage. The streets of Rio de Janeiro are dangerous. Speeding accidents multiply and the power of coachmen grows. White gloves, top hat, from the top of the box, the coachman casts some forgiving glances on the other black slaves, and enjoy unleashing panic among the people on foot. They have a reputation for drunkards, pimps, and good guitarists, and are essential in modern life. A carriage is worth a fortune when it is sold accompanied by a swift and skillful black horse. 1822. Quit. 12 nymphs await him in the Plaza Mayor and each one holds a crown. Music and fireworks explode and the pounding of the horses' hooves on the long stone street seems like a sound of rain. At the head of his army, Bolívar enters Quito, puny gladiator, pure nerve, the golden sword longer than the body. Flowers and embroidered handkerchiefs rain down from the balconies. The balconies are altars where the women of Quito let the verve of their almost naked breasts be adored between lace and mantillas. Manuela Sáenz rises, a dazzling figurehead, she drops a hand, a laurel wreath falls from her hand. Bolívar raises his head and gazes at him, a slow lance. Tonight, they dance. They dance the waltz at full vertigo, and the world spins while the thousand petticoats creak and the long, black hair of the odd woman flies. 1823. Lime. Their hands swell from clapping so much. He rides from El Callao, between two lines of soldiers, along the path of flowers. Lima receives General Bolívar with 100 salutes, 100 flags, 100 speeches and banquets with 100 covers. Congress grants him full powers to drive out the Spanish, who have recovered half of Peru. The Marquis of Torre Tagle presents him with a biography of Napoleon, a set of knives from Toledo and bouquets of flowery phrases. Victory awaits you in the icy peaks of the Andes to gird you with its laurels, and the nymphs of Rimac are already singing hymns to celebrate your wins. The Minister of War gives orders to the goddess Fortuna, begin your majestic flight from the slopes of Chimborazo to the peaks of our Andes and wait there for the immortal Bolívar to gird his forehead with the laurels of Peru. The Rimac, the river that speaks, is the only one that is silent. 1824. Lime. Nonetheless. He rides from El Callao, between two lines of soldiers, along the path of flowers. Lima receives the head of the Spanish, General Monet, hoisting and acclaiming the king's flag. The flag is waving and the speeches are waving. The Marquis de Torre Tagle melts in gratitude and begs Spain to save Peru from the threat of the damned Bolívar, the Colombian monster. Lima prefers to continue sleeping, among curly coats of arms, the dream of colonial Arcadia. Viceroys, saints and knights, rogues and flirts exchange sighs and bows in the midst of the sullen sands of America, under a sky that denies rain and sun but sends angels to defend the city walls. Inside you can breathe the aroma of jasmine, outside loneliness and danger lurk. Inside, the kissing hands, the processions, any official imitates the king and any friar to the pope. In palaces, stucco imitates marble, in the 70 churches of gold and silver, the rite imitates the faith. Far from Lima, Bolívar lies ill in the coastal town of Pativilca. On all sides, he writes between fevers, I hear the noise of disaster. Everything is born to life and dies before my eyes, as if struck by lightning. Dust, ashes, nothing. All of Peru, except for a couple of valleys, has returned to the hands of Spain. The independent governments of Buenos Aires and Chile have abandoned the cause of the freedom of this land, and not even the Peruvians themselves seem very interested. And now, what do you plan to do? Someone asks this battered man, and only succeed, says Bolívar. 1824. Montevideo. Chronicles of the city from the barber's chair. No breeze makes the brass basin that hangs from a wire, over the doorway, tinkle, announcing that here they shave beards, pull out teeth, and apply suction cups. Out of sheer habit, or to shake off the drowsiness of summer, the Andalusian barber lectures and sings while he finishes covering a customer's face with foam. Between phrases and fandangos, the razor whispers. One eye of the barber watches the razor, which makes its way into the meringue, and the other watches the Montevideans who make their way through the dusty street. The tongue is shorter than the razor, and there is no one who is saved from the skinning. The client, prisoner of the barber while the shave lasts, mute, immobile, listens to the chronicle of customs and events and from time to time tries to follow, out of the corner of his eye, the fleeting victims. A pair of oxen passes by, carrying a dead body to the cemetery. Behind the cart, a monk reels off the rosary. Even the barber shop reaches the sounds of some bell that routinely dismisses the deceased from third class. The razor stops in the air. The barber crosses himself and words without flaying spirit come out of his mouth. Poor thing. He was never happy. The corpse of Rosalia Villagrán is crossing the city occupied by the enemies of Artigas. She had long believed that she was someone else, and believed that she lived in another time and in another world, and in the Hospital de la Caridad she kissed the walls and argued with the doves. Rosalia Villagrán, Artigas's wife, has entered death without a coin to pay for the coffin. 1824. Junin Plain. The silent battle. Bolívar rebuilds his army, magic of his stubborn courage, and triumphs in the Peruvian plain of Junin. The best horsemen in the world charge with saber and spear and sweep. Not a shot sounds in the entire battle. The American army mixes gauchos from the banks of the Rio de la Plata, Huajos from Chile, and plainsmen from Gran Colombia, who fight with the reins tied to their knees, Peruvian and Ecuadorian patriots, heroes of San Lorenzo and Maipú, Carabobo and Pichincha. The men carry spears from Guayaquil and ponchos from Cajamarca, and the horses mounts from Lambayeque and horseshoes from Trujillo. The English, Germans, French and even Spaniards won over by the New World, European veterans of distant wars on the Guadiana or the Rhine or the Seine also follow Bolívar. As the sun dies, the life of the wounded is snuffed out. In Bolívar's tent, Lieutenant Colonel Sowersby, an Englishman who had accompanied Napoleon at Borodino, is dying, and not far from there a little dog howls next to the body of a Spanish officer. The puppy has run throughout the Battle of Junin, always attached to his friend's horse. Now General Miller wants to catch him or throw him out, and there's no way. 1825. Peace. Bolivia. The imperial flag falls at the feet of Antonio José de Sucre, general at 23, Grand Marshal at 30, Bolívar's favorite officer. The withering Battle of the Pampa de Ayacucho liquidated Spanish power in Peru and throughout the continent. When the news reaches Lima, Bolívar jumps on the dining room table and dances, stepping on plates and breaking glasses and bottles. Then they ride together, Bolívar and Sucre, under the triumphal arches of the city of La Paz. There a country is born. Upper Peru, which had integrated the viceroyalty of Lima and Buenos Aires, is now called the Bolívar Republic, and will be called Bolivia, so that its children perpetuate the name of the liberator. José Mariano Rulaba, a friar with high oratorical skills, a very good pick, had prepared a great welcome address. As fate would have it, Rulaba died before Bolívar could listen to her. The address was written in the Greek language. 1825. Potosi. School sheets, the hero at the top. In Potosi, Bolívar climbs to the top of Cerro de Plata. Bolívar speaks, history will speak, this mountain whose bosom is the astonishment and envy of the universe. At the whine the flags of the new homelands and the bells of all the churches. I estimate this opulence at nothing when I compare it. 1,000 leagues encompass the arms of Bolívar. The valleys multiply the salutes of the cannons and the echo of the words. With the glory of having brought the banner of freedom victorious from the fiery and distant beaches. The history of the hero will speak on high. He will say nothing of the 1,000 wrinkles on this man's face, still unused by the years but deeply slashed by love and pain. History will not deal with the foals that gallop on her chest while she embraces the earth as if she were a woman, from the skies of Potosi. The earth as if it were that woman, the one who sharpens his swords and with one glance strips him and forgives him. The one who knows how to listen to him beneath the thunder of the cannons and the speeches and the ovations, when he announces, "You'll be alone, Manuela. And I will be alone, in the middle of the world. There will be no more consolation than the glory of having defeated us." 1825. Potosi. The English debt is worth a Potosi. The Spanish colonies that are born to independent life walk crouched. From the first day they drag a heavy stone hanging from their necks, a stone that grows and overwhelms. The English debt, born of British support in arms and soldiers, is multiplied by the work of usurers and merchants. The money lenders and their intermediaries, wise in the arts of alchemy, turn any pebble into a gold jewel, and British merchants find their most lucrative markets in these lands. The new countries, fearful of the Spanish reconquest, need official recognition from England, but England does not recognize anyone without prior signing of a treaty of friendship and commerce that ensures freedom of invasion of its industrial goods. I hate debts more than the Spanish, Bolívar writes to the Colombian General Santander, and tells him that to pay them he has sold the Potosí mines to the English for 2.5 million pesos. In addition, he writes, I have instructed the government of Peru to sell all its mines in England, all its lands and properties, and all the other taxes of the government, for its national debt, which is not less than 20 million. The Cerro Rico de Potosí, run down, now belongs to a London company, the ghostly Potosí, La Paz and Peruvian Mining Association. As with other delusions in the midst of speculation, the name is longer than the capital. The company announces £1 million, but raises 50,000. The curse of the Silver Hill. Potosí gives little money, which has given so much money. The hill does not want. For more than 2 centuries, the hill heard the Indians moaning in its bowels. The Indians, the convicts of the tunnels, begged him to exhaust their veins. And finally the hill cursed greed. Since then, mysterious caravans of mules arrived at night, entered the hill and secretly took away the shipments of silver. No one could see them, no one could catch them, and the hill emptied night after night. When a mule broke a leg, because the weight of the mineral was too heavy, a beetle would wake up limping painfully on the road. 1826. Chuquisaca. Bolívar and the Indians. The laws were never complied with in the Spanish colonies in America. Good or bad, the laws never existed in reality, nor the many royal decrees that protected the Indians, and that when repeated confessed their impotence, nor the ordinances that prohibited the circulation of Jews or novels. This tradition does not prevent enlightened Creoles, generals, or doctors, from believing that the Constitution is the infallible potion for public happiness. Simon Bolívar embroiders constitutions with fervor. Now he is submitting to Congress a draft constitution for the new republic that bears his name. According to the text, in Bolivia there will be a president for life and 3 legislative chambers, that of tribunes, that of senators, and that of censors, which bears some resemblance, says Bolívar, with that of the Areopagus of Athens and that of the censors of Rome. Those who cannot read will not have the right to vote. In other words, only a handful of select men will have the right to vote. Almost all Bolivians speak Quechua or Aymara, are ignorant of Spanish, and cannot read. As in Colombia and Peru, Bolívar has decreed in the new country the abolition of the indigenous tribute and the forced labor of the Indians, and has arranged for the community's land to be divided into private lots. And so that the Indians, the vast majority of the country, can receive the European lights of civilization, Bolívar has brought his old teacher, Simon Rodriguez, to Chuquisaca, with orders to found schools. 1826. Chuquisaca. Damn the creative imagination. Simon Rodriguez, Bolívar's teacher, has returned to America. Don Simon spent a quarter of a century on the other side of the sea. There he was a friend of the socialists. Of Paris and London and Geneva, he worked with the typographers of Rome and the chemists of Vienna, and even taught first letters in a small town in the Russian steppe. After the long welcome embrace, Bolívar appointed him director of education in the newly founded country. With a model school in Chuquisaca, Simon Rodriguez begins his task against the lies and fears consecrated by tradition. The devout women scream, the doctors croak, the dogs of scandal howl. Horror, crazy Rodriguez intends to mix the best-born children with the calatos who were sleeping in the street until last night. What do you expect? Do you want orphans to take you to heaven? Or does he corrupt them into accompanying him to hell? In the classrooms one does not hear catechism, nor sacristy Latin, nor grammar rules, but a noise of saws and hammers unbearable to the ears of friars and lawyers educated in disgust for manual labor. A school for whores and thieves. Those who believe that the body is a fault and the woman an ornament, raise the cry to heaven. In Don Simon's school, boys and girls sit together, all stuck together, and to top it off, they study while playing. The Chuquisaca prefect leads the campaign against the satyr who has come to corrupt the morality of youth. Soon after, Mariscal Sucre, president of Bolivia, demands that Simon Rodriguez resign, because he has not presented his accounts with due care. The ideas of Simon Rodriguez: to teach to think. They make the author look crazy. Let him transmit his follies to the parents who are about to be born. Everyone must be educated without distinction of race or color. Let's not freak out. Without popular education, there will be no true society. Instructing is not educating. Teach, and you will have someone who knows. Educate, and you will have someone to do. Sending to recite from memory what is not understood, is to make parrots. Do not, in any case, order a child to do anything that does not have its why at the bottom. The child is accustomed to always seeing reason supporting the orders he receives. He misses it when he does not see it, and asks for it saying, why? Teach children to be inquisitive, so that, asking the reason for what they are told to do, they get used to obeying reason, not authority, like those who are limited, nor custom, like stupid people. Boys and girls should study together in schools. First, because this is how men learn to respect women from childhood, and second, because women learn not to be afraid of men. Men must learn the three main trades: masonry, carpentry, and blacksmithing, because the most necessary things are made with land, wood, and metals. Education and trade must be given to women, so that they do not prostitute themselves out of necessity, nor do they speculate on marriage to ensure their subsistence. Who do not know, anyone deceives? Whoever does not have, anyone buys. 1826. Buenos Aires. Rivadavia. On the crest of the ravines of the Plata, on the muddy shore of the river, rises the port that usurps the wealth of the entire country. In the Colosseum of Buenos Aires, the British consul occupies the box of the Viceroy of Spain. Creole patricians use words from France and gloves from England, and so they slip through independent life. From the Thames flows the torrent of manufactured goods, on Argentine molds, in Yorkshire or Lancashire. In Birmingham they imitate the traditional copper boiler in detail, to heat the water for mate, and they produce wooden stirrups, boleteras, and ties to the country's use. The workshops and looms of the provinces can hardly resist the onslaught. A single ship brings 20,000 pairs of boots at a bargain price, and a poncho from Liverpool costs 5 times less than one from Catamarca. Argentine banknotes are printed in London, and the Banco Nacional, with a majority of British shareholders, monopolizes the issue. Through this bank operates the River Plate Mining Association, which pays Bernardino Rivadavia an annual salary of £1,200. From an armchair that will be sacred, Rivadavia multiplies the public debt and public libraries. The enlightened jurist from Buenos Aires, who rides in a 4-horse carriage, claims to be president of a country that he ignores and despises. Beyond the walls of Buenos Aires, that country hates him. 1826. Panama. Homelands that are solitudes. The creature spoke its first words. They were the last. Of those invited to the baptism, only 4 arrived in Panama, and instead of baptism there was extreme unction. Pain, father's pain, shrinks Bolivar's face. The pity and condolences sound hollow to him. The bell tolls for the unity of Latin America. Bolivar had summoned the new homelands to unite, under the English protection, in a single homeland. He did not invite the United States or Haiti, as foreigners to our American arrangements, but he wanted Great Britain to integrate the Spanish-American League, to defend it from the danger of the Spanish reconquest. London has no interest in the unity of its new domains. The Congress of Panama has not produced more than edifying declarations, because the old viceroyalties have given birth to countries tied to the new overseas empire and divorced from each other. The colonial economy, mines and plantations producing abroad, cities that prefer the bazaar to the factory, does not make way for a great nation, but to a great archipelago. The independent countries are disintegrating while Bolivar dreams of the great homeland. They have not signed a single trade agreement with each other, but they are awash in European goods and almost all have bought into the doctrine of free trade, which is Britain's main export. In London, Prime Minister George Canning displays his trophy before the House of Commons. 1826. London. Canning. Speak the Pearl of the Crown. Commoner George Canning, head of British diplomacy, consecrates his work before the House of Commons. Canning spreads his arms, his falcon wings. I called to life the new world, proclaims the architect of the empire. To straighten the balance of the old man. In some corner, a mocking giggle resounds. A long silence follows. Canning raises his sharp ghostly profile in the dark and then breaks out the biggest cheer ever heard in this room. England is the axis of the planet. Lord Castlereagh had done much for the imperial project until one night, overwhelmed, he cut his throat open with a razor. No sooner had he come to power than Canning, Castlereagh's heir, announced that the age of knighthood was over. Military glories had to give way to diplomatic cunning. Smugglers had done more for England than generals, and the time had come for the merchants and bankers to win the real battles for domination of the world. The patience of the cat is more effective than the fury of the tiger. 1828. Bogota. They hate it here. Without lowering their voices they call her the outsider or the Messalina, and in secret they give her worse names. They say that Bolivar walks around her, heavy with shadows and riddled with wrinkles, and that in bed he burns his talents. Manuela Sáenz has fought with the spear in Ayacucho. The mustaches that he tore off an enemy were a talisman of the Patriot Army. When Lima mutinied against Bolivar, she disguised herself as a man and went around the barracks with a gun and a bag of money. Here, in Bogota, she walks in the shade of the cherry trees, dressed as a captain and escorted by two black women in hussar uniforms. A few nights, at a party, he shot a rag doll against the wall, under a sign that read, Francisco de Paula Santander dies as a traitor. Santander has grown in the shadow of Bolivar. In the years of the war, it was Bolivar who appointed him vice president. Now Santander would like to assassinate the uncrowned monarch at some masked ball or treasonable assault. The night watchman of Bogota, lantern in hand, gives the last voice. They are answered by the church bells, which scare the devil and call to collect themselves. Shots ring out, the guards fall. The assassins burst upstairs. Thanks to Manuela, who distracts them by lying, Bolivar manages to escape through the window. 1828. Bogota. From Manuela Sáenz's letter to her husband, James Thorne. No, no, no more, man, for God's sake. Why make you write me, failing my resolution? Come on, what do you advance, if not to make me go through the pain of saying no to you 1,000 times? Sir, you are excellent, you are inimitable, I will never say anything other than what you are. But, my friend, leaving you for General Bolivar is something, leaving another husband without your qualities would be nothing. I know very well that nothing can unite me to him under the auspices of what you call honor. Do you think me less honored because he is my lover and not my husband? Oh! I don't live on social concerns invented to torment each other. Leave me, my dear Englishman. Let's do something else. In heaven we will marry again, but not on earth. There everything will be English, because the monotonous life is reserved for their nation, in love, I mean, well, in the rest. Who more skillful for trade and the navy? Love accommodates them without pleasures, the conversation without grace, and the walk, slowly, greeting, with reverence, getting up and sitting down, carefully, the joke, without laughter. These are divine formalities, but me, miserable mortal, who laughs at myself, at you, and at these English seriousness, how bad it would be for me in heaven. 1829. Currents. Bonpland. He discovered America throughout 9,000 leagues and 60,000 little plants. When he returned to Paris, he missed America. Through the revelation of his nostalgia, Aime Bonpland knew that he belonged to the same land as the roots and flowers he had picked up. That land called him as Europe had never called him, and for her he crossed the sea. He was a teacher in Buenos Aires and a farmer in the yerbals of the Upper Parana. There he was surprised by the soldiers of Gaspar Rodriguez de Francia, supreme and perpetual dictator of Paraguay. They beat him to a pulp and took him up the river in a canoe. 9 years he has been imprisoned in Paraguay. By spy, they say the dictator said France, who reigns through terror and mystery. Kings, emperors, and presidents interceded for the freedom of the famous sage, but negotiations or missions, pleas, or threats were useless. The dictator had condemned him on a day of north wind, a wind that makes his soul sour. One day with a south wind, he decides to release it. Since Bonpland does not want to leave, the dictator expels him. Bonpland had not been in jail. He worked lands that gave him cotton, sugarcane, and oranges, and he had created a brandy distillery, a carpentry workshop, and a hospital. He attended the births of women and cows throughout the region and gave away infallible syrups against rheumatism and fever. Paraguay loved its barefoot prisoner, with a flowing shirt, a seeker of rare plants, a man of bad luck who gives such good luck, and now he is leaving because the soldiers take him by force. As soon as he crosses the border, in Argentine territory, his horses are stolen. 1829. Assumption of Paraguay. France, the supreme. There are no thieves in Paraguay, unless it is underground, nor are there rich, nor beggars. At the call of the drum, not the bell, the children go to school. Although everyone knows how to read, there is neither a printing press nor a library, nor is any book, newspaper, or bulletin received from outside, and the post office has become extinct due to lack of use. Cornered upstream by nature and its neighbors, the country lies on guard, waiting for the blow from Argentina or Brazil. So that the Paraguayans regret their independence, Buenos Aires has cut off their access to the sea, and their boats are rotting next to the docks, but they persist poor in their dignity. Dignity, national solitude, raised on the vast estuaries, Gaspar Rodriguez de Francia commands and watches over. The dictator lives alone, and alone he eats the bread and salt of his land in dishes that the dogs previously tasted. All Paraguayans are spies or spied on. Very early in the morning, while sharpening his razor, the barber Alejandro gives the Supreme Court the first report of the day on rumors and conspiracies. Late at night, the dictator hunts stars with the telescope, and they also tell him what the enemies are up to. 1829. Rio de Janeiro. The foreign debt snowball. 7 years ago Prince Pedro proclaimed himself Emperor of Brazil. The country was born to an independent life by knocking on the doors of the British bankers. King John, Pedro's father, had robbed the bank and had taken every last ounce of gold and silver to Lisbon. Soon the first millions of pounds sterling arrived from London. Customs revenues were mortgaged as collateral, and native intermediaries received 2% of each loan. Now Brazil owes double what it received and the debt rolls and grows like a snowball. Creditors rule, and every Brazilian is born owing. In a solemn speech, Emperor Peter reveals that the public treasury is exhausted, in a miserable state, and that total ruin threatens the country. He announces, however, salvation. The emperor has resolved to take measures that will destroy the cause of the existing calamity at one blow. And he explains what these radical measures are. They consist of new loans that Brazil hopes to receive from the Rothschild and Wilson houses, in London, with expensive but honorable interests. Meanwhile, the newspapers report that 1,000 parties are being prepared to celebrate the emperor's marriage to Princess Amelia. Newspaper advertisements offer black slaves for sale or hire, cheeses and pianos fresh from Europe, English broadcloth coats, and Bordeaux wines. The Hotel du Globo, on Quitanda Street, is looking for a white and foreign cook, who is not a drunk or a cigar smoker, and at 76 Boviter Street they need a lady who speaks French to take care of a blind man. 1830. Magdalena River. Lower the boat towards the sea. Green earth, black earth. Far away the mist vanishes mountains. The Magdalena carries Simon Bolivar down the river. No. In the streets of Lima, the same people who gave him a diamond sword are burning his constitution. Those who called him father of the nation are burning his effigy in the streets of Bogotá. In Caracas they officially declare him an enemy of Venezuela. There in Paris the articles that infame him are getting worse, and friends who know how to praise him don't know how to defend him. Can't. Was this the story of men? This labyrinth, this vain shadow play? The Venezuelan people curse the wars that have taken away half of their children in remote regions, and have given them nothing. Venezuela is breaking away from Gran Colombia and Ecuador is also breaking away, while Bolivar lies under a dirty awning in the boat that goes down the Magdalena River towards the sea. I cannot anymore. Blacks are still slaves in Venezuela, despite the laws. In Colombia and Peru, the laws enacted to civilize the Indians are applied to dispossess them. The tribute, a colonial tax that Indians pay for being Indians, has once again been imposed in Bolivia. Was this the story? All greatness dwarfs itself. At the back of each promise, betrayal appears. The heroes become voracious landowners. The children of America destroy each other. Sucre, the favorite, the heir, who had been saved from the poison and the dagger, falls in the woods, on the way to Quito, knocked over by a bullet. I cannot anymore. Let's go. Alligators and logs slide into the river. Bolivar, yellow skin, eyes without light, shivering, delirious, goes down the Magdalena towards the sea, towards death. 1830. Maracaibo. The governor proclaims. Bolivar, the genius of evil, the torch of anarchy, the oppressor of his country, has ceased to exist. 1830. La Guaira. Divide et impera. The U.S. consul in La Guaira, J.G. Williamson, a prophet and protagonist of the disintegration of Gran Colombia, sent an accurate report to the State Department. With a month in advance, he announced the separation of Venezuela and the end of the tariffs that are not convenient for the United States. Simon Bolivar died on December 17. Another December 17, 11 years ago, he had founded Gran Colombia, which was born from the merger of Colombia and Venezuela and later added Ecuador and Panama. Gran Colombia has died with him. Another North American consul, William Tudor, has contributed from Lima to weave the warp of the conspiracy against the American project of Bolivar, the dangerous madman of Colombia. Tudor was concerned not only with Bolivar's fight against slavery, a bad example for the southern United States, but also, and above all, with the excessive aggrandizement of America liberated from Spain. The consul rightly said that England and the United States have common and powerful reasons of state against the development of a new power. British Admiral Fleming, meanwhile, was going back and forth between Valencia and Cartagena encouraging the division. 1830. Montevideo. School sheets, the oath of the Constitution. The English government, Lord John Ponsonby had said, will never allow only two states, Brazil and Argentina, to be the exclusive owners of the eastern coasts of South America. Under the influence of London, and under its protection, Uruguay became an independent country. The most rebellious province of the Rio de la Plata, which has expelled the Brazilians from its soil, tears from the old trunk and takes on a life of its own. The port of Buenos Aires is freed, finally, from the nightmare of this surly prairie where Artigas rose. In the Matriz de Montevideo church, Father Laranaga offers a song of thanksgiving to God. Fervor lights up the priest's face, as in that other Te Deum that he celebrated a few years ago, from the same pulpit, in homage to the invaders of Brazil. The Constitution is sworn before the balconies of the Cabildo. The ladies, who do not exist in the laws, accompany the legal consecration of the new country, as if it concerned them. With one hand they hold their gigantic combs, dangerous on windy days, and with the other hand they hold, open on their chests, the fans painted with patriotic themes. High starch collars prevent gentlemen from distracting their heads. The Magna Carta resounds in the square, clause after clause, over a sea of top hats. According to the Constitution of the new Republic, the men who put their chests to the Spanish, Buenos Aires and Brazilian bullets will not be citizens. Uruguay is not made for the poor gauchos, nor for the Indians, who are being exterminated, nor for the blacks, who continue without knowing that Allah freed them. He will not be able to vote or have public jobs, says the Constitution. Whoever is a servant, laborer, or line soldier, lazy, drunk or illiterate. At dusk, the Colosseum fills up. There the happy deceit or the triumph of innocence, by Rossini, premieres, the first complete opera sung in the city. 1830. Montevideo. The homeland or the grave. The first bard of the Uruguayan Parnassus, Francisco Acuna de Figueroa, began in letters by composing an ode, in real octaves, to the military glory of Spain. When Artigas' gauchos took Montevideo, he fled to Rio de Janeiro. There he offered his rhymes of praise to the Portuguese prince and his entire court. Always with his lyre on his back, Don Francisco returned to Montevideo, following the invaders from Brazil, and became a rhapsody of the occupying troops. Years later, the next day of the eviction of the Brazilian troops, the muses blew patriotic decasyllables into the ear of Don Francisco, laurels of words to encircle the temples of the heroes of independence, and now the reptilian poet writes the national anthem of the newborn country. We Uruguayans will forever be obliged to listen to his verses standing up. 1832. Santiago de Chile. National industry. Also in Chile the gentlemen dance and dress in French fashion, they imitate Byron when tying their tie, and at the table they obey the French cook. They drink tea in the English way and drink in the French way. When Vicente Pérez Rosales set up his brandy factory, he bought the best stills in Paris and a large number of labels with golden arabesques and fine letters that read, Old Champagne Cognac. At the door of his office, he had a large poster painted. The taste wouldn't be very, but it was almost, and no one was left with sores in the stomach. The business was going wonderfully and the factory was unable to cope, but Don Vicente suffered an attack of patriotism and decided that he could not continue living in a state of treason. This good reputation belongs only to Chile. He threw the European labels into the fire and his office released another poster, even bigger. The bottles now wear a new dress, labels printed here, which say, Chilean Cognac. Not one is for sale. Market cries in Santiago de Chile. Carnations and basil for the stocky girls. Yaas. Nice buttons, really the string. Straw. Straps, girth straps, slippers like a glove. A handout, for God's sake. Vacant meat. A handout for a poor blind man. Scoobas. I'm out now. Shorts. Miraculous medals, one by one or by the piece. Black priest's look. Blades for the safety of the person. Sheet. Who am I selling this tie to? To the rich bread. A little cowbell only fits me. Watermelon, my soul. To the rich bread needed by the pure hand of a woman. Watermelon. To the rich bread. Hot. _ 1833. Arequipa. You call them happy creatures, says Flora Tristan. Flora travels through Peru, her father's homeland, and in the mountains she discovers the only animal that man has not been able to debase. The sweet llamas are more agile than mules and climb higher. They resist cold, fatigue and heavy loads. In exchange for nothing, they provide the mountain Indian with transportation, milk, meat, and the clean, shiny silks that cover their bodies. But they never allow themselves to be tied up or mistreated, nor do they accept orders. When they interrupt their walk as queens, the Indian begs them to resume the march. Yet, someone hits them, insults or threatens them, the flames fall to the ground, raising their long necks, their eyes turn to heaven, the most beautiful eyes of creation, and they gently die. Happy creatures, says Flora Tristan. 1833. Saint Vincent. Not here. Anastasio Aquino's head falls into the executioner's basket. May he rest in war. The chief of the Indians of El Salvador had raised 3,000 spears against the land robbers. He beat the muskets, fired into cigar fire, and undressed Saint Joseph on the main altar of a church. Covered with the cloak of the Father of Christ, he issued laws so that the Indians would never again be slaves, soldiers, starving, or drunkards. But more troops arrived, and he had to seek refuge in the mountains. His lieutenant, named Cascabel, handed him over to the enemy. "I'm already a tiger without claws or fangs," said Aquino, seeing himself so bound by shackles and chains, and he confessed to Friar Navarro that in all his life he had only feared his wife's anger or tears. "I'm ready to play blind man's buff," he said, when he was blindfolded. 1834. Paris. Tacuaby. At the points of Quiguay, General Rivera's cavalry has culminated, with good aim, the civilizing work. There is not a single living Indian left in Uruguay. The government donates the last 4 charwas to the Academy of Natural Sciences in Paris. He dispatches them in the hold of a ship, as luggage, among the other packages and suitcases. The French public pays admission to see the savages, rare specimens of an extinct breed. Scientists record gestures, customs, and anthropometric measurements. From the shape of the skulls, they deduce the low intelligence and the violent character. Within a couple of months, the Indians are left to die. Academics dispute the corpses. Only the warrior Tacuaby survives, who flees with his newborn daughter, reaches who knows how to the city of Leon, and there he vanishes. Tacuaby was the one who made music. He did it in the museum, when the public left. He rubbed the bow with a saliva-soaked wand and tore off sweets. Vibrations to the horsehair rope. The French who spied on him from behind the curtain say that he made very soft, muffled sounds, almost inaudible, as if he were conversing in secret. 1834. Mexico City. To love is to give. A gourd filled with vinegar stands watch behind each door. At each altar 1,000 candles pray. Doctors prescribe bleeding and fumigation of chloride. Colored flags mark the houses attacked by the plague. Lugubrious chants and screams signal the passing of the carts full of the dead through the streets without anyone. The governor issues an edict prohibiting various foods. According to him, the chilies rellenos and the fruits have brought cholera to Mexico. On Calle del Espiritu Santo, a coachman is cutting an enormous custard apple. He stretches out on the box, to savor it little by little. Someone passing by leaves him with his mouth open. Barbarian! Can't you see that you're committing suicide? Don't you know that this fruit leads you to the grave? The coachman hesitates. He stares at the milky pulp, undecided to bite. Finally he gets up, walks a few steps away and offers the custard apple to his wife, who is sitting in the corner. Eat it yourself, my soul. 1835. Galapagos Islands. Darwin. Black hills rise from the sea and the mist. On the rocks, tortoises as big as cows move, at the rhythm of a siesta, and iguanas slip between the nooks, wingless dragons. The capital of hell, says the captain of the Beagle. Even the trees feel bad, confirms Charles Darwin, as the anchor falls. On these islands, the Galapagos Islands, Darwin peers at the revelation of the mystery of mysteries. Here he intuits the keys to the incessant process of transformation of life on Earth. Discover here that the finch birds have specialized their beaks, and that the beak that breaks large, hard seeds has taken the shape of a nutcracker and the shape of a pliers that seeks the nectar of the cacti. The same thing has happened, Darwin discovers, with the shells and necks of turtles, depending on whether they eat at ground level or prefer tall fruits. In the Galapagos is the origin of all my opinions, Darwin will write. I go from amazement to amazement, he writes now, in his travel diary. When the Beagle left an English port 4 years ago, Darwin still believed every word of Holy Scripture to the letter. He believed that God had made the world as it is now, in 6 days, and that he had finished his work, as Archbishop Usher claims, at 9 in the morning on Saturday, October 12, 4004 BC. 1835. Columbia, Texas. A wagon train creaked across the deserted Texas prairie, greeted by the mournful voices of owls and coyotes. Mexico ceded land to the 300 families who came from Louisiana, with their slaves and their plows. 5 years ago, there were already 20,000 North American settlers in Texas, and they had many slaves bought in Cuba or in the corrals where the gentlemen from Virginia and Kentucky feed blacks. The settlers now raise their own flag, the image of a bear, and refuse to pay taxes to the Mexican government and to comply with the Mexican law that has liquidated slavery throughout the national territory. Vice President of the United States John Calhoun believes that God created blacks to cut firewood, pick cotton, and carry water for the chosen people. The textile factories demand more cotton and cotton demands more land and more blacks. There are compelling reasons, Calhoun said last year, for Texas to be part of the United States. By then, President Jackson, who blows borders with the lungs of an athlete, had already sent his friend Sam Houston to Texas. The gruff Houston fights his way through, becomes an army general, and proclaims Texas independence. The new state, soon to be another star on the American flag, has more land than France. And the war against Mexico breaks out. 1836. San Jacinto. The free world grows. Sam Houston is offering land for 4 cents an acre. Battalions of American volunteers pour in from all the roads and ships loaded with arms come from New York and New Orleans. The comet had already announced calamity over the skies of Mexico. It was not news to anyone, because Mexico has lived in a state of perpetual calamity since the assassins of Hidalgo and Morelos declared independence to stay with it. The war does not last long. The Mexican General Santa Anna arrives with a throat cut, and cuts the throat and shoots at the Alamo, but in San Jacinto he loses 400 men in a quarter of an hour. Santa Anna surrenders Texas in exchange for his life and returns to Mexico accompanied by his defeated army, his private cook, his $7,000 sword, his endless decorations and his wagon of fighting cocks. General Houston celebrates his victory by becoming president of Texas. The Texas Constitution assures the master perpetual right over his slaves, since they are legitimately acquired property. Extend the area of freedom had been the motto of the victorious troops. 1836. The Alamo. Portraits of the frontier hero. At the dawn of the Texas War, when luck was still smiling on the Mexican troops, Colonel Davy Crockett fell pierced by bayonets. He fell into the El Alamo fort, along with his band of heroic outlaws, and the vultures ended his story. The United States, which grows fat eating the land of Indians and Mexicans, has lost one of its heroes from the West. Davy Crockett had a shotgun called the Betsy that killed 5 bears per shot. Crockett might as well have been the son of Daniel Boone, the legendary pioneer of the previous century, a macho, lonesome matador who hated civilization but made a living putting settlers on land stolen from his Indian friends. And he might as well have been Natty's father Bumppo, a novel character so famous that he already seems to be flesh and blood. Since Fenimore Cooper published The Last of the Mohicans, Natty Bumppo, the noble and rugged hunter, has become part of everyday life in the United States. Nature has taught him everything he knows about morality, and his energy comes from the mountains and forests. He is ugly, a single tooth in his huge mouth, but without expecting anything in return, he protects the beautiful white virgins, who thanks to him cross the forest and desire undefeated. Natty Bumppo praises silence with many words and does not lie when he says that he does not fear death, nor when he admires the Indians while killing them with melancholy. 1836. Hartford. The Colt. Samuel Colt, engineer, registers in Hartford, Connecticut, the patent for the revolving pistol he has invented. It is a 5-shot revolving drum pistol that kills 5 times in 20 seconds. The first order arrives from Texas. 1837. Guatemala City. Morazan. A storm of cassocs breaks out. Rafael Carrera is the lightning bolt that instills fear, and thunder rumbles throughout Guatemala. Long live religion. Foreigners die. Die Morazan. There is no unlit candle. The nuns pray so quickly that in 9 seconds they send out 9 novenas. The choirs sing the salve and curse Morazan with the same fervor. Francisco Morazan, President of Central America, is the heretic foreigner who has unleashed the mystical furies. Morazan, born in Honduras, has not only unified the Central American provinces into a single nation. In addition, it has reduced counts and marquises to the category of mere citizens and has created public schools that teach things of the earth and say nothing of heaven. According to their laws, a cross is no longer needed for the grave or a priest for the wedding, and nothing distinguishes the child conceived in the conjugal bed from the child made, without a prior contract, on stable straw, which both inherits. And the most serious thing, Morazan has separated the church from the state, has decreed the freedom to believe or not believe, has abolished the tithes and first fruits of the Lord's officials, and has put their lands up for sale. The friars denounce that Morazan is to blame for the plague that is ravaging Guatemala. Cholera has been killing, and withering accusations rain down from the pulpit. Morazan has poisoned the waters. The Antichrist has made a pact with the devil to sell him the souls of the dead. The mountain peoples rise up against the poisoner. Rafael Carrera, the pig farmer leading the insurrection, is in his early 20s and has already had 3 bullets in his body. He is covered in scapulars and medals, and a green branch pierces his hat. 1838. Buenos Aires. Rosas. A great tamer of colts and men, Juan Manuel de Rosas is the leader of the Rio de la Plata fields. Guitar player and dancer, he knows how to tell the stories that most fright or laughter cause in the kitchen, but he is made of marble, and even his children call him patron. He sends prisoner to the cook who ruins his chicken, and he himself gets flogged when he carelessly violates any of the rules he dictated. Its estates are the most prosperous, its solideros, the best organized. Rosas possesses the best of the sea of grass that extends between the port of Buenos Aires and the tolderias of the Indians. Rosas rules. He has enacted a customs law that protects the Argentine production of ponchos and pallets, shoes, carriages, boats, wine, and furniture, and has closed the interior rivers to foreign merchants. The Revue de Deux Mondes demands that France teach a lesson in civilization and discipline to the degenerate children of the Spanish conquest. The French squadron, under the command of Admiral Leblanc, begins the blockade of Buenos Aires, the only Argentine port enabled for overseas trade. 1838. Buenos Aires. The Slaughterhouse. Esteban Echeverría writes the first short story in River Plate literature. In El Matadero, the Rosas dictatorship is the harassment of a mob of cutlers against a defenseless doctor from Buenos Aires. Born in the suburbs and raised in anger, but polished in Paris, Echeverría despises the mob. A slaughterhouse in the south of the city offers the best setting for the writer to describe the dogs fighting guts with the black offal, and for him to tell how the putadas gush forth, in gushes, from the mouths of the common people, just as blood gushes from the neck of the beasts. The cutthroat in the story wears a gaucho chiripa, his face is smeared with blood and he plunges the dagger up to the handle into the throat of the cow, and then he corners the illustrious gentleman in a tailcoat who has refused to pay homage to him. Something more about cannibalism in America. In his last cavalry charge, Colonel Juan Ramon Estambo launched his horsemen against no one. The war against Spain is over, but much more atrocious is being the war of Argentines against Argentines, and Colonel Estambo raises his saber and howls, "Charge!" And in a torrent of screams and saber blows the horses attack the empty horizon. This torn homeland is mad with fury. The heroes of independence devour each other. Estanislao Lopez received the head of Pancho Ramirez, wrapped in sheepskin, and put it in an iron cage and rejoiced contemplating it all night. Gregorio Lamadrid loaded with chains and dragged Facundo Quiroga's mother through the streets, before Facundo was ambushed with a bullet in one eye in a corral, on cow shit. Juan Lavalle shot Manuel Dorrego, and since then Dorrego's ghost has been chasing Lavalle and nipping at his heels until he catches it and shoots it to the naked body of his lover, so that Lavalle has the chance to die inside a woman. 1838. Tegucigalpa. Central America is falling apart. While Morazan fights in Guatemala against the crowd inflamed by the monks. One after another, the weak threads that had sewn together the regions of this country are bursting. Costa Rica and Nicaragua break the federal pact and Honduras also declares itself independent. The city of Tegucigalpa celebrates, with fanfare and speeches, the failure of his son who launched the Great Unification campaign 10 years ago from here. Provincial grudges, envy and greed, old poisons, are stronger than Morazan's passion. The Federal Republic of Central America lies dismembered into 4 pieces. Soon it will be 5, and then 6. Poor bits. They have more hate than pity. 1839. Copen. For $50. A Sacred City is sold. And purchased by John Lloyd Stevens, United States Ambassador to Central America. It is the Mayan city of Copen, in Honduras, invaded by the jungle on the banks of a river. In Copen the gods have become stone, and stone the men that the gods chose or punished. In Copen lived, more than 1,000 years ago, the wise astronomers who discovered the secrets of the morning star and measured the solar year with precision never before achieved. Time has mutilated, but has not defeated, the temples with their beautiful friezes and carved staircases. The divinities still appear on the altars, playing hide and seek among the plumage of the masks. The jaguar and the serpent still open their jaws on the trails raised in the undergrowth, and men and gods breathe from these silent stones, never mute. 1839. Havana. The drum speaks, the bodies say. The Captain General of Cuba decides to authorize drumming in the plantations, as long as they are on holidays and under the supervision of the foreman. The mayorals will be in charge of preventing the drums from transmitting voices of rebellion. Black drum, live drum, does not play alone. The drum talks with other drums, calls the male drum, loves the female drum, and dangerously talks with the people and the gods. When the drum calls them, the gods come. And they enter the bodies and from them they fly. In ancient times, the axe scorpion killed boredom by sticking its sting into a human couple. Since then, blacks come out dancing from the mother's womb, dancing they say love or pain or fury and dancing they go through the fierce life. 1839. Havana. Press notices. 1839. Valparaiso. The Lighthouse. Uphill, in the La Rinconada neighborhood of the Chilean port of Valparaiso, in front of any house there is a sign. Inside, smoke from the kitchen and noise from children. Here lives Simon Rodriguez. Bolivar's teacher has a school and a little factory in his house. He teaches children the joy of creating. By making candles and soaps, he pays the bills. 1839. Veracruz. Give me by God a husband. Be old, lame, or crippled. The ambassador of Spain steps on Mexican soil for the first time. He does not find in Veracruz more birds than the vultures on the lookout for the dead. Armed with his wife, he goes for a walk through the sad streets, to find out the customs of the country. In a church, the ambassador finds a beaten saint. Stoned women ask for a miracle. Out of hope, young women shoot stones, believing that the best aim will give them the best husband, and for revenge the withered ones, who no longer expect a husband or comfort from Saint Anthony of Padua, and riddle him, shouting insults at him. They have poor Saint Anthony well busted, his face destroyed, stumps for arms and a pure hole in his chest. At the foot, they leave flowers. 1840. Mexico City. Masquerade. The French dressmakers and hairdressers in Mexico City are running non-stop, from house to house, from lady to lady. At the grand ball for the benefit of the poor, who will be the most elegant? What beauty will prevail? Madame Calderón de la Barca, wife of the Spanish ambassador, tries on the Mexican national dress, the typical costume of the Valley of Puebla. Joy of the mirror that receives the image, white blouse with ruffles and lace, red skirt, glitter of sequins on embroidered petticoats. Madame Calderón cinches the colored sash around her waist, in 1,000 turns, and combs her hair with a part in the middle, joining the braids with a ring. The whole city finds out. The Council of Ministers meets to ward off the danger. 3 ministers Foreign Relations, the Interior, and War turned up at the ambassador's house and issued him an official warning. The leading ladies can't believe it, blackouts, salts, fan winds. Such a dignified lady, so unworthily dressed. And in public. Friends advise, the diplomatic corps press, be careful, avoid scandal, such clothes are typical of women of dubious reputation. Madame Calderón de la Barca renounces the national costume. She will not go to the dance dressed as a Mexican. She will wear the clothes of an Italian peasant from Lazio. One of the sponsors of the party will attend dressed as Queen of Scotland. Other ladies will be French courtesans or Swiss, English, or Aragonese peasants, or they will drape themselves in extravagant veils from Turkey. Music will navigate in a sea of pearls and diamonds. It will be danced without grace, not because of the feet but because of the shoes, so tiny and tormenting. Mexican high society. This is how a visit begins. How are you? Are you okay? To serve her. And you? No news, to serve you. How did you spend the night? To serve her. How glad I am. And how are you, ma'am? At your service. And you? Thank you. And the sir? To serve you, without incident. Please sit down. You first, miss. No, ma'am, you first, please. Well, to obey you, without ceremony, I am an enemy of compliance and labels. Proclamations throughout the day in Mexico City. Coal, sir. Butter. Butter of a real and a half. Buena. Is there cebolla? Buttons. Underscore. Teju coats for chili veins. Bananas, oranges, pomegranates. Mirrors. Underscore. Hot oven fatties. Who wants petates from Puebla? 5 barra petates. Honey cakes. Cheese and honey, cottage cheese and honey good. Candies. Coconut snacks. Deservings. Underscore. The last little bill, the last for half a real. Pancakes. Who wants nuts? Curd omelets. Ducks, my soul. Hot ducks. Tamales. Chestnut sauté. Mexican high society, this is how the doctor says goodbye. Next to the bed. Ma'am, I'm at your service. Thank you very much, sir. At the foot of the bed. Acknowledge me, ma'am, by your most humble servant. Good morning, sir. Pausing by the table. Madam, I kiss your feet. Sir, I kiss your hand. Close to the door. Lady, my poor house, and all that is in it, and myself, though useless, and all that I have, is yours. Thank you very much, sir. He turns his back to me to open the door, but turns to me after opening it. Goodbye, madam, your servant. Goodbye, sir. He finally comes out, but then slightly opening the door and sticking his head out. Good morning, ma'am. 1840. Mexico City. This is how a cloistered nun begins. You have chosen the good path and no one will be able to separate you chosen. At 16, he says goodbye to the world. In a carriage he has walked through the streets that he will never see again. Relatives and friends who will never see her again attend the ceremony at the convent of Santa Teresa. No one, nothing can separate you. She will eat together with other wives of Christ, in a clay bowl, with a skull as the centerpiece of the table. She will do penance for the sins she did not commit, mysterious crimes that others enjoy and that she will redeem by tormenting her flesh with a spiked belt and a spiked crown. She will sleep forever alone, on a bed of mortification, will wear fabrics that sand the skin. Away from the battles of the great Babylon, corruptions, temptations, dangers. Far. It's covered in flowers and pearls and diamonds. They strip her of all adornment, undress her. Never. To the sound of the organ, the bishop exhorts and blesses. The pastoral ring, an enormous amethyst, draws the cross on the head of the kneeling girl. The nuns sing. Ancilla Christi added. They dress her in black. The nuns, kneeling, humiliate their faces against the floor, black wings unfolded around the circle of candles. A curtain closes, like a coffin lid. 1842. San Jose, Costa Rica. Although time forgets you, the earth does not. In Guatemala City, ladies and friars prepare Rafael Carrera, leader of the mountains, to exercise a long dictatorship. They try on the tricorn, the jacket, and the sword. They teach him to walk in patent leather boots, to write his name and to read the hours on a gold watch. Carrera, a pig farmer, will continue to ply his trade through other means. In San Jose, Costa Rica, Francisco Morazan prepares to die. Hard courage. Morazan, a lover of life, a man of so much life, finds it hard to tear himself away. He spends the night with his eyes fixed on the ceiling of the cell, saying goodbye. The world has been a lot. The general delays in saying goodbye. I would have liked to govern more and fight less. He has spent many years fighting, with a bare machete, for the great Central American homeland, while it persisted in breaking up. Before the military bugle, the bugle bird sounds. The clarinero's song comes from the top of the sky and from the bottom of childhood, as before, as always, at the end of the dark. This time heralds the last dawn. Morazan faces the firing squad. His head is uncovered and he himself orders weapons to be prepared. Order to aim, correct the aim, give the order to fire. The discharge returns it to the earth. 1844. Mexico City. The warrior roosters. The church, landowner, and money lender, owns half of Mexico. The other half belongs to a handful of lords and to the Indians cornered in their communities. The owner of the presidency is General Lopez de Santa Anna, who watches over public peace and the good health of his fighting cocks. Santa Anna rules with a rooster in his arms. This is how he receives bishops and ambassadors, and to attend to an injured rooster, he abandons cabinet meetings. He founds more rooster squares than hospitals and dictates more fighting rules than educational decrees. The galleros make up his private court, along with the gamblers and the widows of colonels who never were. He really likes a pinto rooster that pretends to be female and flirts with the enemy until he stabs him when he has it stupid, but among all he prefers the fierce Pedrito. He brought Pedrito from Veracruz with land from there, so he could wallow without nostalgia. Santa Anna himself ties the knife to him in the ring. Cross bets with muleteers and vagabonds, and chew the rival's feathers to give him bad luck. When he runs out of coins, he throws decorations into the arena. I give 8-5. 8-4 if you want. A bolt of lightning pierces the swirl of feathers, and Pedroto's spur rips out the eyes or opens the throat of any champion. Santa Anna dances on one leg and the matador raises his crest, flaps his wings and sings. 1844. Mexico City. Saint Anna. He wrinkles his face, loses his gaze into space, he is thinking of some rooster fallen in combat or of his own leg, the one he lost, a revered garment of military glory. 6 years ago, during a little war against the King of France, a cannon shot tore off his leg. From the bed of agony, the mutilated president dictated to his secretaries a laconic 15-page message saying goodbye to the homeland, but he returned to life and power, as was his custom. A huge procession accompanied the leg from Veracruz to the capital. The leg under a canopy arrived, escorted by Santa Anna, who was sticking out her hat with white feathers through the carriage window, and behind, in full regalia, came bishops and ministers and ambassadors and an army of hussars, dragoons and cuirassiers. The leg passed through 1,000 flower arches, from town to town, between rows of flags, and in its wake received responses and speeches, odes, hymns, cannon salutes and bell peals. Arriving at the cemetery, the president delivered, before the Pantheon, the final tribute to that piece of him that death had taken as a preview. Since then his missing leg has hurt. Today it hurts more than ever, it hurts until it hurts no more, because the people in revolt have blown up the monument that guarded it and is dragging its leg through the streets of Mexico. 1845. Return of Forst. The invasion of the merchants. 3 years ago, the British squadron humiliated the Celestial Empire. After the blockade of Canton and the entire coastline, the English invasion imposed opium consumption on the Chinese, in the name of free trade and Western civilization. After China, Argentina. The long years of blockade of the port of Buenos Aires have served little or nothing. Juan Manuel de Rosas, who has his portrait worshipped and governed surrounded by buffoons dressed as kings, still denies the opening of the Argentine rivers. Bankers and merchants from England and France have been calling for insolence to be punished for years. Many Argentines fall defending, but finally the warships of the two most powerful countries in the world break the chains stretched in the Parana River with cannon fire. 1847. Mexico City. The conquest. Mexico sparkles before our eyes. President Adams had been dazzled at the turn of the century. At the first bite, Mexico lost Texas. Now the United States has all of Mexico on the plate. General Santa Anna, wise in retreat, fled south, leaving a trail of swords and corpses in the ditches. From defeat to defeat, his army of bleeding soldiers, badly eaten, never paid, retreats, and along with them the ancient cannons drawn by mules, and behind them the caravan of women carrying children, rags, and tortillas in baskets. General Santa Anna's army, with more officers than soldiers, is only effective in killing poor compatriots. In the Chapultepec castle, the Mexican cadets, almost children, do not give up. They resist the bombardment with a stubbornness that does not come from hope. Stones collapse on their bodies. Between the stones, the victors nail the flag of the stripes and stars, which rises, from the smoke, over the vast valley. The conquistadors enter the capital. Mexico City, 8 engineers, 2,000 friars, 2,500 lawyers, 20,000 beggars. The town, shrunken, growls. Stones rain down from the rooftops. 1848. Villa de Guadalupe Hidalgo. The conquerors. In Washington, President Polk proclaims that his nation is already as large as all of Europe. There is no stopping the onslaught of this devouring young country. To the south and to the west, the United States grows by killing Indians, running over neighbors, or paying. They have bought Louisiana from Napoleon and offer Spain $100 million for the island of Cuba. But the right of conquest is more glorious and cheaper. The treaty with Mexico is signed in the town of Guadalupe Hidalgo. Mexico cedes half of its territory to the United States, gun to its chest. 1848. Mexico City. The Irish. In the Plaza Mayor of Mexico City, the victors punish rebel Mexicans whipped. Deserting Irishmen have their faces branded with hot iron and are then hanged from the gallows. The Irish St. Patrick Battalion arrived with the invaders, but fought alongside the invaded. From the north to Molino del Rey, the Irish made the bad luck, of the Mexicans their own. Many fell defending, without ammunition, the Churubusco convent. Prisoners swing, their faces burned, on the gallows. 1848. Ibire. An old man in a white poncho in a red stone house. He never liked cities. His fondness is an orchard in Paraguay and his carriage, a wheelbarrow full of curing weeds. A stick helps him walk, and the black anzana, a paeter with a cheerful verse, helps him work the land and receive the light of each day without bad shadows. Jose Artigas, to serve you. He offers mate and respect, few words, to the visitors who sometimes come from Uruguay. So my name still sounds over there. He is over 80 years old, 28 in exile, and he refuses to return. Defeated, the ideas he believed in and the people he loved continue. Artigas knows well how much the world and memory weigh, and he prefers to keep quiet. There is no grass that heals the bruises within. Jose Artigas, according to Domingo Faustino Sarmiento. He was a robber, nothing more, nothing less. 30 years of practice murdering or stealing give indisputable titles for the exercise of command over the peasantry of India in turmoil by a political revolution, and among which the terrifying name of Artigas as bandit chief is embedded. Who obeyed him? The races of Indians, reduced or savage that he leads by the right of the most savage, the most cruel, the most enemy of the whites. Uncivil, since he never frequented cities, oblivious to all human tradition of free government, and although white, commanding Indians even less prepared than him. Considering the background and actions of Artigas, we feel a kind of revolt of reason, of the instincts of the white race, wanting to give him a political thought and feeling human. 1848. Buenos Aires. The Lovers, 1. Dramatis Personae. Camila O'Gorman. Born in Buenos Aires, in a house with 3 patios, 20 years ago. Educated in the smell of holiness, to be successively a virgin, wife, and mother on the straight path that leads to conjugal peace, needlework, piano evenings and the rosary prayed with a black mantilla on her head. She has eloped with the parish priest of the Socorro Church. The idea was hers. Ladislao Gutierrez. Minister of God 25 years. Nephew of the governor of Tucumán. He hadn't been able to sleep since he put the host on the tongue of that woman kneeling in the light of the candles. Finally he dropped his missal and cassock and unleashed a stampede of little angels and bell tower doves. Adolphe O'Gorman. He begins each meal by reciting the 10 Commandments, from the head of a long mahogany table. From a chaste woman she has engendered a priest's son, a policeman's son and a fugitive daughter. An exemplary father, he is the first to ask for an exemplary punishment for the horrendous scandal that embarrasses his family. In a letter to Juan Manuel de Rosas, he demands a strong hand against the most heinous act and never heard in the country. Felipe Alertondo and Palace. Secretary of the Curia. He also writes to Rosas asking for the capture of the lovers and their inflexible punishment, to prevent similar crimes in the future. In his letter he clarifies that he had nothing to do with the appointment of the priest Gutierrez, that it was a matter of the bishop. Juan Manuel de Rosas. He orders the lovers to be hunted down. From Buenos Aires, the messengers gallop. They carry a form that describes the fugitives. Camila, white, with black eyes that are pleasant to look at, tall, slim body, well distributed. Ladislau, dark, thin, with a full beard and curly hair. Justice will be done, promises Rosas, to satisfy religion and the law and to prevent the consequent demoralization, debauchery, and disorder. The whole country is on the lookout. Also participating. The opposition press. From Montevideo, Valparaiso, and La Paz, Rosas's enemies invoke public morality. In the newspaper El Mercurio Chileno, it is read, "The horrible corruption of customs has reached such an extreme under the frightful tyranny of Caligula del Plata, that the impious and sacrilegious priests of Buenos Aires flee with the girls of the best society, without the infamous satrap taking any action against these monstrous immoralities." Horses. They take the lovers north, cross-country, avoiding cities. Ladislaus has golden hair and tall oars. Camila's, grayish, fat and tailless. They sleep, like their riders, outdoors. They don't get tired. The luggage. From him, a woolen poncho, some clothes, a couple of knives and a couple of pistols, a tinderbox, a silk tie, and a glass inkwell. From her, a silk shawl, some dresses, 4 twine petticoats, a fan, a pair of gloves, a comb, and a broken gold earring. The lovers, too. They are two by mistake that the night corrects. 1848. Holy places. The lovers, 3. In summer they run away. They spend the autumn in the port of Goya, on the banks of the Parana. There they are called by other names. In winter they are discovered, betrayed and caught. They are taken south, in separate wagons. The wheels leave scars on the road. They are locked up in separate dungeons, in the Santos Lugar's prison. If they ask for forgiveness, they will be forgiven. Camila, pregnant, has no regrets. Neither did Ladislau. Irons are riveted to their feet. A priest sprinkles the crickets with holy water. They are shot in the courtyard, blindfolded. 1848. Bacalar. Cecilio Chi. The ears of corn have spoken, warning hunger. Huge sugar plantations are devouring the corn crops of Mayan communities in Mexico's Yucatan region. Men are bought, as in Africa, paying for them with brandy. The Indians hear from behind, says the whip. And the war breaks out. Tired of putting the dead in other people's wars, the Mayans come to the call of the hollow trunk drum. They sprout from the thicket, from the night, from nowhere, the machete in one hand, the torch in the other. Their owners and the children of their owners burn with the haciendas and also burn the debt documents that make the Indian slaves and the children of the Indians. The Mayan whirlwind stirs and devastates. Cecilio Chi charges with 15,000 Indians against the cannons that fire at the mass, and thus the proud Valladolid of Yucatan falls, which believes itself to be so noble, so Castilian, and Bacalar and many towns and garrisons fall, one after another. Cecilio Chi exterminates enemies by invoking the former rebel Jacinto Canek and the older prophet Kilambalam. He announces that blood will flood the plaza of Merida up to the ankles of the people. He offers brandy and fireworks to the patron saints of each town he occupies. If the saints refuse to change sides, and continue to serve their masters, Cecilio Chi slits their throats with a machete and throws them into the bonfire. 1849. Banks of the Platte River. A horseman named Smallpox. Out of every 4 Pawnee Indians has died this year from smallpox or cholera. The Kiowas, their longtime enemies, have been saved thanks to old Uncle Sainte. The old rogue walked through these prairies, from sorrow to sorrow. My world ended, he verified, while in vain he looked for deer and buffalo, and the Washita River offered him red mud instead of clear water. Soon my Kiowa town will be herded in like cows. Plunged into these melancholies, old Uncle Sainte wandered, when he saw that there in the east, instead of sun, blackness was dawning. A great dark spot was growing across the meadow. When he got close to it, he discovered that the stain was a rider in black clothes, a tall black hat, and a black horse. The rider had fierce scars on his face. "My name is Smallpox," he introduced himself. "I never heard," said Sande. "I come from afar, from the other side of the sea," explained the stranger. "I bring death." He asked about the Kiowas. Old Uncle Sande knew how to change the course. He explained that the Kiowas weren't worth it, a small and poor people, and instead he recommended the Pawnee Indians, who are many, beautiful, and powerful, and pointed out the rivers where they live. 1849. San Francisco. California gold. Chileans flock from Valparaiso. They bring a pair of boots and a dagger, a lantern, and a shovel. Golden Gate is now called the entrance to the San Francisco Bay. Until yesterday, San Francisco was the Mexican town of Yerbas Buenas. In these lands, usurped from Mexico in a war of conquest, there are 3 kilograms of pure gold. The bay has no room for so many ships. The anchor hits bottom and the adventurers fly beyond the hills. Nobody wastes time on surprises or greetings. The gambler plunges his patent leather boots into the mud. Long live my loaded dice, long live my jack. Just by stepping on this earth, the rascal becomes king and the beauty who had despised him dies of spite. Vicente Pérez Rosales, a newcomer, listens to the thoughts of his compatriots. "I already have talent." Because in Chile, who is a donkey being rich? Here who loses time, loses gold. The incessant thunder of hammers, the world that seethes, the noise of childbirth, out of nowhere the tents spring up where tools and liquor and dried meat are offered in exchange for leather bags full of gold dust. Crows and men caw, flocks of men from all countries, and night and day the whirlwind of frock coats and sailor jackets, Oregon skins and mall bonnets, French daggers, Chinese hats, Russian boots, and flashing bullets in their belts of the jeans. A good-looking Chilean girl smiles as best she can under her lace parasol, squeezed by her corset and by the crowd that carries her on a litter over the mud paved with broken bottles. She is, in this port, Rosarito Amaztica. It was Rosarito Izquierdo when she was born in Quilicura, a secret of years ago, and later it was Rosarito Villaseca in Talcahuano, Rosarito Toro in Talca and Rosarito Montalva in Valparaiso. From the stern quarterdeck of a ship, the auctioneer offers the ladies to the crowd. He exhibits them and praises them, one by one. "Look gentlemen, what size, what youth, what beauty, what. Who gives more?" Hurries the auctioneer dash. "Who gives more for this incomparable flower?" 1849. The mill. They were here. Man calls and gold flames in the sands and rocks. Golden sparks fly through the air, gold comes docile to the hand of man, from the bottom of the rivers and streams of California. El Molino is one of the many camps that have emerged on the shores of gold. One day, the miners of El Molino notice certain tenacious lines of smoke rising from the distant cypress forest. At night, they see a row of fires taunting the wind. Someone recognizes the signs. The Indian telegraph is calling for war against the intruders. In no time at all, the miners form a detachment of 170 rifles and attack by surprise. They bring over 100 prisoners and shoot 15 as an example. Ashes. Ever since he had the dream of the white rabbit, the old man hadn't talked about anything else. It was difficult for him to speak, and it had been a long time since he could stand up. The years had watered his eyes and had bent him without return. He lived inside a basket, hiding his face behind his pointed knees, in a position to return to the belly of the earth. Tucked into the basket, he was traveling on the back of a son or grandson and told everyone his dream. "The white rabbit will devour us," he stammered. "It will devour our seed, our grass, our life." It said that the white rabbit would arrive mounted on an animal larger than the deer, an animal with round feet and hair on its neck. The old man did not get to see the gold rush in these lands of California. Before the miners arrived on horseback, he announced, "The old root is ready to grow." They burned him in his basket, on the firewood he had chosen. 1849. Baltimore. Po. At the doors of a Baltimore tavern lies the dying man face up, sprawled, choking on his vomit. Some pious hand drags him to the hospital at dawn, and nothing else, never again. Edgar Allan Poe, son of ragged comedians from the League, vagabond poet, convicted and confessed guilty of disobedience and delusion, had been condemned by invisible courts and had been crushed by invisible pincers. He got lost looking for himself. Not looking for California gold, no, looking for himself. 1849. San Francisco. Levi's pants. The flashes of violence and miracles do not blind Levi Strauss, who arrives from remote Bavaria and in the blink of an eye notices that here the beggar becomes a millionaire and the millionaire a beggar or a corpse in a snap of cards or triggers. And in another blink of an eye, he discovers that pants are in tatters in these California mines, and he decides to make a better use of the strong fabrics he has brought. It will not sell awnings or tents. He will sell pants, rough pants for rough men in the rough digging work in rivers and galleries. So that the seams do not burst, he reinforces them with copper rivets. On the back, below the waist, Levi stamps his name on a leather tag. Cowboys across the West will soon be making their own these blue twill pants from neem, which won't let the sun or the years wear them down. 1850. San Francisco. The path of development. The Chilean Pérez Rosales is wanting luck in the California mines. Finding out that a few miles from San Francisco they pay fabulous prices for anything to eat, he gets a few bags of moth-eaten jerk meat and a few jars of candy and buys a boat. He is already leaving the pier, when a customs agent points his rifle at his head. "Stop there. This boat cannot navigate any river in the United States, because it has been built abroad and does not have a North American wooden keel. The United States has defended its national market since the time of the first president. They supply England with cotton, but the customs tariffs close the way to English fabrics and to any product that could harm their industry. The planters of the southern states want English clothes, which are much better and cheaper, and they complain that the looms of the North force their ugly and expensive cloth on them from the newborn's diaper to the dead man's shroud. 1850. Buenos Aires. The path of underdevelopment. The thought of Domingo Faustino Sarmiento. We are not industrialists or navigators, and Europe will provide us with its artifacts for centuries in exchange for our raw materials. 1850. Silver River. Buenos Aires and Montevideo in the middle of the century. From his chair at the French Academy to the docks of the Rio de la Plata, the poet Xavier Marmier navigates. The great European powers have reached an agreement with Rosas. The blockade of Buenos Aires has already been lifted. Marmier thinks he's walking down Rue Vivian when he walks down Peru Street. In the stained glass windows, he finds silks from Lyon and the Journal de Modes, novels by Dumas and Sandeau and poetry by Musset, but in the shadow of the portals of the Cabildo walk barefoot blacks, in soldier's uniform, and the trot of a gaucho resounds on the pavement. Someone explains to Marmier that no gaucho disgraces anyone without first kissing the blade of the knife and swearing by the Immaculate, and if the deceased was a loved one, the throat cuter mounts him on his horse and ties him to the message so that he rides into the cemetery. Further on, in the suburban squares, Marmier discovers the wagons, ships from the Pampas, which bring leather and wheat from inland and return cloth and liquor from Le Havre or Liverpool. The poet crosses the river. For 7 years Montevideo has been besieged from behind, harassed by the gaucho army of General Oribe, but the city survives facing the river sea, thanks to the French ships that spill merchandise and money on the docks. One of the Montevidean newspapers is called Le Patriote Français and the majority of the population is French. In the refuge of Rosa's enemies, Marmier notes, the rich have become poor and everyone has gone mad. A lover pays an ounce of gold to attach a camellia to his girlfriend's hair, and the lady of the house offers the visitor a bouquet of honeysuckle wrapped in a silver, ruby, and emerald ring. For the ladies of Montevideo, the war between the avant-garde and the conservatives seems more important than the war against the Uruguayan peasants, a real war that kills people. The avant-garde wear very short hair and the conservatives look lush curlers. 1850. Paris. Dumas. Alejandro Dumas rolls up his fine batiste cuffs and with a stroke of the pen writes the epic pages of Montevideo or the New Troy. The novelist, a man of fantasy and gluttony, has quoted at 5,000 francs for this professional feat of imagination. He calls the humble hill of Montevideo a mountain and turns the war of foreign merchants against the gaucho cavalry into a Greek epic. The hosts of Giuseppe Garibaldi, who are fighting for Montevideo, do not carry the flag of Uruguay at their front, but rather the classic pirate skull with crossbones on a black background, but in the novel that Dumas writes to order there are only martyrs and titans in defense of the almost French city. 1850. Montevideo. La Tremont at 4. Isidoro Ducas was born in the port of Montevideo. A double wall of fortifications separates the besieged city from the countryside. Isidoro grows up stunned by the cannon fire and seeing dying people hanging from their horses go by. His shoes walk towards the sea. Standing on the sand, facing the wind, he asks the sea where the music goes after it leaves the violin, and where the sun goes when night comes, and where the dead. Isidoro asks the sea where the mother went, that woman he cannot remember, nor should he name, nor can he imagine. Someone told her that the other dead people threw her out of the cemetery. Nothing answers the sea, which talks so much, and the boy flees up the ravine and, crying, hugs a huge tree with all his strength, so that it does not fall. 1850. Chan Santa Cruz. Cross that says 3 long years of Indian war in Yucatan. More than 150,000 dead, 100,000 fled. The population has been cut in half. One of the captains of the rebellion, the mestizo José María Barrera, leads the Indians to a cave in the most remote part of the jungle. There the spring offers fresh water, in the shade of a very tall mahogany. From the mahogany the little cross that speaks has been born. The cross says, in the Mayan language, "The time has come for the Yucatan to rise up. Every hour I am falling, they are macheteing me, they are stabbing me, they are sticking me. I walk through Yucatan to redeem my beloved Indians." The cross is the size of a finger. The Indians wear it. They put a whipple and skirt on her, they decorate it with colored threads. She will gather the scattered. 1851. Latacunga. I am wandering and naked. Instead of thinking of the Medes, the Persians, the Egyptians, let us think of the Indians. It is more important for us to understand an Indian than Ovid. Start your school with Indians, Mr. Rector. Simon Rodriguez offers his advice to the school in the town of Latacunga, in Ecuador, that a chair of the Quechua language replace that of Latin and that physics be taught instead of theology. That the school build a china factory and a glass factory. That masonry, carpentry, and blacksmithing workshops be implemented. Along the coasts of the Pacific and the mountains of the Andes, from town to town, Don Simon is a pilgrim. He never wanted to be a tree, but wind. It has been raising dust on the roads of America for a quarter of a century. Since Sucre kicked him out of Chuquisaca, he has founded many schools and candle factories and has published a couple of books that nobody read. With his own hands he composed the books, letter by letter, because there is no typographer who can handle so many keys and synoptic tables. This old vagabond, bald and ugly and paunchy, tanned by the sun, carries a trunk full of manuscripts condemned due to the absolute lack of money and readers. Clothes do not load. It has nothing more than the setting. Bolivar called him my teacher, my Socrates. I said to him, "You have molded my heart for the great and the beautiful." People clench their teeth, not to laugh, when the crazy Rodriguez launches his rants about the tragic fate of these Spanish-American lands. We are blind. Blind. Almost nobody listens to him, nobody believes him. They consider him a Jew, because he waters children wherever he goes and does not baptize them with the names of saints, but instead calls them choclo, zapalo, carrot and other heresies. He has changed his last name 3 times and says he was born in Caracas, but he also says he was born in Philadelphia and San Lucar de Barrameda. It is rumored that one of his schools, the one in Concepcion, in Chile, was devastated by an earthquake that God sent when he found out that Don Simon taught anatomy by walking naked before the students. Every day Don Simon is more alone. The most daring, the most lovable of the thinkers of America, every day more alone. At 80 years old, he writes, "I wanted to make the earth a paradise for everyone. I made her hell for my." The ideas of Simon Rodriguez. Either we invent or we are lost. See how Europe invents, and see how America imitates. Some take it as prosperity to see their ports full of ships, other people's, and their houses turned into warehouses of effects, other people's. Every day a consignment of ready-made clothing arrives, and even caps for the Indians. Little golden packages will soon be seen, with the arms of the crown, containing clay prepared by a new procedure for boys accustomed to eating earth. Women confessing in French. The missionaries absolving sins in Spanish. America should not slavishly imitate, but be original. The wisdom of Europe and the prosperity of the United States are, in America, 2 enemies of freedom of thought. The new republics want to admit nothing that does not bring the pass. The statesmen of those nations did not consult for their institutions but reason, and they found it on his floor. Mimic originality as they try to imitate everything. Where will we go to look for models? We are independent, but not free, owners of the land, but not of ourselves. Let's open the story, and for what is not yet written, read each in your memory. 1851. The Serena. The precursors. Poverty is not knowing how to think or give memory more memory than pain, says Francisco Bilbao, and he says that the exploitation of man by man does not leave man time to be a man. Society is divided between those who can do everything and those who do everything. For Chile, a giant buried under the mountains, to resurrect, it is necessary to put an end to a system that denies shelter to those who build palaces and dresses those who weave the best clothes in rags. The precursors of socialism in Chile have not yet completed 30 years. Francisco Bilbao and Santiago Arcos, young men in tails, raised in Paris, have betrayed their class. In search of a solidary society, they have unleashed, throughout this year, several military insurrections and popular uprisings throughout the country, against Pelucanese and friars and private property. On New Year's Eve, the last revolutionary bastion in the city of La Serena collapsed. Many Reds fall before firing squads. Bilbao, who on another occasion escaped disguised as a woman, has fled this time across the rooftops and has gone into exile wearing a cassock and missile. 1852. Santiago de Chile. What has independence meant for the poor? Chilean Santiago Arcos asks himself from prison. The government belongs to the rich and has been since independence. The poor have been soldiers, national militiamen, they have voted as their employer has commanded them, they have tilled the land, they have made ditches, they have worked mines, they have hauled, they have cultivated the country, they have remained earning a real and a half, they have been whipped. Capped. The poor have enjoyed glorious independence as much as the horses that in Chacabuco and Maipo charged against the king's troops. The people of Chile sing to the glory of paradise. Saint Peter, as patron, sent for chicha and wine, rolled with bacon. Little legs for a salpicon, a very stubborn punch. And a basket of tortillas, so that you tweet the little girls of the heavenly court. They could rejoice and not get tired. It was getting late when Saint Anthony said, "Caraco, by the devils, the party is on fire. I will throw a gray hair into the air like the others. And very smoothly. To Santa Clara a cape, without anyone noticing, I'm just going to give it to her. 1852. Mendoza. The lines of the hand. Even the little angels on the altars wear red ribbons in Argentina. Whoever refuses, challenges the furies of the dictator. Like many enemies of Rosa's, Dr. Federico Meyer Arnold has suffered exile and prison. Recently, this young professor from Buenos Aires published a book in Santiago de Chile. The book, adorned with quotations in French, English, and Latin, began thus. 22 years barely. 3 cities have expelled me from their bosom and 4 prisons have received me in theirs. I have thrown, however, free my thought to the face of the despot. I launch, once again, my ideas into the world, and without fear I wait for what fate has in store for me. 2 months later, when turning a corner, Dr. Federico Meyer Arnold falls bathed in blood. But not by order of the tyrant. Federico's mother-in-law, Dona Maria, a bad-tempered Mendoza, has paid the knife makers. She has ordered her son-in-law to be put to death, for not being pleasant to her. 1853. The Cross. The Jesuit treasure. She knows. That is why the raven chases her, flies after her every morning, on her way to Mass, and stays waiting for her at the door of the church. It's been a while since he turned 100 years old. He will tell the secret when he is about to die. If not, divine providence would punish her. 3 days from now, he promises. And after 3 days. Next month. And per month. Tomorrow we will see. When harassed, she makes goose eyes and acts dazed, or starts to laugh, waggling her little legs, as if being that old is mischievous. All the people of La Cruz know that she knows. She was very young when she helped the Jesuits bury the treasure in the forests of Misiones, but she has not forgotten. Once, taking advantage of an absence, the neighbors opened the old chest where she spends her days sitting. Inside there was not a bag full of ounces of gold. In the chest they found the dried navels of their 11 children. And the agony arrives. All the people at the foot of the bed. She opens and closes her fish mouth, as if to say, "Die in the smell of holiness." The secret was the only thing he had in his life and he leaves without giving it away. 1853. Peta. The 3. She no longer dresses as a captain, nor shoots pistols, nor rides a horse. His legs don't walk and his whole body overflows with fat, but she occupies her invalid chair as if it were a throne and peels oranges and guavas with the most beautiful hands in the world. Surrounded by clay jugs, Manuela signs reigns in the shadows of the doorway of her house. Beyond, between hills the color of death, the Bay of Peta opens up. Banished in this Peruvian port, Manuela lives by preparing sweets and fruit preserves. The ships stop to buy. They enjoy great fame, on these coasts, their delicacies. For a teaspoon, the whalers sigh. At nightfall, Manuela amuses herself by throwing waste to the stray dogs, which she has baptized with the names of the generals who were disloyal to Bolívar. While Santander, Pise, Córdoba, Lamar, and Santa Cruz dispute the bones, she lights up her moon face, covers her toothless mouth with her fan and bursts out laughing. Laugh with your whole body and the many flying laces. Sometimes an old friend comes from the town of Amotape. The wanderer Simon Rodriguez sits in a rocking chair, next to Manuela, and the two of them smoke and chat and are silent. The people that Bolívar loved the most, the teacher and the lover, change the subject if the hero's name slips into the conversation. When Don Simon leaves, Manuela asks for the silver chest. He opens it with the key hidden in his chest and caresses the many letters that Bolívar had written to the only woman, worn papers that still say, "I want to see you and return and touch you and feel and taste you." Then he asks for the mirror and brushes himself long her hair, in case he comes to visit her in a dream. 1854. A motape. A witness tells how Simon Rodriguez said goodbye to the world. As soon as Don Simon saw the priest from a motape enter, he got up in the chamber, sat down, made the priest sit in the only chair there was, and began to speak to him in something like a materialistic dissertation. The priest was stupefied, and barely had the courage to say a few words, trying to interrupt him. 1855. New York. Whitman. In the absence of a publisher, the poet pays for the edition of Hojas de Hierba out of pocket. Waldo Emerson, democracy theologian, blesses the book, but the press attacks it as prosaic and obscene. In Walt Whitman's grand elegy, crowds and machines roar. The poet embraces God and sinners, and embraces the Indians and the pioneers who annihilate them, embraces the slave and the master, the victim and the executioner. All crime is redeemed in the ecstasy of the New World, muscular and overwhelming America, without any debt to pay to the past, winds of progress that make man a comrade with man and unleash virility and beauty in him. 1855. New York. Melville. The Bearded Sailor is a writer without readers. 4 years ago he published the story of the captain who pursues the white whale through the seas of the universe, a blood harpoon in search of evil, and no one has paid much attention to it. In these euphoric times, in these North American lands in full expansion, the voice of Herman Melville is out of tune. His books distrust civilization, which attributes the role of the devil to the savage and forces him to play it as Captain Ahab does Moby Dick in the vastness of the ocean. His books reject the unique and obligatory truth that some men, believing themselves chosen, impose on others. His books doubt vice and virtue, shadows of nothingness itself, and teach that the sun is the only trustworthy lamp. 1855. Washington Territory. You will suffocate on your own waste, warned Seattle, an Indian chief. The earth is not the sister of the white man, but his enemy. When he has conquered her, he goes on his way. But all things are connected. What happens to the earth, happens to the children of the earth. The noise of the cities insults my ears. Air is a precious thing to the red-skinned man. Because we all share the same breath, animals, trees, people. After several days, the dying man does not feel the stench of his body. It matters little where we spend the rest of our days. Not many. A few more hours, a few winters. The whites will also pass. Perhaps before other tribes. You continue to contaminate your bed, and one night you will suffocate to death on your own waste. The Far West. Does anyone listen to old Chief Seattle? Indians are doomed, like buffalo and elk. Whoever does not die by shooting, dies of hunger or grief. From the reservation where he languishes, old Chief Seattle speaks in solitude about encroachments and exterminations, and says who knows what about the memory of his people circulating through the sap of the trees. Buzz the colt. Like the sun, the white pioneers march west. A diamond light guides them from the mountains. The promised land rejuvenates those who drive the plow into it to fertilize it. In the blink of an eye, streets and houses sprout up in the solitude inhabited by cacti, Indians and snakes. The climate, they say, is so healthy, that to inaugurate the cemeteries there is no choice but to shoot someone down. Adolescent capitalism, aggressive and gluttonous, transfigures what it touches. There is the forest for the axe to cut down and the desert for the train to traverse. The river is worthwhile if it contains gold, and the mountain if it contains coal or iron. Nobody walks. They all run, urgent, after the wandering shadow of wealth and power. There is space for time to defeat it, and time for progress to sacrifice it on its altars. 1856. Grenade. Walker. The son of Tennessee is hotshot and buried without an epitaph. He has ash eyes. He doesn't laugh or drink. Eat to comply. He has not been seen a woman since his deaf-mute girlfriend died, and God is your only trustworthy friend. He calls himself the predestined. You wear black. He hates being touched. William Walker, Knight of the South, proclaims himself President of Nicaragua. Red carpets cover the Plaza Mayor in Granada. The trumpets shine in the sun. The band plays American military marches as Walker kneels and swears with one hand on the Bible. 21 cannon salute him. He delivers his speech in English, then raises a glass of water and toasts the President of the United States. United States, your compatriot and esteemed colleague. The U.S. Ambassador, John Wheeler, compares Walker to Christopher Columbus. Walker arrived in Nicaragua last year at the head of the phalange of the immortals. I will order the death of anyone who opposes the imperial march of my forces. Like a knife in the flesh, the filibusters recruited from the docks of San Francisco and New Orleans entered. The new president of Nicaragua re-establishes slavery, abolished in Central America more than 30 years ago, and reintroduces the slave trade, the regime of serfdom and forced labor. It decrees that English is the official language of Nicaragua and offers land and arms to white Americans who want to come. 1856. Grenade. Was. 5 or none. Nicaragua was little. William Walker wanted to conquer all of Central America. The 5 shreds of Morazan's homeland, united against the pirate, crushed his troops. The People's War kills many North Americans, and Cholera morbus kills more, which wrinkles and grays and strikes down. The Messiah of slavery, beaten in defeat, crosses Lake Nicaragua. He is pursued by flocks of ducks and swarms of plague-infecting flies. Before returning to the United States, Walker decides to punish the city of Granada. Let none of her remain alive. Neither its people, nor its houses made of clay tiles, nor its streets of orange trees in the sand. The flames rise to the sky. At the foot of the ruined docks, there is a spear stuck. Like a sad flag, a piece of leather hangs from the lance. In red etched letters, it reads, in English, Granada was here. Walker, in defense of slavery. The enemies of American civilization, for such are the enemies of slavery, seem to outwit the friends. The South must do something for the memory of the brave who rest under the earth of Nicaragua. In defense of slavery, those men abandoned their homes, calmly and steadfastly faced the dangers of a tropical climate, and finally gave their lives. If there is still vigor in the South, and who doubts it, to continue fighting against the anti-slavery soldiers, shake off the drowsiness that seizes him and prepare again for the conflict. The real field for practicing slavery is tropical America. There is the natural seat of his empire, and there it can develop just by making the effort. 1858. Sources of the Gila River. The sacred lands of the Apaches. Here, in the valley where the river is born, among the high rocks of Arizona, is the tree that sheltered Geronimo 30 years ago. He had just emerged from the mother's womb and was wrapped in the blanket. They hung the blanket from a branch. The wind rocked the child while an old voice pleaded with the tree. May I live and grow to see you bear fruit many times. This tree is in the center of the world. Standing in its shadow, Geronimo will never confuse north with south or evil with good. Around it opens the vast country of the Apaches. They have lived in these harsh lands since the first of them, the son of the storm, wore the feathers of the eagle that had defeated the enemies of light. Here there has never been a lack of animals to hunt, nor herbs to cure the sick, nor rocky caverns where to lie after death. Some strange men have come on horseback, carrying long ropes and many sticks. Their skin is like bleeding, and they speak a language never heard before. They stick colored signs into the ground and ask questions to a white metal that answers them by moving a needle. Geronimo does not know that these men have come to measure the Apache lands in order to sell them. 1858. Quisquiat. Geronimo. The Apaches had gone unarmed to the Quisquiat market, lands to the south between Sonora and Casas Grandes, to exchange buffalo and deer skins for food. The Mexican soldiers raised their camp and took their horses. Among the dead lie Geronimo's mother and wife, and their 3 children. Geronimo says nothing while his companions meet and sadly vote. They are surrounded, unarmed, they can only leave. Sitting motionless by the river, he sees his followers marching in the footsteps of the chief Mangas Coloradas. Here are the dead. Finally, Geronimo leaves too, with head turned back. He follows his people just long enough to hear the soft rustle of the retreating Apache's feet. During the long journey north, he does not open his mouth. Upon reaching his land, he burns his fur house and his mother's house and all his things and his wife's and his mother's things and burns his children's toys. Then, with his back to the fire, he throws back his head and sings a war song. 1858. San Borja. Let death die. His aching body was wanting to blend in with the American soil. Bonpland knew that he would end there, to continue there, ever since that distant day when he disembarked with Humboldt on the Caribbean coast. Bonpland dies of his death, in a hut made of mud and straw, serenely, knowing that the stars will not die, nor will ants and people be born, and that there will be new clovers, and new oranges or suns on the branches, and that the foals, just raised on their stilled legs, will stretch out their necks looking for the teat. The old man says goodbye to the world as a child says goodbye to the day at bedtime. Later, a drunk stabs the corpse, but sinister human imbecility is a detail that is unimportant. 1860. Chan Santa Cruz. The ceremonial center of the Yucatan rebels. My father did not place me with the rich, he did not place me with the generals or with those who have money, nor with those who claim to have it. The mother of the crosses had announced in Yucatan, the one who sprouted from the mahogany next to the spring, and when the soldiers knocked over the mahogany with their axes and burned the little cross dressed by the Indians, she had already had daughters. From cross to cross the word has survived. My father put me with the poor, because I am poor. Around the cross, around the crosses, Chan Santa Cruz has grown, the great sanctuary of the rebel Mayans in the Yucatan jungle. Acerrito's expedition penetrate without resistance. They do not find a single Indian and their jaws drop. The Mayas have built an immense church with massive walls and a high vault, the house of God, the house of the god tiger, and bells torn from bacalars sway on the tower. In the holy city, empty of people, everything is scary. There is little water in the canteens, but Colonel Acerrito forbids drinking from the wells. 6 years ago, other soldiers drank and vomited and died while the Indians asked, from the forest, if the water was fresh. The soldiers wait and despair and the days go by. Meanwhile, from 100 villages and 1,000 fields the Indians come. They bring a rifle or a machete and a bag of cornmeal. They concentrate forces in the thicket, and when Colonel Acerrito decides to retire, his troops are blown away. The orchestra, which has been captured intact, will teach music to children and play polkas in the church, where the cross lives and speaks, surrounded by Mayan gods. There, in the church, the people receive communion with corn tortillas and honey and once a year choose the interpreters of the cross and the war chiefs, who wear gold earrings but grow corn like anyone else. 1860. Havana. Poet in crisis. At 13 deaths per kilometer of track, the railway that carries sugar from the fields of Guins to the port of Havana has been built in Cuba. Dead Africans, Irish, Canarians and Chinese from Macau, slaves or miserable day laborers brought from far away by traffickers, and the sugar boom demands more and more. 10 years ago, the first shipment of Mayan slaves from the Yucatan arrived in Cuba. 140 Indians, prisoners of war, were sold for 25 pesos per head, children free. Later, the Mexican President Santa Anna granted the monopoly of the traffic to Colonel Manuel Maria Jimenez, and the price rose to 160 pesos per man, 120 per woman and 80 per child. The Mayan War has continued, and with it the Cuban loans of money and rifles. The Yucatan government collects a tax per slave sold and thus pays with Indians for the war against the Indians. The Spanish poet José Zorrilla has bought, in the port of Campeche, a consignment of Indians to sell in Cuba. Everything was ready for shipment when yellow fever killed his capitalist partner, Cipriano de las Cajigas, in Havana, and now the author of Don Juan Tenorio consoles himself by writing verses in a coffee plantation. 1861. Havana. Sugar Arms. Soon the city of Havana will celebrate its floral games. The intellectuals of the Ateneo propose a great central theme. They want the literary contest to devote itself to asking Spain for 60,000 new slaves. The poets would thus support the project to import blacks, which already has the support of the Diario de la Marina and the legal blessing of the prosecutor of the Audiencia. Missing arms for sugar. The blacks that enter, smuggling, through the beaches of Mariel, Cojimar, and Batabano are scarce and expensive. 3 mill owners have drawn up the project because Cuba lies exhausted and desolate, and they beg the Spanish authorities to collect their pitiful woes and provide it with blacks, meek and loyal slaves to whom Cuba owes its economic prosperity. It will be easy, they say, to bring them from Africa. They will run joyfully towards the Spanish ships when they see them arrive. Sugar words. The bars of Havana shine with iron scrolls, and the columns, plaster shells, the partitions, wooden lace, the stained glass windows, peacock tails. The language of doctors and friars looks arabesque. The poet's chase never used rhymes, and the prose writers adjectives of a lot of rumble. Orators chase the point, the jumping and fugitive point. The point appears behind the adverb or the parenthesis, and the speaker throws words and words at it. The discourse stretches trying to reach it, but the point always flees beyond, and thus the pursuit continues to infinity. Accounting books speak, on the other hand, the harsh language of reality. In sugar mills throughout Cuba, the birth or purchase of each black slave is recorded as income from personal property, and a depreciation rate of 3% per year is calculated. The illness of a man is equivalent to the failure of a valve, and the end of a life is like the loss of a head of cattle. The slaughtered cattle are bulls. A Ceiba sow was spoiled. The black Domingo Mondongo has died. 1861. Bull Run. Grays against Blues. Near the city of Washington, the first battle of the Civil War takes place. A large audience had come, in carriages or on horseback, to witness the spectacle. As soon as the blood begins to flow, the mob stampedes, howling in panic, running wild, and soon the streets of the capital are filled with the mutilated and dying. Two opposing countries had hitherto shared the map, flag, and name of the United States. A Southern newspaper reported in the foreign news section that Abraham Lincoln had won the election. Within a month, the Southern states formed a separate country and war broke out. Lincoln, the new president, embodies the ideals of the North. In his campaign he has announced that it is not possible to continue being half free and half slave, and has promised farms instead of large estates and higher tariffs against competition from European industry. North and South, 2 spaces, 2 times. To the north, factories that already produce more than the fields, incessant inventors creating the electric telegraph and the sewing machine and the combine harvester, new cities springing up everywhere, 1 million inhabitants in New York and docks where the ships can no longer fit. Of desperate Europeans in search of a new homeland. To the south, ancestry and nostalgia, the tobacco fields, the vast cotton plantations, 4 million black slaves producing raw material for the English spinning mills of Lancashire and Manchester, knights dueling over the sullied honor of sister or father. Good name of the family, and ladies riding in carriages through the blooming fields and swooning on palace verandas at twilight. 1862. Fredericksburg. The pencil of war. Leaning against a wall, legs crossed on the ground, a young soldier stares without seeing. The beard, several months old, crushes the open neck of the warrior. The soldier's hand caresses the head of a dog that sleeps on his knees. John Geyser, recruit from Pennsylvania, draws himself and his comrades as the war kills. For an instant the pencil stops them on the way to the grave dug between cannon fire. The soldiers load the rifle, or clean it, or eat the portion of biscuit and bacon, or sadly they look without seeing, or perhaps seeing beyond what they look at. 1863. Mexico City. American Algeria. It is the new name for Mexico according to the Paris press. Napoleon III's army attacks and conquers the capital and the main cities. In Rome, the Pope jumps for joy. The government of Benito Juarez, evicted by the invaders, was guilty of blasphemy against God and his property in Mexico. Juarez had stripped the church naked, stripping it of its sacred tithes, of its large estates as vast as the sky, and of the loving shelter of the state. The conservatives join the conquerors. 20,000 Mexican soldiers help the 30,000 French soldiers, who come from assaulting the Crimea, Algeria, and Senegal. Napoleon III seizes Mexico by invoking the spirit Latino culture, and the Latino race, and in the process demanding payment of a huge and ghostly loan. Maximilian of Austria, one of the many jobless princes in Europe, will take charge of the new colony, accompanied by his stunning wife. 1863. London. Marx. Napoleon III will break his neck in the matter of Mexico, if he is not hanged first, announces a wise and poor prophet, who lives on loan in London. While correcting and polishing the drafts of a work that is going to change the world, Karl Marx does not lose detail of what happens in the world. In letters and articles, Lazarillo de Tormes calls the Third Napoleon and the invasion of Mexico an infamous enterprise. It also denounces England and Spain, who would like to share the territory of Mexico with France as spoils of war, and all the nations that steal nations, accustomed to sending thousands and thousands of men to the slaughterhouse so that usurers and traffickers can expand the field of their businesses. Marx no longer believes that the imperial expansion of the most developed countries is a victory of progress over backwardness. 15 years ago, on the other hand, he had not disagreed with Engels when Engels applauded the United States invasion of Mexico, believing that in this way the Mexican peasants would become proletarians and the bishops and feudal lords would fall from the pedestal. 1865. Peace. Belzeu. A tide of rebellious Indians has restored power to Belzeu. Manuel Isidoro Belzeu, Tata Belzeu, avenger of the poor, executioner of doctors, returns to La Paz in waves of crowds. While he governed, a few years ago, the capital of Bolivia was where he was, on the haunch of his horse, and the owners of the country, who unleashed more than 40 military coups against it, failed to turn it around. Foreign merchants hated him, because Belzeu prohibited them from entering and protected the artisans of Cochabamba against the invasion of ponchos made in England. The Leguleos of Chuquisaca, through whose veins runs ink or water, were terrified of him, and the lords of the mines also conspired against him, and they were never able to issue a decree to him. Belzeu, lean and beautiful, has returned. He enters the palace on horseback, at a gentle pace, as if sailing. From a harangue by Belzeu to the Bolivian people. The time has come to ask the aristocracy for its titles and private property for its foundations. Private property is the main source of most crimes and crimes in Bolivia, it is the cause of the permanent struggle among Bolivians, is the dominant principle of that egoism eternally condemned by universal morality. No more property, no more owners, no more inheritances. Down with aristocrats. Earth be for everyone. Enough of the exploitation of man by man. 1865. Peace. Melgarejo. Mariano Melgarejo, Belzeu's fiercest enemy, is a Hercules capable of carrying a horse on his shoulder. He was born in Tarata, a highland of tall grass, to a father who loves and flees. He was born on Easter Sunday. God has chosen me to be born while he was resurrected. Before learning to walk, he knew how to gallop the horses that reared their heads in the greenery, and before the maternal teat knew the chicha that makes it roll or fly, the best chicha in Bolivia, milk from Tarata, chewed corn and spit out by the old women with the most mischievous saliva. He didn't even know how to sign when there was no one to stop him in the war charges to all fear, hand to hand, his jacket in tatters, raising and splitting people with blows of his fist, spear or saber. It has disgraced many. He has killed on a clear day and a moonless night, an eternal rebel, a troublemaker, and has been sentenced to death twice. Between parties and rackets, he has known exile and power. The night before last I slept on the throne, and last night in the wrinkles of the hills. Yesterday he entered the city of La Paz at the head of his army, mounted on an enormous cannon, the red poncho waving like a flag, and today he crosses the square gloomy and alone. 1865. Peace. The shortest coup in history. It's Belzu time. Melgarejo, the defeated, comes to surrender. Melgarejo crosses the square, crosses the shouting. Long live Belzu. In the vast hall on the first floor, Belzu waits. Melgarejo enters the palace. Without looking up, his black beard flattened against his bull chest, he goes up the stairs. The crowd shouts in the square. Long live Belzu. Tata Belzu. Melgarejo walks towards Belzu. The president stands up, opens his arms. I forgive you. Through the open windows, voices thunder. Nana Belzu. Melgarejo allows himself to be embraced and shoots. The shot rings out, the body hits the floor. The winner goes out on the balcony. He shows the corpse, offers it. Belzu is dead. Who lives? 1865. Appomattox. General Lee submits his ruby sword. The soldiers of the north, in full sweeping advance, await the order for the final assault. At that, a cloud of dust rises and grows from the enemy lines. From the hungry and torn apart army of the Greys, a horseman is detached. He brings a white cloth tied to a stick. In the last battles, the soldiers of the South had their names written on their backs, so that they would recognize them among the dead. The South, devastated, had lost the war, and continued it out of an obstinate sense of honor. Now the defeated general, Robert Lee, hands over his ruby-encrusted sword with a gloved hand. The victorious general, Ulysses Grant, without saber or insignia, unbuttoned his tunic, smokes or chews a cigar. The war is over, slavery is over. With slavery, the walls that prevented the full development of the industry and the expansion of the national market in the United States have fallen. 600,000 young men have died in battle. Among them, half of the blacks who have worn the blue uniform in the northern battalions. 1865. Washington. Lincoln. Abe comes from Kentucky. There the father raised the axe and unloaded the hammer, and the cabin had walls and a roof and beds of fallen leaves. Each day the axe cut wood for the fire, and one day the axe uprooted enough wood from the forest for Abe's mother to be buried under the snow. Abe was very young when the hammer hit those wooden nails. The mother would never again make white bread on Saturdays, nor would those ever perplexed eyes blink any more, so the hatchet brought wood to build a raft, and the father took the children up the river to Indiana. He comes from Indiana. There Abe drew his first letters with a brand and was the best lumberjack in the district. He comes from Illinois. In Illinois he loved a woman named Anne and married another named Mary, who spoke French and had started the hoop skirt in the town of Springfield. Mary decided that Abe would be President of the United States. While she gave birth to sons, he wrote speeches and some poems to remember, a sad island, a magical island bathed in liquid light. It comes from the Capitol, in Washington. Leaning out the window, he saw the slave market, a kind of stable where the blacks were locked up like horses. It's coming from the White House. He reached the White House promising agrarian reform and protection for the industry and proclaiming that whoever deprives another of his freedom is not worthy of enjoying it. He entered the White House swearing that he would rule in such a way that he would still have a friend within himself when he had no friends anymore. He ruled in war, and in war he fulfilled all his promises. At dawn he was seen in slippers, standing at the door of the White House, waiting for the newspaper. He comes without haste. Abraham Lincoln was never in a hurry. He walks like a duck, planting his huge feet flat, and like a tower stands out from the cheering crowd. Enter the theater and slowly walk up the stairs to the presidential box. In the box, above flowers and flags, his bony, necked head is silhouetted in the shadows, and in the shadows shine the sweetest eyes and the most melancholic smile in America. It comes from victory and from sleep. Today is Good Friday and it's been 5 days since General Lee surrendered. Last night, Lincoln dreamed of a sea of mystery and a strange ship sailing towards the misty shores. Lincoln comes from his whole life, walking without haste towards this appointment in the box of a comic theater in the city of Washington. The bullet that splits his head is already coming towards him. 1865. Washington. Tribute. How many blacks have been hanged for stealing a pair of pants or looking a white woman in the eye? What were the names of the slaves who burned down New York more than a century ago? How many whites have followed in Elijah's footsteps? Lovejoy, whose printing press was twice thrown into the river and who was assassinated in Illinois, without anyone being prosecuted or punished for it. The history of the abolition of slavery in the United States has had infinite protagonists, black and white. Like these. John Russ Worm and Samuel Cornish, who made the first black newspaper, and Theodore Weld, who founded the first college to admit women and blacks. Daniel Payne, who managed to keep his school for blacks in Charleston open for 6 years, and Prudence Crandall, a Quaker teacher from Connecticut, who for receiving a black girl in her school lost her white students and was insulted, stoned and imprisoned, and there were ashes where his school had been. Gabriel Prosser, who sought freedom for his brothers in Virginia and found the gallows for himself, and David Walker, for whose head the Georgia authorities were paying $10,000, and who walked the roads announcing that you would kill a man who would kill you. Is tearing life is like drinking water when you are thirsty, and that said until it disappeared or was disappeared. Nat Turner, who saw the sign written last be first in an eclipse of the sun and went mad with murderous rage, and John Brown, hunter's beard, eyes on fire, who robbed a Virginia gun shop and from a locomotive depot put up a fight with the Marines and then refused to be declared insane by his lawyer and walked with dignity to the gallows. William Lloyd Garrison, fanatical enemy of man-stealers, who was paraded through the streets of Boston with a noose around his neck, and Henry Garnet, who preached in the temple that the resigned slave sins against God, and Henry Ward Beecher, clergyman of Brooklyn, who said that in certain cases a rifle can be more useful than the Bible, so the weapons sent to the slaves of the South came to be called Beecher's Bibles. Harriet Beecher Stowe, in whose Uncle Tom's Cabin many whites were recruited to the cause, and Francis Harper, poet, who found the words to curse power and money, and Solomon Northup, slave from Louisiana who was able to spread the testimony of life on the cotton plantations since the horn sounds before dawn. Frederick Douglass, runaway slave from Maryland, who in New York turned the Independence Day Proclamation into an indictment and proclaimed that liberty and equality sounded like hollow parody. Harriet Tubman, illiterate peasant, who organized the escape of more than 300 slaves along the path of the North Star to Canada. 1865. Buenos Aires. The Triple Infamy. While in North America history wins a war, in South America another war is unleashed that history will lose. Buenos Aires, Rio de Janeiro and Montevideo, the three ports that annihilated José Artigas half a century ago, are preparing to devastate Paraguay. Under the successive dictatorships of Gaspar Rodriguez de Francia, Carlos Antonio López and his son Francisco Solano, leaders of absolute power, Paraguay has become a dangerous example. The neighbors run a serious risk of contagion. In Paraguay the landowners do not rule, nor do the merchants speculate, nor do they suffocate. The usurers. Blocked from the outside, the country has grown inward, and continues to grow, without obeying the world market or foreign capital. While the others kick, hanged by their debts, Paraguay does not owe a penny to anyone and walks on its own legs. The British ambassador in Buenos Aires, Edward Thornton, is the high priest of the fierce exorcism ceremony. Argentina, Brazil, and Uruguay will conjure up the devil by sticking bayonets into the chest of the proud. 1865. Buenos Aires. With spider slime they have woven the alliance. Like a grotesque top of a little tree, nailed to the spike, the long-haired head and headband of Chacho Peñalosa decorated the center of a plaza. El Chacho and his horse had been a single muscle, they caught him without a horse, and treacherously slit his throat. To quiet the mob they exhibited the head of the gaucho warrior from the plains of La Rioja. Domingo Faustino Sarmiento congratulated the executioners. The war against Paraguay prolongs another war, which has been going on for half a century, the War of Buenos Aires, a vampire port, against the provinces. Venancio Flores, a Uruguayan, has collaborated with Mitre and Sarmiento in the extermination of rebellious gauchos. As a reward he obtained the presidency of Uruguay. Brazilian ships and Argentine weapons imposed Flores in the government. The invasion of Uruguay made its way from the bombardment of the abandoned city of Paysandú. Paysandú resisted for a month, until the head of the defense, Leandro Gomez, was shot on top of its flaming rubble. Thus, the alliance of two has become a triple alliance. With English blessing and English credits, the governments of Argentina, Brazil, and Uruguay set out to redeem Paraguay. They sign a treaty. They make war, says the treaty, in the name of peace. Paraguay will have to pay the costs of its own extermination and the victors will provide it with an adequate government. In the name of respect for Paraguay's territorial integrity, the treaty guarantees Brazil a third of its surface area and awards Argentina all of Misiones and the vast Chaco. War is also waged in the name of freedom. Brazil, which has 2 million slaves, promises freedom to Paraguay, which has none. 1865. Saint Joseph. Urquiza. He kisses a woman's hand, its fame, and he gets her pregnant. Collects sons and lands. He has 150 children, not counting doubtful ones, and leagues of country. Who knows how many she adores the mirrors, the Brazilian decorations, the French porcelains and the tinkling of the patacons. Justo José de Urquiza, old caudillo of the Argentine coast, the man who defeated Juan Manuel de Rosas years ago, has his doubts about the war in Paraguay. He solved them by selling 30,000 horses from his farms to the Brazilian army, at an excellent price, and contracting the supply of salted meat to the Allied armies. Saved from doubts, he orders to shoot anyone who refuses to kill Paraguayans. 1866. Curupati. Mitre. They float in the waters, adrift, splinters that were ships. The Paraguayan navy is dead, but the Allied fleet is unable to continue invading upriver. It is stopped by the cannons of Curupati and Humaitá, and between both fortresses a row of demijohns, perhaps mines, stretched from coast to coast. Curupati with fixed bayonets. The bugle unleashes successive waves of soldiers to assault. Few make it to the moat and none to the palisade. The Paraguayans practice target shooting against an enemy that persists in showing itself in the open field and in broad daylight. The bellowing of the cannons, the rumble of drums, is followed by the rattle of the musketry. The Paraguayan fortress spits tongues of fire, and when the smoke clears, slow mist, thousands of dead, hunted like rabbits, appear wallowing in the swamps. From a prudent distance, telescope in hand, black frock coat and hat, Bartolomé Mitre contemplates the results of his military genius. Lying with admirable sincerity, he had promised the invading troops that they would reach Asunción in 3 months. 1866. Curupati. The brush of war. Candido López, a soldier from Mitre, will paint this disaster of Curupati and the previous battles he has fought, as well as the daily life of the war in the camps. He will paint with his left hand, because in Curupati a grenade has blown up his right. He will paint without imitating anyone and no one will imitate him. During the week he will sell shoes in a store in Buenos Aires, and on Sundays he will make pictures that say, "The war was like that." The foolish left hand will become wise, for memory's sake, but no artist will pay the slightest attention to it, no critic will take it seriously, and no one will be interested in buying the memorabilia of the one-armed soldier. I am a chronicler of the brush. The solitary Candido Lopez will paint multitudes. In his works there will be no close-ups of flashing sabers and spirited horses, nor heroes in agony pronouncing the posthumous speech with a hand on their bleeding chest, nor allegories of glory with their tits in the air. Through his child's eyes, countless tin soldiers and merry-go-round horses will parade by, playing the terrifying game of war in orderly formation. 1867. Fields of Catamarca. Felipe Varela. Montonero horsemen rise up in 5 Argentine provinces. The shears, tied to the lance, challenge the cannon of the line regiments, seeking melee, and in the dust of the gatherings it is shouted, "Long live Paraguay!" From the Andes to the plains, Felipe Varela has been raising the peasantry against the port of Buenos Aires, usurper of Argentina and denier of America. The leader of Catamarca denounces the bankruptcy of the nation, committed to millionaire loans to annihilate another sister nation. Its Montoneros carry a currency on their foreheads, the American Union, and an old fury in their hearts. Being a provincial is being a homeless beggar. A gaunt gaucho, pure cheekbones and beard, born and raised on horseback, Varela is the hoarse voice of the poor pushed to die. Tied with ropes, the volunteers from the provinces flock to the Paraguayan estuaries, and lock them up in pens, and shoot them when they rebel or desert. 1867. Plains of La Rioja. Torture. Colonel Pablo Irrazabal takes a statement from the rebel llaneros of La Rioja. He takes a statement from them, that is, he nails them to the stocks, or makes them walk with their skinned feet, or cuts their throats little by little with a blunt knife. The port of Buenos Aires uses various instruments of persuasion against the rebel provinces. One of the most effective is the so-called Colombian stocks. The stocks are armed by bending the prisoner and tying him in an arc with wet tents between 2 rifles, in such a way that, when the tents dry, the spine cracks and breaks into pieces. 1867. Peace. On diplomacy, science of international relations. Mounted on Holofernes, his war horse and party, President Melgarejo arrives at the Cathedral of La Paz. Seated under a canopy, in a velvet armchair, he listens to solemn mass. He wears the uniform of a general of the Chilean army, and on his chest shines the great cordon of the Imperial Order of Brazil. After so many walks and kills, Melgarejo has learned not to trust even his own shirt. They say that sometimes he tears it off and riddles it with bullets. He who rules rules, and the finger on the trigger. There are 2 beings in the world, just 2, that the Iron General does not look askance at, the horse Holofernes and the beautiful Juana Sanchez. The Chilean ambassador raises his glass and toasts Holofernes and Holofernes' health, when the black horse appears at the presidential table to drink beer among ministers, bishops, and generals. The Brazilian ambassador covers the body of Juana Sanchez with necklaces, diadems, and bracelets that Melgarejo's lover had never seen or raved about. His chest riddled with Brazilian decorations, Melgarejo ceded to Brazil 65,000 square kilometers of Bolivian jungle in the Amazon. Having become a general in the Chilean army, Melgarejo gave Chile half of the Atacama coastal desert, extremely rich in saltpeter. Chilean and British capitals are exploiting there the most coveted fertilizer for the tired lands of Europe. With the amputation of the Atacama Desert, Bolivia begins to lose its access to the sea. Inscriptions on a rock in the Atacama Desert. Antonia, for you I die. The one you know. The judge of Chinarcio is stealing. Pay me my 3 ounces, Ramon. The mayor is a brute. Don TP says that he is not a mulatto. 1867. Bogotá. A novel called Maria is published. Ladies sway in hammocks, ringlets billowing from ebony necks, rocked by gentlemen dressed like the dead and with faces like boiled chickens. A caravan of blacks, with baskets on their heads, passes far away and in silence, as if apologizing for existing and disturbing. In the garden of the plantation, aroma of coffee, fragrance of gardenias, Jorge Isaacs wets his pen in tears. All Colombia weeps. Efren has not arrived on time. While he sailed the sea, his cousin Maria, victim of hereditary and incurable disease, exhaled her last breath and ascended virgin to heaven. Before the sepulchre, Efren squeezes his inheritance of love to his chest. Maria has left her a handkerchief, embroidered by her and wet by her, some lily petals as equal to her and as withered as she is, a ring slipped from the stiff hand that had been a graceful rose of Castile, and a lock of her locks in the reliquary that her lily lips managed to kiss while death froze them. 1867. Querétaro. Maximilian. The army of Juarez and the 1,000 guerrillas of the Mexican people run to the French. Maximilian, the emperor, collapses in the mud shouting "Long live Mexico!" In the end, Napoleon III had taken away his army, the Pope hated him, and the conservatives called him the worst man. Napoleon had ordered him to administer the new French colony, but Maximilian would not obey. The Pope expected the return of his earthly goods, and the conservatives believed that he was going to exorcise Mexico from the liberal demon, but Maximilian, in the middle of the war against Juarez, dictated laws equal to those of Juarez. A black carriage arrives in Querétaro in the rain. President Juarez, the victor over the intruders, looks out over the open coffin without flowers, where lies the prince with languid blue eyes who liked to walk along the avenue dressed as a charro, with a hat and sequins. 1867. Paris. To be or to copy, this is the problem. The oil paintings on canvas sent by Ecuador arrive at the Universal Exhibition in Paris. All the paintings are exact copies of the most famous works of European painting. The catalogue exalts Ecuadorian artists, who if they do not have great originality value, at least have the merit of reproducing, with remarkable fidelity, the masterpieces of the Italian, Spanish, French, and Flemish schools. Meanwhile, another art flourishes in the Indian markets and in the popular suburbs of Ecuador. It is the despised task of hands capable of transforming clay and wood and straw, bird feathers and seashells and bread crumbs into beauty. That art is called, as if apologizing, crafts. Not the academics, but the poor people who eat flea hearts or mosquito guts. Singing of the poor in Ecuador. Are you hungry? Yeah. Eat cramp. Kill a mosquito, suck the blood. And save the mondongo for cold cuts. 1869. Mexico City. Juarez. The face of this Mexican Indian who defeated the Pope of Rome and the Third Napoleon has been carved in stone from Oaxaca. Without smiles or words, always in a tailcoat and high collar, always in black, Benito Juarez is a rock surrounded by a chorus of doctors who revolve around him speaking and declaiming and reciting, enlightened lawyers endowed with golden beaks and golden feathers. Mexico had more priests than teachers and the church owned half of everything when Juarez came to power and the liberals prescribed their civilizing potion to the country sick with ignorance and backwardness. Modernization therapy demands peace and order. It is necessary to put an end to wars that kill more people than malaria or pneumonia, but the plague of war harasses Juarez without quarter. First there was the war against the friars and the conservatives and then the war against the French invaders, and since then the war against the military leaders, heroes who refuse to retire, and against the Indians who refuse to lose the land of their communities. Mexican liberals profess blind faith in universal suffrage and freedom of expression, even though suffrage is the privilege of few and few express themselves. They believe in salvation through education, even though the few schools are all in the cities, because the liberals understand each other better, after all, with the Muses than with the Indians. While the large estates grow, they dream of enterprising farmers fertilizing the wastelands, and they dream of miraculous rails, smoke from locomotives, smoke from chimneys, ideas and people and capital that will bring progress from Europe. Juarez himself, the son of Zapotec Indians, is convinced that if Mexico copies North American laws, it will grow like the United States, and if it consumes English products it will become an industrious nation like England. By importing French ideas, believes the winner of France, Mexico will be an enlightened nation. 1869. San Cristobal Las Casas. The earth and time are not silent. The earth vibrates from so much that the dead chatter below. The pit looks like a square on market day. The Mayans who fell in the old rebellions of Chiapas celebrate news. Here they have fought with spear and axe since the distant day when the first usurper, the son of a woman and a dog, pounced on the lands of the communities. The dead talk to each other, saying joy, and through sleep they congratulate the living and tell them truths that the ear ignores. The Indians here have risen up again. The Indians, slaves for debts, raised farms and burned prisons and defended the last lands that they have in community and that they work in community despite the government of Juarez. The mountain gods celebrate too. They are the ones who divert the storm when it brings sickness or greed. 1869. Mexico City. Juarez and the Indians. For being unruly, for being a bandit, for being a rabid socialist, Julio Lopez was shot a year ago. At the head of the Indians of the Chalco region, Julio Lopez had sworn war against the rich and had risen up to reclaim the usurped lands. The Indians imprisoned in Chalco have been put in soldiers' uniforms and have been forced to fight against the rebel Indians in Yucatan. Those who have been pacified in each war become pacifiers in the next, rebels defeated and forced to kill rebels, and thus the government of President Juarez sends troops against the Mayas of Yucatan and the Mayas of Chiapas, the Coras of Nayarit and the Tarascans of Michoacan, the Yaquis of Sonora and the Apaches of the north. To recover the lands of their communities, the Indians overturned the hacienda markers, the first dead fell and the air became pure gunpowder smoke. The Constitution of Juarez wants to convert the Indians into small owners and free workers. Juarez laws prohibit stocks and shackles, debt slavery, and starvation wages. Reality, meanwhile, takes away from the Indians the lands that they still owned in common and makes them slaves of large estates or beggars of cities. Benito Juarez was born in the mountains, among the rocks that resemble him, on the shores of Lake Gualatayo. He learned to name the world in one of the 100 Indian languages of Mexico. Later, under the protection of a pious man, he became a doctor. 1869. London. Lafargue. When Paul Lafargue launched his assault on Laura Marx, the founder of scientific socialism was finishing proofreading the first volume of Capital. Karl Marx did not like the Cubans' fiery thrusts at all, and demanded calmer English ways to pay court to his green-eyed daughter. He also demanded economic guarantees. Expelled from Germany, France, and Belgium, Marx had had a hard time in London, debt-ridden, sometimes without a penny to buy the newspaper, and the miseries of exile had killed his 3 children. But he could not scare off Lafargue. He always knew he couldn't. Lafargue was very young when he and Marx began to fight and love each other. And Marx's first grandson is now born from the Cuban mestizo, the great-grandson of a mulatto from Haiti and an Indian from Jamaica. 1869. Acosta New. Paraguay falls, crushed under the feet of horses. And fallen fight. With church bells the last cannons are made, which shoot stones and sand, while the armies of the Triple Alliance. The wounded tear off their bandages, because it is better to bleed to death than serve the enemy army or march to the Brazilian coffee plantations with the iron mark of slavery. Not even the tombs are safe from looting in Asunción. In Piribebuy, the invaders raised the trenches, defended by women, mutilated and old, and set fire to the hospital with the wounded inside. In Acosta New, battalions of children disguised with wool or grass beards resist the offensive. And the carnage continues. Whoever does not die from a bullet dies from the plague. And every death hurts. Each death seems the last, but it is the first. 1870. Cerro Cora. Solano Lopez. This is a caravan of the breathing dead. The last soldiers of Paraguay make a pilgrimage in the footsteps of Marshal Francisco Solano Lopez. There are no boots or belts to be seen, because they have eaten them, but neither are swords or rags. The soldiers who wander through the forests are made of clay and bone, clay masks, clay breastplates, pottery meat that the sun has cooked with the mud of the swamps and the red dust of the deserts. Marshal Lopez does not give up. Hallucinated, sword held high, he leads this last march to nowhere. He discovers conspiracies, or he raves about them, and for the crime of treason or weakness he has his brother and all his brothers-in-law killed, as well as the bishop and a minister and a general. Lacking gunpowder, executions are carried out with a spear. Many fall due to Lopez's sentence, and many more due to exhaustion, and remain on the road. The earth recovers what is its own and the bones give the trail to the pursuer. The immense enemy hosts close the siege in Cerro Cora. They knock down Lopez on the banks of the Aquidauban River and wound him with a spear and kill him with a sword. And with one shot they finish it off, because it still roars. 1870. Cerro Cora. Elisa Lynch. Surrounded by the victors, Elisa digs a grave for Solano Lopez with her nails. The bugles no longer sound, nor do the bullets whistle, nor do the grenades explode. The flies riddle the marshal's face and attack his open body, but Elisa sees nothing but red mist. As she slaps the earth open, she insults this damn day, and the sun lingers on the horizon because the day does not dare to retire before she finishes cursing him. This golden-haired Irish woman, who has fought in command of columns of women armed with hoes and sticks, has been Lopez's most implacable advisor. Last night, after 16 years and 4 children, he told her for the first time that he loved her. The Guarani. From the annihilated Paraguay, the language survives. Guarani has mysterious powers, the language of the Indians, the language of the conquered that the conquerors made their own. Despite prohibitions and contempt, Guarani is the national language of this homeland in rubble, and it will continue to be the national language even if the law does not want it. Here the mosquito will continue to be called the devil's nail and the devil's horse the dragonfly. The stars will continue to be fires from the moon and twilight the mouth of the night. In Guarani the Paraguayan soldiers have pronounced their password and their harangues, while the war lasted, and in Guarani they have sung. In Guarani, now, the dead are silent. 1870. Buenos Aires. Sarmiento. The Argentine president, Domingo Faustino Sarmiento, receives the military report of the victory in Paraguay. He orders the music band to play serenades and writes, "It is providential that a tyrant has made all those Guarani people die. It was necessary to purge the earth of all that human excrescence." Sarmiento, founder of the Society for the Protection of Animals, preaches racism without mincing words and practices it without shaking his hand. He admires the North Americans, exempt from any mixture of inferior races, but from Mexico to the south he sees nothing but barbarism, filth, superstition, chaos, and madness. That darkness terrifies and fascinates him. He launches into the attack with a saber in one hand and a lamp in the other. As governor and president, he multiplies cemeteries and schools and promotes the noble virtues of slaughtering, saving, and reading. As a writer, he publishes highly talented prose in favor of the extermination of gauchos, Indians, and blacks and their replacement by white laborers from Northern Europe, and in defense of wearing the tailcoat and the English-style haircut. 1870. Rio de Janeiro. 1,000 chandeliers multiply lights in the mirrors. And the silk shoes draw circles of waltzes on the lustrous floor of the palace of the Baron of Itamarati. The imperial couple passes through the clouds of guests, from room to room, incessant kissing hands and clinking glass, and in their wake the martial sounds and thunderous cheers interrupt the dance. The gentlemen look like penguins and the ladies look like butterflies, cinched by crinolines, displaying lace, and more than one sports European breasts, imported by Mademoiselle Artemise, which perfectly accompany the wave movement of breathing. With French champagne and trendy music, Brazil celebrates the devastation of Paraguay. The carriages that go to the party come across the caravans of blacks loaded with pestilential pots and barrels. Clouds of flies chase the procession towards the beaches of Rio de Janeiro. Every evening, the slaves throw their masters' shit into the waters of the beautiful bay. 1870. Rio de Janeiro. Maua. While they celebrate the annihilation of Paraguay, the victorious countries dispute the map of the vanquished with bites. In Rio de Janeiro, someone frowns at the bubbly celebrations and shrugs when they hear about the new frontiers. Ireneo Evangelista de Souza, Baron of Maua by grace of Emperor Pedro II, never wanted this war. From the beginning he had a feeling that it would be long and bloody and that whoever won it would also lose it. Laurels for the Brazilian Empire? Peace illuminated by glory? The empire thriving as if the war never happened. The Baron de Maua, a Brazilian partner of the London Rothschilds, now knows that the exterminators owe double what they owed to the British banks. Owner of large plantations, Maua knows that the coffee plantations have lost many thousands of black slaves on the battlefields. Accustomed to financing the budgets and issuing the currency of the victorious countries, Maua also knows that they have been papered over with worthless vouchers. And perhaps he knows, who knows, that this recently ended war is the beginning of his personal ruin, that the creditors will end up ripping off even his gold glasses and that in his last years he will once again be that lonely child that a navigator had abandoned in the river docks. 1870. Vassouras. The coffee barons. The southern Paraíba River Valley produces most of the coffee the world consumes and also produces the most viscounts, barons, and marquises per square meter. From the throne of Brazil, Emperor Pedro II now rewards the coffee slavers, who have contributed so much money to the war against Paraguay, with new titles of nobility. There is no plantation with less than 100 slaves. It being still night, at the ringing of the iron bell the slaves wash in the tank, give thanks aloud to our Lord Jesus Christ and go to work up the hill, pushed by the 5-strap whip. The sons of lords come into the world by the hand of black midwives, and black nurses give them suck. Black maids teach them songs, legends, and food. With black boys they learn to play and with black girls they discover love. But from early on they know who owns and who owns. The marriage with the cousin or niece will strengthen the unity of the family and will perpetuate the nobility of the lineage. 1870. St. Paul. Nabucco. Everyone eats the black slave. Not just coffee barons and sugar lords, any free Brazilian, no matter how poor, has at least one slave working for him. Joaquim Nabucco denounces, in fiery speeches, the deep infection. Born to landowners and professional politicians, Nabucco proclaims that Brazil will not enter the modern world while the land and politics belong to a handful of families and while the entire country rests on the backs of slaves. The poet José Bonifacio heads the group of abolitionists from the University of São Paulo. In addition to Nabucco, other intellectuals with a brilliant word work with him, such as Castro Alves, Rui Barbosa, and Luis Gama, who was sold in Bahia by his own father and managed to escape slavery to denounce it. 1870. Buenos Aires. The North Quarter. A horseman in a green blouse blows the horn that announces danger. The clang of hooves, the noise of bells, the stampede of passers-by, the new tram comes rushing on rails at the crazy speed of 10 kilometers per hour. A Buenos Aires newspaper promises to reserve a column every day for the victims. Some dead man rides the tram, so as not to disappoint, but after a short time nobody talks about his homicidal frenzy anymore. Yellow fever has invaded Buenos Aires and is killing 300 a day. The La Chacarita cemetery was born from this plague, because there is nowhere to bury so many poor people, and the Barrio Norte was also born, because the rich fled their traditional bastion. The 10 blocks south of Plaza de Mayo have always decided the fate of all of Argentina, and have always prospered at their expense. There have lived, until now, the gentlemen who do politics and business in the Café de Paris and the ladies who shop in the London store. Now the yellow fever runs through them, which viciously rages over the lower area, surrounded by garbage dumps and swamps, a cradle of mosquitoes, a broth of plagues, and the large houses that the exodus empties become tenements. Where until today a family lived, 200 people will crowd in as best they can. Much has grown this city spilled on the banks of the river. A couple of centuries ago, Buenos Aires was a sad and lost village. Today 180,000 people inhabit it, and half of them are foreigners, masons, washerwomen, shoemakers, laborers, cooks, night watchmen, carpenters and other arrivals that the trade winds have brought from the Mediterranean Sea. 1870. Paris. La Tremont at 24. He used to talk hastily and he got tired for nothing. He spent the nights in front of the piano making chords and words, and at dawn his feverish eyes were pitiful. Isidore Ducasse, the imaginary Count of La Tremont, has died. The child born and raised in the war in Montevideo, the child who asked questions of the River Sea, has died in a hotel in Paris. The editor had not dared to send his songs to bookstores. La Tremont had written hymns to the louse and the pedophile. She had sung of the red lantern of the brothels and of the insects that prefer blood to wine. He had rebuked the drunken God who created us and had proclaimed that it is better to be born from the womb of a female shark. She had plunged into the abyss, a wretched human capable of beauty and madness, and in the course of her fall she had discovered fierce images and astonishing words. Every page he wrote screams when torn. 1871. Lime. Juana Sanchez. The devastating Melgarejo has fallen. He has fled Bolivia, chased with stones by the Indians, and lives his exile in a slum on the outskirts of Lima. Of power, he has nothing left but the blood-colored poncho. His horse, Holofernes, was killed by the Indians and had his ears cut off. He spends his nights howling in front of the Sanchez house. Melgarejo's lugubrious voice makes Lima tremble. Juana doesn't open the door. Juana was 18 years old when she arrived at the palace. Melgarejo locked himself in with her for 3 days and 3 nights. Those in the escort heard shouts, blows, snorts, moans, no words. On the 4th day, Melgarejo emerged. I love her as much as I love my army. The banquet table became an altar. In the center, between candles, Juana reigned naked. Ministers, bishops, and generals paid homage to the beauty and fell to their knees when Melgarejo raised a flaming glass of brandy and sang devotional verses. She, standing, made of marble, with no more clothes than her hair, averted her gaze. And he was silent. Juana was silent. When Melgarejo went on a military campaign, he left her locked up in a convent in La Paz. He returned to the palace with her in his arms and she was silent, a virgin woman every night born for him. Juana said nothing when Melgarejo took the community lands from the Indians and gave her 80 properties and an entire province for his family. Juana is silent now too. The door of his mansion in Lima, locked to lime and stone, does not appear or answer the desperate roars of Melgarejo. He doesn't even say, "You never had me. I was not there." Melgarejo cries and bellows, his fists like thunder against the door. On this threshold, shouting the name of this woman, he dies from 2 bullets. 1873. Templo Camp. The Cambizes. The black ones, bright with torches and other lights, undulate and twist and leap, and chat with the gods howling with pain and pleasure. To the New York Herald correspondent, these turbulences are as incomprehensible as the seasons, which in Cuba all occur at the same time within the infinite summer. The journalist blinks hard when he discovers that the same tree offers, at the same time, the branch that blooms exploding in full green and the branch that is dying yellowing. This is the land of the Mambai, in the jungle of eastern Cuba. Mambai means, back in the Congo, bandit, unruly, but on this island Mambai is the slave who, fighting, becomes a person. Before joining the Patriot Army, the Mambises had been runaways in the Sierras. The Herald correspondent calculates that the colonial war has claimed 80,000 Spanish lives in 5 years. Many soldiers have fallen by disease or bullet, and many more for the Mambai machete. The war has turned the sugar mills into armed fortresses against attacks by blacks from outside and escapes from blacks from within. In this camp of ragged, almost naked Mambises, everything is shared. The journalist drinks water with molasses, in the absence of coffee, and after a few days he swears eternal hatred for the sweet potato and the jusha, a little animal that feeds whoever traps it in a hole in a tree or a rock. This war could last forever, writes the journalist. Here the lianas give away water when there is no river nearby, and the trees provide fruit, hammocks, sandals, and good shade to sit and tell jokes and adventures while the wounded heal. 1875. Mexico City. Marty. His mustache had just started to appear when he founded 2 ephemeral newspapers in Havana, El Diablo Cochuelo and La Patria Libre, and for wanting the independence of Cuba, a colony of Spain, they sentenced him to prison and forced labor. Before, still very young, he had wanted to translate Shakespeare, and had burned words, and sworn vengeance on a gallows black slave. He had guessed, in the earliest verses, that he would die in Cuba and for her. From prison, they pushed him into exile. The marks of the irons on the ankles have not been erased. No one more Cuban patriot than the son of a Spanish colony sergeant. No one more child than this inquisitive exile, who is so astonished and outraged by the world. José Martí is 22 years old when he attends, in Mexico, the first joint demonstration of students and workers. The hatters have declared a strike. They have the solidarity of the Fraternity and Constance Society of Hairdressers, the Fraternal Society of Bookbinders, the typographers, the tailors, and the intellectual workers of the idea. At the same time, the first university strike broke out, against the expulsion of 3 medical students. Martí organizes recitals to benefit the hatters, and in his articles he describes the students, who march together with the workers through the streets of Mexico City, all arm in arm, all dressed for Sunday. This enthusiastic youth, he writes, is right. But even if she was wrong, we would love her. 1875. Fort Sill. The last buffalo of the South. There were the southern plains carpeted with buffalo, which multiplied like the tall grass, when the white man came from Kansas. Now the wind smells rotten. Skinned buffaloes lie in the prairies. Millions of skins have traveled to Eastern Europe. The extermination of the buffalo not only brings money, it is also, General Sheridan explains, the only way to achieve lasting peace and open the way for the advance of civilization. Sill Reservation Territory. In vain do the dances invoke the good hunting to the sun god. The federal government rations, pity rations, are not enough to eat. The Indians flee to the distant canyon of Palo Duro, the last place with buffalo on the southern plains. There they find food and everything else. They turn the skins into houses, blankets, and clothes, the horns and bones into spoons, knives, and arrowheads, the nerves and sinews into ropes and nets, and the bladders into jugs of water. Soon the soldiers arrive, amid clouds of dust and gunpowder. They burn huts and supplies, kill 1,000 horses, and drive the Indians back into their confinement. A few Kiowas manage to escape. They wander the plains until starvation renders them. They are delivered at Fort Sill. There the soldiers put them in a corral, and every day they throw pieces of raw meat at them. The beyond, the deepest. The buffaloes of the last herd in the south gather in assembly. The discussion does not drag on. Everything is said and the night continues. The buffalo know that they are no longer capable of protecting the Indians. As dawn rises from the river, a Kiowa woman watches the last herd pass through the mist. The chief walks at a slow pace, followed by the females and the young and the few males still alive. Arriving at the foot of Mount Scott, they wait, motionless, heads down. Then the mountain opens its mouth and the buffalo enter. In there the world is green and fresh. The buffalo have passed. The mountain closes. 1876. Little Bighorn. Sitting Bull. When he speaks, no word gets tired or falls off. No more lies, he says. 8 years ago, the United States government guaranteed the Sioux, by solemn treaty, that they would forever own the Black Mountains, their center of the world, the place where warriors speak with the gods. 2 years ago, gold was discovered on these lands. Last year, the government ordered the Sioux to leave hunting camps where miners searched for gold in rocks and springs. I have said enough. No more lies. Sitting Bull, chief of chiefs, has concentrated several thousand warriors from the plains, Sioux, Cheyennes, Arapahoes. He has danced 3 days and 3 nights. He has fixed his eyes on the sun. Nose. Wake up before dawn. Their bare feet get wet in the dew and receive the beats of the earth. At dawn, look up beyond the hills. Here comes General Custer. Here comes the 7th Cavalry. 1876. Little Bighorn. Black Elk. At 9 years old, he heard the voices. He knew that all beings with legs, wings or roots are children of the same Father Sun and of the same Mother Earth, from whose breasts we suckle. The voices announced to him that he would make the sacred staff flourish, the tree of life nailed to the center of the land of the Sioux, and that mounted on a storm cloud he would kill the drought. They also announced wars and sorrows. At the age of 10, she met a white man for the first time. He thought it was a sick person. At 13, Black Elk is bathing in the Little Bighorn River when shouts warn that the soldiers are coming. He climbs a hill and from there he sees an immense cloud of dust full of roars and screams, and many horses fleeing from the cloud with empty saddles. 1876. Little Bighorn. Custer. Black Pot, the Cheyenne chief, had warned him when they smoked the peace pipe together. Custer would die if he betrayed his promises, and no Indian would get their hands dirty skinning his skull. Custer then burned down that camp and Chief Black Pot was riddled with bullets in the flames. Now General George Armstrong Custer is one of the dead from the 7th Cavalry, which the Indians have wrecked on the banks of the Little Bighorn River. Custer had had his golden hair shaved last night. His shaven skull is intact and he still has that rather stupid face of men who have never been defeated. 1876. Warbonnet Creek. Buffalo Bill. Shortly after the defeat of Little Bighorn, some soldiers pounce on the Cheyenne Indians camped on the banks of a creek and in the firefight the chief Yellow Hand falls. Buffalo Bill is the first to arrive. With one cut he scalps the Cheyenne chief and at a gallop he flies to the scenes of distant cities. The history of the West becomes a spectacle as it happens. The battle is not over and already the Skinner is selling his epic feat in theaters in Philadelphia, Baltimore, Washington, and New York. In memory and revenge of General Custer, Buffalo Bill raises his arms before the crowded audience, from one hand he shows the knife and from the other, which is squeezing a blood-stained hide, a cascade of multicolored feathers hangs. The hero wears a highly ornamented Mexican suit, with a pair of revolvers at his waist and a 15-shooter Winchester slung over his shoulder. Soon the scene will grace the covers of the cowboy novels that circulate throughout the country. Buffalo Bill, the most famous of cowboys, has never herded a cow in his life. The living symbol of the conquest of the West, immortal Superman, has made his name exterminating Indians and buffalo and talking endlessly about his own courage and marksmanship. He was baptized Buffalo Bill when he worked for the Kansas Pacific Railroad. He says that in a year and a half he fired 4,280 shots and killed 4,280 buffalo, although the women prevented him from working at full capacity. 1876. Mexico City. Leave. General Santa Anna had been president of Mexico 11 times. He bought the loyalty of his generals by selling pieces of country and taxing dogs, horses, and windows, but often he had to flee from the palace, disguised as a pauper. Although he was a specialist in losing wars, he had many statues of himself erected, galloping in bronze, sword held high, and by decree he made his birthday a national holiday. When he returned from exile, all his friends and all his enemies had already died. Sunk in the back of an armchair, always with the rooster in his arms, Santa Anna rubbed old medals or scratched her cork leg. He was blind, but he thought he saw carriages of princes and presidents stopping at his door. He was deaf, but he believed he heard litanies of crowds coming to beg for an audience and mercy or employment. "Wait!" Santa Anna yelled. "Tell them to shut up." As the last of his footmen changed his wet pants. From his house on Vergara Street, mortgaged, always empty, they now take him out to take him to the cemetery. The roosters march in front of the coffin, facing people and asking for a fight. 1877. Guatemala City. The civilizer, Justo Rufino Barrios, President of Guatemala, closes his eyelids and listens to the noise of railways and steam engines violating the silence of the convents. There is no stopping synthetic dyes in world markets, and no one buys the scarlet, indigo and cochineal that Guatemala sells. It is coffee time. The markets demand coffee, and coffee demands land and arms, trains, and ports. In order to modernize the country, Barrios expels the parasitic friars, seizes the church's immense lands and gives them away to his closest friends. It also expropriates the lands of indigenous communities. The abolition of collective property is decreed and compulsory peonage is imposed. In order to integrate the Indian into the nation, the liberal government makes him a servant of the new coffee plantations. The colonial system of forced labor returns. The soldiers go through the farms distributing Indians. 1879. Mexico City. The Socialists and the Indians. It's sad to say it, but it's accurate. Colonel Alberto Santa Fe denounces from the Tlatelolco prison, the Indians were happier under Spanish rule. Today they are pompously called free and they are slaves. According to the socialist Santa Fe, who has unleashed the insurrection of the Indians of the Texmelucan Valley, the ills of Mexico come from the misery of the people, which in turn comes from the hoarding of the land in few hands and the lack of national industry. Because everything comes to us from abroad and we can do it ourselves. And he wonders, should we prefer to lose our independence and be a North American colony, or change the social organization that has ruined us? From the newspaper El Socialista, Juan de Mata Rivera also proclaims that the Indians were better off in the colony, and demands that they return their lands. There is no law that grants thieves the right to the fruits of violence and infamy. At the same time, the peasants of Sierra Gorda spread their socialist plan. They accuse the dispossessing latifundio, the root of all misfortune, and the governments that have put the Indians at the service of the landowners. They propose that the haciendas be declared towns, restoring community ownership of farmland, water, mountains, and pastures. 1879. Joel Island. Joel. Shot by Remington. Argentine soldiers conquer 20,000 leagues of Indian land. The London market requires the multiplication of cows, and the border explodes. For the large estates of the Pampas to grow to the south and to the west, the repeating rifles empty the empty spaces. Cleaning Patagonia of savages, setting fire to tolderias, taking aim on Indians and ostriches, General Julio Argentino Roca culminated the brilliant military career that he had begun in the wars against Gauchos and Paraguayans. On the island of Joel, on the Black River, 4,000 dusty soldiers attend mass. Victory is offered to God. The desert campaign has concluded. The survivors, Indians, booty from the border, are divided into ranches, forts, stables, kitchens, and beds. More than 10,000, calculates Lieutenant Colonel Federico Barbara. Thanks to the altruism of the Argentine ladies, says Barbara, the wild children exchange their chiripa for pants and acquire the face of humans. 1879. Buenos Aires. Martín Fierro and the Twilight of the Gaucho. José Hernández publishes in Buenos Aires the last part of Martín Fierro, a song of agony of the gaucho who made the country and has remained without a country. The other half of the splendid poem has been circulating through the fields of the River Plate for some time now, and its verses are as essential as meat and grass and tobacco. Saddening couplets in a round of bonfires, the servants of the latifundio and the soldiers of the fort evoke the gate of that surly brother, a man without a king and without a law, and thus recover the memory of his lost freedom. 1879. Port-au-Prince. Maceo. The exiled Antonio Maceo reaches the top of Bel Air, on the way to Santo Domingo, when 5 assassins pounce. It is a moonlit night, but Maceo escapes from the shooting and gallops into the jungle. The Spanish consul in Haiti had promised the executioners 20,000 pesos in gold. Maceo is the most popular and dangerous of Cuba's independence warriors. In the war he has lost his father and 14 brothers, the war will return. In the thunder of the cavalry, when the gossip of the machetes lashes out at the muzzles of the cannons, Maceo rides ahead. In combat he has won all his promotions, and it is not good for some white bosses to see an almost black being a major general. Maceo fights for a real revolution. It is not about replacing the Spanish, he says. Independence is not the ultimate goal, but the first. Starting from it, Cuba will have to change, and as long as the people do not rule, the colony will not become a homeland. The big Criollo landowners rightly distrust this man who says that there is nothing sacred about the right to property. 1879. Chinchas Islands. The guano. The hills that rose on the islands were made of pure shit. For millennia, millions of birds had finished their digestion on the southern coast of Peru. The Incas knew that this guano was capable of resurrecting any land, no matter how dead it seemed, but Europe did not know the magical powers of the Peruvian fertilizer until Humboldt brought the first samples. Peru, which had gained world prestige for silver and gold, was able to perpetuate its glory thanks to the goodwill of the birds. Ships loaded with malodorous guano sailed to Europe and returned bringing statues of pure Carrara marble to decorate the avenues of Lima. The cellars came full of English clothes, which have ruined the looms of the southern Sierra, and Bordeaux wines that have liquidated the national vineyards of Moquegua. Entire houses came to El Callao from London. Complete luxury hotels were imported from Paris, with a cook and everything. After 40 years, the islands are devastated. Peru has sold 12 million tons of guano, has spent twice as much, and now owes each saint a candle. 1879. Atacama and Tarapaca deserts. Saltpeter. The war does not break out over guano, there is little left. It is the saltpeter that launches the Chilean army to conquer the deserts, against the allied forces of Peru and Bolivia. From the barren Atacama and Tarapaca deserts comes the green of the valleys of Europe. In these solitudes there is nothing more than lizards hiding in the stones and herds of mules hauling cargoes of saltpeter to the Pacific ports, lumpy snow that will restore enthusiasm to tired European lands. Nothing casts a shadow in this world without anything, other than the glittering mountains of saltpeter drying in the sun in helplessness and the miserable workers, warriors of the desert who use a ruinous bag of flour for mail, pickaxes for spears and shovels for swords. Saltpeter or nitrate is essential for the business of life and death. It is not only the most coveted of fertilizers. Also, mixed with coal and sulfur, it becomes gunpowder. Agriculture and the prosperous war industry need it. 1880. Lime. The Chinese. Chile invades and devastates. With English uniforms and English weapons, the Chilean army demolished the towns of Chorrillos, Barranco, and Miraflores, Lima's beaches, leaving no stone unturned. Peruvian officers send Indians to the slaughterhouse and flee shouting, Long live the homeland. There are many Chinese from Peru, fighting on the Chilean side. They are Chinese fleeing from the large estates, who enter Lima singing gratitude to the invading general, Patricio Lynch, the Red Prince, the Savior. These Chinese had been shipped, a few years ago, by English, Portuguese and French traffickers in the ports of Macau and Canton. Of every three, two arrived alive in Peru. In the port of Callao, they were put up for sale, the Lima newspapers offered them just arrived. They branded many with hot iron. The railroad, cotton, sugar, guano, and coffee needed arms. Slaves. On the Guano Islands, the guards did not take their eyes off them, because at the slightest carelessness the Chinese killed themselves by throwing themselves into the sea. The fall of Lima unleashes chaos throughout Peru. In the valley of Caint, the blacks rise up. At the end of the carnival, on Ash Wednesday, the hatred of centuries explodes. Ritual of humiliation, the blacks, until recently slaves and still treated as slaves, avenge ancient grudges by killing Chinese, also slaves, with sticks and machetes. 1880. London. Claim of laziness. Chased by the French police and punished by the English winter, which makes stalactites, Paul Lafargue writes in London a new allegation against the criminal system he makes of man a miserable servant of the machine. Capitalist morality is a lamentable parody of divine morality, writes Marx's Cuban son-in-law. Like the friars, capitalism teaches the workers that they were born in this valley of tears to work and suffer, and he induces them to hand over their wives and children to the factories, which grind them 12 hours a day. Lafargue refuses to accompany the nauseating songs in honor of the god Progress, the eldest son of labor, and claims the right to laziness and the full enjoyment of human passions. Laziness is a gift from the gods. Even Christ preached it in the Sermon on the Mount. Someday, Lafargue announces, the torments of hunger and forced labor, more numerous than the locusts of the Bible, will end, and then the earth will tremble with joy. 1881. Lincoln City. Billy the Kid. I'm going to give you some advice, Doc. Until a minute ago, Billy the Kid was waiting for the gallows in a cell. Now aim at the sheriff from the top of the stairs. I'm starting to get tired, Doc. The sheriff tosses him the handcuff key, and as Billy ducks there is a fire of revolvers. The sheriff collapses with a bullet in the eye and the silver star shattered. Billy is 21 years old and has 21 notches on the butt of the Colt, not counting the Apaches and Mexicans he has killed without record. I wouldn't do it if I were you, stranger. He began his career at 12, when an idler insulted his mother and he galloped away, brandishing a razor dripping with blood. 1882. St. Joseph. Jesse James. Jesse and his boys, the James Boys, had fought alongside the slave army of the South and later became the avenging angels of the vanquished land. Out of sheer sense of honor they have fleeced 11 banks, 7 postal trains and 3 stagecoaches. Spitting through his fang, listlessly, not bothering to draw his weapon, Jesse has sent 16 fellow men to the other world. One Saturday night in St. Joseph, Missouri, his best friend shoots him in the back. You, little one, dry those tears and serve syrup for everyone. And let's see if they get rid of that rubbish. I'll tell you what it was. Do you know what it was? He was more stubborn than all the mules in Arizona. 1882. Oklahoma prairies. Cowboys' twilight. Half a century ago, the legendary Oklahoma wild horse wowed Washington Irving and inspired his pen. That indomitable prince of the prairies, white-maned Arrow, is today a beast of burden or a gentle horse. Also the cowboy, champion of the conquest of the West, angel of justice or avenging bandit, becomes a soldier or an obedient pawn of the schedule. Barbed wire advances at a rate of 1,000 kilometers a day and refrigerated trains traverse the Great Plains of the United States. Ballads and novelettes evoke the good old days of wagon trains, grumbling bacon-greased wooden axles, howling coyotes, and Indians, and Buffalo Bill is proving that nostalgia can be a very lucrative industry. But the cowboy is one more machine among the machines that gin cotton, thresh wheat, stack rice, or beat hay. 1882. New York. You too can succeed in life. The road to happiness no longer leads only to the western prairies. Now is also the time of big cities. The train whistle, magic flute, wakes up the young people who are napping in town and invites them to join the new paradises of cement and steel. Every ragged orphan, the siren voices promise, will become a prosperous businessman if he works fervently and lives virtuously in the offices or factories of the gigantic buildings. One writer, Horatio Alger, sells these illusions in millions of copies. Alger is more famous than Shakespeare and his novels are more widely circulated than the Bible. His readers and his characters, meek wage earners, have not stopped running since they got off the trains or transatlantic ships. In reality, the track is reserved for a handful of business athletes, but American society massively consumes the fantasy of free competition and even the lame dream of winning races. 1882. New York. The creation according to John D. Rockefeller. In the beginning I made the light with a kerosene lantern. And the darkness, which mocked tallow or sperm candles, receded. And the first day dawned and sunset. And on the second day God put me to the test and allowed the devil to tempt me by offering me friends and lovers and other extravagances. And I said, let the oil come to me. And I founded Standard Oil. And I saw that he was well, and the third day dawned and dusk. And on the fourth day I followed God's example. Like him, I threatened and cursed anyone who refused me obedience, and like him I applied extortion and punishment. As God has crushed his competitors, so I mercilessly pulverized my rivals in Pittsburgh and Philadelphia. And to the repentant I promised forgiveness and eternal peace. And I put an end to the disorder of the universe. And where there was chaos, I organized. And on a scale never known, I calculated costs, set prices, and conquered markets. And I distributed the strength of millions of arms so that time, energy, and matter would never be wasted again. And I banished chance and luck from the history of men. And in the space created by me I reserved no place for the weak or the ineffective. And the fifth day dawned and dusk. And by naming my work I inaugurated the word trust. And I saw that it was fine. And I verified that the world revolved around my vigilant eyes, while the sixth day dawned and sunset. And on the seventh day I did charity. I added up the money God had given me for continuing his perfect work and donated 25 cents to the poor. And then I rested. 1883. Bismarck City. The last buffalo of the North. The buffalo is already a curiosity in Montana, and the Blackfeet Indians gnaw old bones and tree bark. Sitting Bull leads the latest hunt for the Sioux on the northern plains. After much walking, they find a few animals. For each one they kill, the Sioux apologize to the great invisible buffalo, as tradition has it, and promise not to waste a single hair of the dead. Soon after, the Northern Pacific Railroad celebrates the completion of its coast-to-coast track. This is the fourth line that crosses North American territory. The coal locomotives, with pneumatic brakes and Pullman cars, advance before the settlers towards the plains that were the Indians. Everywhere new cities spring up. The gigantic national market grows and articulates. The authorities of the Northern Pacific Railroad invite Chief Sitting Bull to deliver a speech at the grand opening party. Sitting Bull comes from the reservation where the Sioux survive on charity. He went up to the box covered with flowers and flags and addressed the President of the United States, the ministers and personalities present, and the general public. I hate white people, he says. You are thieves and liars. The interpreter, a young officer, translates. My red and sweet heart welcomes you. Sitting Bull interrupts the resounding applause of the public. You have taken the land from us and made us outcasts. The audience gives a standing ovation to the feathered warrior, and the interpreter sweats. Ice. 1884. Santiago de Chile. The financial wizard eats the flesh of soldiers. Our rights are born of victory, the supreme law of nations, says the victorious government. The war in the Pacific, the Saltpeter War, has ended. By sea and by land Chile has pulverized its enemies. The immense Atacama and Tarapaca deserts are incorporated into the Chilean map. Peru loses the saltpeter and the exhausted Guano Islands. Bolivia loses access to the sea and is cornered in the heart of South America. In Santiago de Chile they celebrate the victory. In London they charge it. Without firing a shot or spending a penny, John Thomas North has become the king of saltpeter. With money lent by Chilean banks, North has bought at a bargain price the bonds that the Peruvian state had delivered to the former owners of the deposits. North bought them as soon as the war broke out, and before the war ended, the Chilean state was kind enough to recognize the bonds as legitimate property titles. 1884. Huancayo. The country pays. Marshal Andrés Avelino Caceres, with his Indian guerrillas, has traveled 3 years and 200 leagues of incessant struggle against the Chilean invaders in the mountains of Peru. The Indians of the communities call their marshal Tata, a man with martial whiskers, and many have died, for following him, throwing cheers to a homeland that despises them. Also in Lima, the Indians were cannon fodder and the social chronicler Ricardo Palma blamed the defeat on that abject and degraded race. On the other hand, Marshal Caceres affirmed until recently that Peru had been defeated by its own merchants and bureaucrats. Until recently, he also rejected the peace treaty that amputates a good chunk of Peru. Now, Caceres has changed his mind. He wants to be president. You have to make merit. It is necessary to demobilize the armed Indians, who have fought against the Chileans but have also invaded farms and are threatening the Latifundia Sacred Order. The marshal summons Tomas Lames, chief of the Coyaca guerrilla. Lames arrives in Huancayo with 1,500 Indians. He comes to say, "Order, my Tata." But as soon as Lames arrives, the troops disarm him. As soon as he crosses the threshold of the barracks, he falls from a recoil. And then they shoot him, blindfolded and seated. 1885. Lime. Evil comes from above, says Manuel González Prada. Peru groans under the domination of a few privileged beings. Those men would roll us between the cylinders of a sugar mill, they would distill us in the basin of an alembic, they would carbonize us in a furnace to burn metals, if they could extract a piece of oil from our residue. Just a milligram of gold. They, like cursed soil, receive the seed and drink the water, without ever producing the fruit. In the war with Chile, they proved their cowardice, having not even had the courage to defend the Guano and Saltpeter Dam. We were outraged, trampled and bloodied as no nation was, but the war with Chile has taught us nothing nor has it corrected us of any vice. 1885. Mexico City. Everything belongs to everyone. Says Teodoro Flores, a Mixtec Indian, hero of 3 wars. Repeat it. And the children repeat, everything belongs to everyone. Teodoro Flores has defended Mexico against the North Americans, the conservatives, and the French. President Juarez gave him 3 farms as a prize, with good soil. He did not accept the land, the water, the forests, the houses, the oxen, the crops. Of all. Repeat it. And the children repeat. Open to the sky, the roof is almost safe from the smell of shit and frying, and it is almost silent. Here you can get some fresh air and talk, while in the courtyard below men fight over a female with knives, someone calls out to the Virgin and the dogs howl bringing death. Tell us about the mountains, the youngest son asks. And the father tells how people live in Teotitlan del Camino. Those who can work there and everyone is distributed what they need. It is forbidden for anyone to take more than they need. That is a felony. In the mountains, crimes are punished with silence, contempt, or expulsion. It was President Juarez who led the prison, which was not known there. Juarez brought judges and property titles and ordered the division of the common land. But we didn't listen to the papers he gave us. Teodoro Flores was 15 years old when he learned the Spanish language. Now he wants his sons to become lawyers, to defend the Indians from the tricks of the doctors. That's why he brought them to the capital, to this noisy pigsty, to live badly piled up among thugs and beggars. What God created and what man creates. Everything belongs to everyone. Repeat it. Night after night, the children listen to him until they are overcome with sleep. We are all born equal, naked. We are all brothers. Repeat it. 1885. Lend. The city of Colón was born 30 years ago, because the train that crosses Panama from sea to sea needed a terminal station. The city was born on the swamps of the Caribbean Sea, and offered fevers and mosquitoes, small hotels, and gambling dens and brothels to the adventurers who flocked in search of California gold, and miserable shacks to the Chinese workers who laid the tracks and died of plague or sadness. 1886. Atlanta. The Coke. John Pemberton, an apothecary, has gained a certain reputation for his love potions and anti-baldness lotions. Now he invents a medicine that relieves headaches and hides nausea. His new product is made from coca leaves, brought from the Andes, and cola nuts, stimulating seeds from Africa. Water, sugar, caramel, and some secrets complete the formula. Soon Pemberton will sell his invention for $2,300. He is convinced that it is a good remedy, and he would burst with laughter, not with pride, if some soothsayer told him that he had just created the symbol of the coming century. 1887. Chicago. Every 1st of May, they will be resurrected. The gallows awaits them. There were 5 of them, but Link woke up early to death by exploding a capsule of dynamite between his teeth. Fisher dresses slowly, humming La Marseillaise. Parsons, the agitator who used the word as a whip or a knife, squeezes the hands of his companions before the guards tie them behind their backs. Engel, famous for his marksmanship, orders port wine and makes everyone laugh with a joke. Spies, who has written so much painting anarchy as the entrance into life, prepares, in silence, to enter death. The spectators, in the theater audience, stare at the scaffold. A sign, a noise, the trap gives way. Already, in a horrible dance, they died spinning in the air. José Martí writes the chronicle of the execution of the anarchists in Chicago. The working class of the world will revive them every 1st of May. That is not yet known, but Martí always writes as if listening, where least expected, to the cry of a newborn. 1889. London. North. 20 years ago he jumped onto the Valparaiso dock, eyes of blue stone, curly sideburns of fire, he had £10 sterling in his pockets and a bundle of clothes on his back. In his first job he knew and suffered from saltpeter, in the boilers of a small deposit in Tarapaca, and later he was a merchant in the port of Iquique. During the Pacific War, while Chileans, Peruvians, and Bolivians disemboweled each other with bayonet blows, John Thomas North practiced juggling skills that made him master of the battlefields. Now North, king of saltpeter, makes beer in France and cement in Belgium, has trams in Egypt and sawmills in Black Africa, and mines gold in Australia and diamonds in Brazil. In England, this common-born, swift-fingered Midas has purchased the rank of colonel in Her Majesty's Army, heads the Kent County Masonic Lodge, and is a prominent member of the Conservative Party. Dukes, lords and ministers sit at his table. He lives in a palace whose great iron doors were torn from the Cathedral of Lima, they say, by Chilean soldiers. On the eve of a trip to Chile, North gives a farewell ball at the Metropole Hotel. Thousands of Englishmen attend. The halls of the Metropole shine like suns, and the delicacies and liqueurs shine. Immense shields of chrysanthemums shine, in the center, the letter N. An ovation greets the Almighty, who descends the stairs disguised as Henry VIII. On his arm he leads his wife, dressed as a duchess, and behind comes the daughter, a Persian princess, and the son dressed as a Cardinal Richelieu. The Times war correspondent is part of the large entourage that will accompany North on the trip to his kingdom of Chile. Turbulent days ahead. There, in the deserts conquered by bullets, North owns the saltpeter and the coal and the water and the banks and the newspapers and the railroad, but in the city of Santiago there is a president who has the bad taste to reject his gifts. His name is José Manuel Balmaceda. North travels to flip it. 1889. Montevideo. Football. Queen Victoria celebrates 70 years in London. In the Rio de la Plata, they celebrated with kicks. The teams from Buenos Aires and Montevideo dispute the ball, in the small field of La Blanquita, before the disdainful gaze of the Queen. In the center of the box, between the flags, stands the portrait of the mistress of the seas and a good part of the world's lands. Buenos Aires wins 3-0. There are no deaths to lament, although the penalty has not yet been invented and those who approach the enemy goal risk their lives. 4. To score a close goal, you have to charge against an avalanche of legs that are unloaded like axes, and every match is a battle that demands bones of steel. Soccer is an English game. It is practiced by railway, gas, and Bank of London officials, and by passing sailors, but already a few Creoles, infiltrated among the artillerymen with blonde mustaches, are showing that mischief can be an effective weapon to shoot archers. 1890. Silver River. The Companions. More than 50,000 workers arrive each year at the Rio de la Plata. Europeans that despair throws towards these shores. Italian flags salute the passage of Edmundo de Amicis through the Piedmontese colonies of the Argentine coast, and at workers' events in Buenos Aires or Montevideo listen to harangues in Spanish, Italian, French or German. 8 out of 10 workers or artisans are foreigners, and among them are Italian socialists and anarchists, French from the Commune, Spanish from the First Republic, and revolutionaries from Germany and Central Europe. Strikes break out on both banks of the river. In Montevideo, tram drivers work 18 hours a day and mill and noodle factory workers 15. There are no Sundays, and a member of the Buenos Aires government has made public his discovery that idleness is the mother of all vice. In Buenos Aires the first May Day of Latin America is celebrated. The background speaker, Jose Winiger, greets the Chicago martyrs in German and announces that the hour of socialism in the world is near, while men in toga, feather, sword, or cassock cry out for the expulsion of foreign enemies of order. The inspired writer Miguel Cain drafts a bill to expel foreign agitators from Argentina. 1890. Buenos Aires. The tenements. Poor and rich pay the same ticket at the Teatro Colón, when the carnival arrives, but after the door the arms take their place and the brains theirs, and no one commits the sacrilege of taking the wrong place. Those below dance on the dance floor and those above have fun in boxes and halls. Buenos Aires is like his theater. The tall people sleep in 2- or 3-story French palaces in the North Quarter, and spinsters who prefer to die virgins rather than mix their blood with some foreigner from medium hair. Those who rule decorate their ancestry, or produce it, with streams of pearls and heraldry carved on silver tableware, and they flaunt porcelain from Saxony or Sèvres or Limoges, crystals from Waterford, tapestries from Lyon, and tablecloths from Brussels. From the secluded life of the great village they have passed to the frenetic exhibitionism of the Paris of America. To the south, the battered of the earth crowd. In the abandoned colonial mansions with 3 patios, or in specially built tenements, the workers from Naples or Vigo or Bessarabia sleep in shifts. The beds never get cold, scarce in the no space invaded by braziers and basins and drawers that serve as cradles. There is no shortage of fights in the long lines at the door of the only latrine, and silence is an impossible luxury. But sometimes, on festive nights, the accordion or the mandolin or the bagpipes bring lost voices to these women laundresses and seamstresses, servants of bosses and husbands, and alleviate the loneliness of these men who, from sunup to sundown, tan leather, pack meat, saw wood, sweep streets, carry loads, build and paint walls, make cigarettes, grind wheat, and bake bread while their children shine booties and announce the crime of the day. He alone. One less fire, they say there, in the villages of Galicia, when someone emigrates. But there he was overpopulated, and here he would like not to be left over. He works like a mule and endures and is silent, a man with few words, and in someone else's city he occupies less space than a dog. Here they tease him and treat him with disdain, because he doesn't even know how to sign, and manual labor is a matter of inferior species. On the other hand, here they revere the one who spends a lot of pride and applaud the devious one capable of plucking the biggest rooster in an accurate stroke of cunning and luck. Little can sleep alone, the immigrant, but as soon as he closes his eyelashes he is loved by fairies or witches in very green mountains and misty cliffs. Sometimes he has nightmares. So, he drowns in the river. Not in any river, but in a certain river over there. Whoever goes through it, is famous, loses his memory. Tangoing. The tango, sad son of the happy milonga, was born in suburban corrals and tenement patios. On both banks of the Plata, it is music of bad fame. They dance it, on a dirt floor, workers and thugs, men with hammers or knives, male with male if the woman is not capable of following the very entering and broken step, or if the hug so melee is something for whores. The couple slides, swings, stretches, and flourishes in cuts and filigrees. The tango comes from the gaucho tunes from inland and comes from the sea, from the sailor songs. It comes from the slaves of Africa and the gypsies of Andalusia. From Spain he brought the guitar, from Germany the bandoneon, and from Italy the mandolin. The coachman of the horse-drawn tram gave him his guampa bugle, and the immigrant worker his harmonica, companion of solitudes. Slowly, the tango passed through barracks and taverns, traveling circus arenas and suburban brothel courtyards. Now the organitos walk him through the streets of the shores of Buenos Aires and Montevideo, towards the center, and the boats take him to Paris to Loco. 1890. Hartford. Mark Twain. The novelist's hands cast Hank Morgan, an official at the Cold Arms Factory, into the remote court of King Arthur. The telephone, the bicycle, and the dynamite travel to the time of the wizard Merlin and Sir Gilead in the Valley of Camelot. There Hank Morgan edits and sells a newspaper for the modest price of 2 cents, founds a West Point military academy, and reveals that the world is not a plate resting on columns. Though he comes from a society that already knows monopolies, Hank brings the good news of free competition, free trade, and free suffrage to feudal castles. He tries in vain to substitute baseball for dueling on horseback, democracy for hereditary monarchy, and calculating costs for the code of honor, and in the end he burns 30,000 English horsemen in armor and lances by setting them up with electrical wires already tested against the Indians of the United States. The adventure culminates in all death, and Hank falls suffocated by the miasma of rot that comes off his victims. Mark Twain finishes writing a Yankee in King Arthur's court at his home in Hartford. "It's my swan song," he announces. He has always lived on the run, chasing a runaway $1 million. He has been a journalist and explorer, an advertising agent, a gold miner, a ship pilot, a speculator, the inventor of little machines, the director of an insurance company, and a down-on-his-luck businessman, but between bankruptcy and bankruptcy he managed to invent or remember Tom Sawyer and Huck Finn, and he found a way to invite us all to float on a raft, along with those two boys, on the waters of the Mississippi. And he did it for the sheer joy of going, not for the urge to get there. 1890. Wounded Knee. Snow Wind. The Creator did not make the Indians, he sang them, he danced them. Through song and dance, the Creator is now announcing that this old and dying earth will soon be swept away by the green whirlwind of the new earth. The prophet Wovoka brought his word from the other world, on earth. The buffaloes will rise again and the dead Indians will be reborn and a ferocious flood will drown the whites. Not a single usurper will survive. The dances and songs of the prophet Wovoka come from the west, traversing the Rocky Mountains and spreading over the plains. The Sioux, who were the most numerous and powerful in these regions, celebrate the announcement of paradise, the end of hunger and exile. They dance and sing from dawn to the depths of each night. 4 days after Christmas, the thunder of the musketry interrupts the ceremonies in the Sioux camp of Wounded Knee. The soldiers mow down the women, children, and the few men like buffaloes. The blizzard hits the dead and freezes them in the snow. Sioux prophetic song. The nation that I am is thunderous, I have said. The nation that I am is thunderous, I have said. You will live. You will live, you will live, you will live. 1891. Santiago de Chile. Balmaceda. José Manuel Balmaceda wanted to boost the national industry, live and dress for ourselves, sensing that the saltpeter era would pass without leaving Chile more than remorse. He wanted to apply stimuli and protections similar to those practiced, in his industrial infancy, by the United States, England, France, and Germany. He raised the wages of the workers and planted the country with public schools. He gave the long body of Chile a backbone of roads and paths. In his years of presidency, the sacred British capital ran a serious risk of desecration. Balmaceda wanted to nationalize the railways and wanted to put an end to the usury of the banks and the voracity of the nitrate companies. Balmaceda wanted a lot, and quite could, but more could the enormous budget that John Thomas North allocates to buy consciences and distort justice. The press unleashed its thunder against Caesar, drunk with power, despot enemy of liberty and hostile to foreign companies, and no less loud resounded the clamor of the bishops and parliamentarians. The military uprising broke out like an echo and then the blood of the people flowed. The South American Journal announces the triumph of the coup, Chile will return to the good old days. The banker Eduardo Mad also celebrates, the owners of Chile are us, the owners of the capital and the land. The rest is influenceable and sellable mass. Balmaceda kills himself with a bullet. 1891. Washington. The other America. Jose Marti has lived in the United States for 10 years. He admires a lot in this multiple and vigorous country, where nothing new is scary, but he also denounces, in his articles, the imperial ambitions of the young nation, the elevation of greed to the category of divine right and the atrocious racism that exterminates Indians, humiliates blacks, and despises Latinos. South of the Rio Grande, says Marti, there is another America, our America, a land that stammers, that does not recognize its full face in the European or North American mirror. It is the Spanish-American homeland, he says, that claims Cuba to complete itself with it, while in the north they claim it to devour it. The interests of both Americas do not coincide. Is a political and economic union with the United States convenient for Spanish America, asks Marti. And he answers, 2 condors, or 2 lambs, unite without as much danger as a condor and a lamb. Last year the first Pan-American Conference was held in Washington and now Marti is attending, as a delegate from Uruguay, to continue the dialogue. Who says economic union, says political union. The people who buy, rule. The town that sells, serves. The town that wants to die, sells to a single town, and the one that wants to save itself, sells to more than one. The town that wants to be free, distributes its businesses among equally strong countries. If you have to prefer someone, prefer the one who needs it less, the one who disdains it less. Marti has consecrated his life to that other America, he wants to resurrect it in everything that killed him from the conquest onwards, and he wants to reveal and rebel it, because his hidden and betrayed identity will not be revealed as long as he is not unleashed. What fault can my great mother America reproach me with? Son of Europeans but son of America, Cuban patriot of the great homeland, Marty feels that the blood of the badly wounded peoples who were born from palm seeds or corn and who called the Milky Way the path of souls and the moon sun at night or sleeping sun. That is why he writes, answering Sarmiento, in love with what is alien, there is no battle between civilization and barbarism, but between false erudition and nature. 1891. New York. The thought begins to be ours. Believes Jose Marti. To know is to solve. Knowing the country, and governing it according to knowledge, is the only way to free it from tyrannies. The European university must yield to the American university. The history of America, of the Incas here, must be taught by heart, even if the history of the archons of Greece is not taught. Our Greece is preferable to the Greece that is not ours. It is more necessary to us. National politicians have to replace exotic politicians. Graft into our republics the world, but the trunk must be that of our republics. And shut up the defeated pedant, that there is no homeland in which man can be more proud than in our painful American republics. We were a mask, with the breeches of England, the Parisian vest, the North American coat and the Spanish cap. We were epaulets and gowns, in countries that came into the world with espadrilles on their feet and headbands on their heads. Neither the European book, nor the Yankee book, gave the key to the Spanish-American enigma. The towns stand up and greet each other. How are we? They wonder, and they tell each other how they are. When a problem appears in Cojimar, they do not go to Danzig to look for the solution. The coats are still from France, but the thought begins to be from America. 1891. Guanajuato. Cantaranas 34. Instant photography. The hooded gunner crouches and takes aim. The victim, a lineage gentleman from Guanajuato, does not smile or blink or breathe. He has no escape, the curtain has fallen behind him, a leafy landscape of painted plaster, and the prop staircase leads into emptiness. Surrounded by paper flowers, surrounded by columns and cardboard balustrades, the serious hero rests his hand on the back of a chair and with dignity faces the cannon of the bellows chamber. All of Guanajuato allows itself to be shot in the studio at 34 Cantaranas Street. Romualdo Garcia photographs the gentlemen with a lot of parchment and their wives and their children, children who look like dwarfs clad in large vests with pocket watches and girls stern like grannies crushed by sombreros much silk and ribbon. Photograph the fat friars and the military in gala, the newly received communion and the newlyweds, and also to the poor, who come from afar and give what they don't have in order to pose, well combed, well ironed, wearing the best clothes, before the camera of the Mexican artist who won an award in Paris. The magician Romualdo Garcia turns people into statues and sells eternity to mortals. 1891. Purísima del Rincón. Lives. He learned from no one, he paints as an amateur. Hermenegildo Bustos charges in kind or 4 reals for the portrait. The town of Purísima del Rincón does not have a photographer, but it does have a painter. 40 years ago, Hermenegildo portrayed Leocadia Lopez, the beauty of the town, and it was very much her. Since then, in the town of Purísima there have been successful burials and weddings, many serenades and one or the other disemboweled in the canteens. A girl ran away with the clown of a traveling circus, the earth trembled more than once and more than once they sent from Mexico City new political boss, and while the slow days passed and suns and downpours occurred, Hermenegildo Bustos went on painting the living he saw and the dead he remembered. He is also a gardener, ice cream maker and 7 trades. He sows corn and beans, on his own land or to order, and takes care of worming crops. He makes ice cream with the frost he collects from the maguey leaves, and when the cold eases he makes orange preserves. In addition, she embroiders national flags, fixes roofs that are raining, directs drum beats at Easter, decorates screens, beds, and coffins, and with a very delicate hand paints Dona Pomposa Lopez in thanksgiving before the Blessed Virgin, who tore her out of bed of agony, and Mrs. Refugio Segovia in a portrait that highlights her charms, without forgetting even a hair of the curlers on her forehead and copying the golden brooch that says Refugito around her neck. He paints and paints himself, freshly shaven, short hair, high cheekbones and furrowed eyebrows, military suit. And on the back of his image he writes, Hermenegildo Bustos, an Indian from this town of Purísima del Rincón. I was born on April 13, 1832, and I took a portrait to see if I could on June 19, 1891. 1892. Paris. The Channel Scandal. A French court has declared the bankruptcy of the Panama Canal Company. The works are suspended and the scandal breaks out. Suddenly the savings of thousands of peasants and petty bourgeois in France evaporate. The company that was going to open a gap between the oceans, that passage that the conquerors sought and dreamed of, has committed a monumental fraud. The millionaire figures squandered to bribe politicians and silence journalists are disclosed. From London, Friedrich Engels writes, in Panama all the bourgeois crap could be shattered. The miracle of transforming the canal into an unfathomable abyss has been performed. No one mentions the West Indian, Chinese, and Indian workers whom yellow fever and malaria have exterminated at a rate of 700 deaths for every kilometer of open channel between the mountains. 102, 201 and 324. 1892. San Jose, Costa Rica. Prophecy of a young Nicaraguan poet named Rubén Darío. The next century will see the greatest of the revolutions that have bloodied the earth. Does the big fish eat the small? But soon we will have revenge. Pauperism reigns, and the worker carries on his shoulders the mountain of a curse. Nothing is worth more than miserable gold. Disinherited people are the eternal herd for the eternal slaughterhouse. There will be no force that can contain the torrent of fatal revenge. It will be necessary to sing a new Marseillaise that, like the trumpets of Jericho, destroys the abode of the infamous. Heaven will see with fearful joy, amid the roar of the redemptive catastrophe, the punishment of the haughty criminals, the supreme and terrible revenge of drunken misery. 1893. Knuckles. Antonio Counselor. For a long time now, prophets have been roaming the hotlands of northeast Brazil. They announce that King Sebastian will return from the Isle of Mists and will punish the rich and make the black white and the old young. When the century ends, they announce, the desert will be sea and the sea, desert, and fire will devastate the coastal cities, frenzied worshippers of money and sin. On the ashes of Recife, Bahia, Rio, and Sao Paulo, a new Jerusalem will rise and in it Christ will reign for 1,000 years. The hour of the poor is drawing near, the prophets announce, there are 7 years left for heaven to come down to earth. Then there will be no more sickness or death, and in the new terrestrial and celestial kingdom all injustice will be repaired. Blessed Antonio Conselheiro wanders from town to town, a scrawny and dusty ghost, followed by a chorus of litanies. The skin is worn leather armor, his beard a tangle of brambles, the tunic, a shroud in rags. He doesn't eat or sleep. He distributes among the unhappy the alms he receives. To women, he talks backwards. He denies obedience to the impious government of the Republic and in the town square of Bom Conselho throws tax edicts into the fire. Pursued by the police, he flees into the desert. With 200 pilgrims, he founded the community of Canudos next to the bed of a fleeting river. Here the heat floats and shines on the earth. The heat does not let the rain touch the ground. The first mud and straw shacks sprout from the bald hills. In the midst of this sullen land, promised land, the first step towards heaven, Antonio Conselheiro raises his image of Christ and announces the apocalypse. The rich, the unbelievers and the coquettes will be annihilated. The waters will be dyed with blood. There will be only one shepherd and one flock. Many hats and few heads. 1895. Key West. Freedom travels inside a cigar. Never sleep, eat little. Jose Marti gathers people and money, writes articles and letters, gives speeches, poems and lectures, discuss, organize, by weapons. More than 20 years of exile have not been able to turn it off. He always knew that Cuba could not be without revolution. 3 years ago he founded, on these Florida shores, the Cuban Revolutionary Party. The party was born in the tobacco factories of Tampa and Key West, under the protection of the exiled Cuban workers who have heard Marty in person and in print. The workshops look like workers' universities. It is tradition that someone reads books or articles while the others work in silence, and thus the tobacco workers receive ideas and news each day, and each day travel the world and history and the amazing regions of the imagination. Through the reader's mouth, the human word shoots out and penetrates the women who strip tobacco and the men who twist the leaves and make cigars on the thigh or the table. In agreement with the generals Maximo Gomez and Antonio Maceo, Marty issued the order for the uprising. The order travels from these workshops in Florida and arrives in Cuba hidden inside a cigar. 1895. Beaches. The landing. 40 years from now, Marcos del Rosario will remember. General Gomez didn't like me at first sight. He told me, "What are you going to look for in Cuba? Have you lost something there?" Marcos will applaud, shaking the dirt from his hands. General Gomez was a tremendous old man, strong, and very agile, and he spoke very loudly, and sometimes he would climb up and want to swallow you. He will cross the orchard looking for shade. At last we found a ship that put us near the coast of Cuba. He will show the iron rings of his hammock. These are from that boat. Thrown in the net, it will light a cigarette. The ship left us at sea and there was a terrible swell. 2 Dominicans and 4 Cubans in a boat. The storm plays with them. They have sworn that Cuba will be free. One dark night, nothing could be seen. A red moon rises, fights with the clouds. The boat fights with the hungry sea. The old man was in the bow. He had the rudder and Marty the compass of the boat. A blow of water tore off the general's rudder. We fought with the sea that wanted to swallow us and did not want to let us reach the land of Cuba. By magic, the boat doesn't smash against the cliffs. The boat flies and sinks and resurfaces, it turns suddenly, the waves part and a little beach appears, a tiny horseshoe of sand. And General Gomez jumped onto the beach, and when he saw the mainland, on his journey he kissed the earth and crowed like a rooster. 1895. Deep stream. Saw inside. Not sad, radiant, celebrating, Marcos del Rosario will speak of Marty. When I saw it, I thought it was too weak. And then I saw that it was a little living man, who was jumping here and falling there. Marty teaches him to write. Marty holds the hand of Marcos, who draws the A. He had grown up in schools and was a sublime man. Marcos takes care of Marty. He makes good mattresses for him from dry leaves, brings him coconut water to drink. The 6 men who have disembarked in Playitas make 100, make 1,000. March Marty, backpack on his back, rifle on his shoulder, climbing the mountains and raising the people. When we were going up the hills, everyone load up, sometimes he would fall. And I was going to pick him up, and on the trip he said to me, "No, thank you, no." He had a ring made of the shackles that the Spanish put on him when he was still a child. 1895. 2 Rivers Camp. Martinsville. In the camp, in his shirt sleeves, Marty writes a letter to the Mexican Manuel Mercado, his close friend. He tells him that his life is in danger every day, and that it is well worth giving it up for his country and for my duty to prevent in time, with the independence of Cuba, that the United States spread through the Antilles and fall, with that more force, on our lands of America. How much I did until today, and I will do, is for that. It has had to be in silence. Shedding blood, writes Marty, the Cubans are preventing the annexation of the peoples of our America to the rebellious and brutal North that despises them. I lived in the monster and I know its entrails, and my deep is David's. And later, this is death or life, and there is no mistake. Then change your tune. He has other things to tell, and now, I will tell you about myself. But the knight stops him, or perhaps modesty, as soon as he begins to offer his friend those insides of the soul. There are affections of such delicate honesty, he writes, and that is the last thing he writes. The following noon, a bullet knocks him off his horse. 1895. Nicanor Homo. It will be called Sandino. At the doors of this adobe house, people gather, attracted by crying. Like an upturned spider, the newborn moves arms and legs. The wise men do not come from afar to welcome him, but a farmer, a carpenter, and a shopkeeper who passes by on the way to the market leave him gifts. The midwife offers a little lavender water to the mother and the child a pinch of honey, which is his first taste of the world. Later, the midwife buries the placenta, which looks so rude, in a corner of the garden. He buries it in a good place, where the sun shines strongly, so that it becomes land here in Nicanor Homo. In a few years, land will also be made, raised land for all of Nicaragua, the child that has just emerged from this placenta. 1896. Port-au-Prince. Costumes. According to the Constitution of Haiti, the Republic of Free Blacks speaks French and professes the Christian religion. The doctors are ashamed, because despite laws and punishments, Creole continues to be the language of almost all Haitians, and almost all continue to believe in the voodoo gods, who roam loose through forests and bodies. The government demands a public oath from the peasants. I swear to destroy all fetishes and objects of superstition, if I carry them with me or have them in my house or on my land. I swear never to stoop to any superstitious practice. 1896. Mouth of Two Rivers. Requiem. Was here? A year has passed, and Maximo Gomez is telling Calixto Garcia about it. The old warriors of the independence of Cuba make their way from the Contramaestre River. Behind, come their armies. General Gomez recounts that noon Marty had eaten heartily and afterwards had recited a few verses, as was his custom, and that then they heard some shots followed by sharp volleys. They all ran looking for a horse. Was here? They arrive at a thicket, at the entrance to the road to Palo Picado. Here, someone points. The macheros clear the small space of land. I've never heard him complain or seen him double down, Gomez says. Grumpy, angry, adds. I ordered him. I advised him to stay. A piece of land the size of your body. General Maximo Gomez drops a stone. General Calixto Garcia casts another stone. And the officers and soldiers pass by, and the harsh clicks of falling stones follow one another, stones adding to stones, while Marty's burial mound grows very high, and those clicks are only heard in the immense silence of Cuba. 1896. Papiete. Flora Tristan. The canvas, naked, immense, offers itself and challenges. Paul Gauguin paints, pursues, throws color as if saying goodbye to the world, and the desperate hand writes, where do we come from, what are we, where are we going? More than half a century ago, Gauguin's grandmother asked the same thing, in one of her books, and she died finding out. Flora Tristan's Peruvian family never mentioned her, as if she brought bad luck or was crazy or a ghost. When Paul asked about his grandmother, in the distant years of his childhood in Lima, they answered him. Go to sleep, it's late. Flora Tristan had burned her fleeting life preaching the revolution, the proletarian revolution, and the revolution of the woman enslaved by the father, the boss, and the husband. The disease and the police finished her off. He died in France. The Bordeaux workers paid for her coffin and carried her on a litter to the cemetery. 1896. Bogotá. José Asuncion Silva. He loves his sister Elvira, aroma of lavender, benzoin incense, furtive kisses from the palest Sylph in Bogotá, and for her he writes his best verses. Night after night he goes to visit her at the cemetery. At the foot of his grave he has a better time than in literary circles. José Asuncion Silva was born dressed in black, with a flower in his buttonhole. This is how the languid founder of modernism in Colombia has lived for 30 years, blow after blow. The bankruptcy of his father, a silk and perfume merchant, has taken the bread from his mouth, and in a shipwreck his complete works have gone to the bottom. Until the wee hours he discusses, for the last time, the cadence of an Alexandrian verse. From the door, lantern in hand, he bids farewell to his friends. Then he smokes his last Turkish cigarette and for the last time commiserates in front of the mirror. No letter arrives from Paris to save him. Tormented by creditors and by the malevolent people who call him Casta Susanna, the poet unbuttons his shirt and sticks his revolver into the ink cross that a doctor friend has drawn over his heart. 1896. Manaus. The tree that cries milk. The Indians call it rubber. They cut it and the milk gushes out. In banana leaves folded into a bowl, the milk is collected and hardens in the heat of the sun or smoke, while the human hand shapes it. Since ancient times, the Indians have made long burning torches with that wild milk, pots that do not break, roofs that mock the rain, and balls that bounce and fly. More than a century ago, the King of Portugal received syringes without a plunger and impervious clothing from Brazil, and before that, the French scholar La Condamine had studied the virtues of the scandalous rubber that ignored the law of gravity. Thousands and thousands of shoes traveled from the Amazon jungle to Boston Harbor, until half a century ago Charles Goodyear and Thomas Hancock discovered a method to prevent the rubber from breaking down or softening. Then the United States began to produce 5 million shoes a year, shoes invulnerable to cold, humidity, and snow, and large factories sprang up in England, Germany, and France. And not just shoes. Rubber multiplies products and creates needs. Modern life revolves dizzyingly around the immense tree that cries milk when it is wounded. 8 years ago in Belfast, John Dunlop's son won a tricycle race with tires his father had invented instead of solid wheels, and last year Michelin created removable tires for the cars that raced between Paris and Bordeaux. The Amazon, a huge jungle that seemed reserved for monkeys, Indians, and madmen, is now a hunting ground for the United States Rubber Company, the Amazon Rubber Company and other distant companies that suck their milk. 1896. Manaus. Golden Age of Rubber. The curtain rises, slowly, while the first chords of the opera La Gioconda, by Ponchielli sound. It is a night of much pomp and gala and mosquitoes in the city of Manaus. Italian lyrical artists are inaugurating the Teatro Amazonas, an immense marble ship brought from Europe, like them, to the heart of the jungle. Manaus and Belém do Pará are the rubber capitals of Brazil. Iquitos, in the Peruvian forest. The three Amazonian cities pave their streets with European cobblestones and brighten up their nights with horizontal girls from Paris, Budapest, Baghdad, or the jungle around here. Golden batons direct the orchestras and ingots serve as paperweights, a chicken egg costs an arm and a leg. The very important people drink very imported drinks, recuperate in the thermal waters of Vichy and send their children to study in Lisbon or Geneva, in boats of the Booth line that cross the muddy waters of the Amazon River. Who works in the rubber forests? In Brazil, the scourges of northeastern droughts. From those deserts, the peasants come to these swamps where it is necessary to become a fish. In a green jail they are locked up by contract, and early death comes to save them from slavery and terrifying loneliness. In Peru, the arms are Indian. Many tribes fall annihilated in this age of rubber, which seems so eternal. 1897. Knuckles. Euclides de Cunha. During the day the earth smokes, flames, expands. When night falls, acts of ice, the earth trembles and contracts, dawn finds it torn to pieces. Rubble from earthquakes, Euclides de Cunha writes down in his notebook. Landscape that seems made to run away, write down. He walks the wrinkles of the earth and the curves of the river, a twisted path of dry mud that the Indians called red honey, and in vain he searches for shade among the stunted bushes. Here the air turns everything it touches to stone. A soldier rests, face up, with open arms. A black scab stains his forehead. 3 months ago they killed him, fighting hand to hand, and now he is his own statue. From afar, from the sacred village of Canudos, gunshots ring out. The monotonous shooting takes days, months, altered at times by cannon fire and machine gun bursts, and Euclides would like to understand where the strength of these mystical peasants comes from who resist, undaunted, the siege of 30 battalions. Many thousands of peasants are killing themselves for devotion to the Messiah Antonio Cancelheiro. The chronicler of this holy war wonders how they can confuse heaven with these Moors and Jesus Christ with a hallucinated man who was saved from the asylum because there was no vacancy. Vacating between disgust and admiration, Euclides de Cunha describes what he sees, from astonishment to astonishment, for the readers of a newspaper from Sao Paulo. A European socialist, a mestizo who despises the mestizos, a Brazilian ashamed of Brazil, Euclides is one of the most brilliant intellectuals of the republic that flaunts, on its newborn flag, the motto Order and Progress. While the massacre takes place, he tries to peek into the mystery of the northeastern backlands, a land of fanatics where grudges and devotions are inherited, the sad disease of emaciated cows is cured with prayers, and the death of children is celebrated with guitars. 1897. Knuckles. In each death there are more bullets than bones, but the last defenders of Canudos sing behind an enormous wooden cross, still waiting for the arrival of the archangels. Cancelheiro photographed, so that his death can be certain. He needs her too. From the corner of his eye, the commander spies, from a chair, that handful of rags and bones. Unfortunate peasants of all ages and colors had raised a wall of bodies around this sore Methuselah, enemy of the Republic and sinful cities. 5 military expeditions have been necessary, 5,000 soldiers encircling Canudos, 20 cannons bombarding from the hills, an incredible war of the orange blunderbuss against the Nordenfeldt machine gun. The trenches have been reduced to graves of dust and the community of Canudos has not yet surrendered, the utopia without property and without law where the miserable shared the greedy land, little bread, and faith in the immense sky. They fight house to house, inch by inch. The last 4 fall. 3 men, a boy. 1897. Rio de Janeiro. Machado de Assis. Brazilian writers, divided into sects that hate each other, celebrate communions and consecrations in Colombo and other coffee shops and bookstores. There they say goodbye, in ascent of holiness, to the colleagues who travel to put flowers on Maupassant's grave in Paris, and in those temples is born, to the sound of crystals, blessed by sacred liquors, the Brazilian Academy of Letters. The first president is called Machado de Assis. He is the great Latin American novelist of this century. His books unmask, with love and humor, the high society of drones that he, the son of a mulatto father, has conquered and knows like no one else. Machado de Assis tears off the paper decoration, false frames of false windows with European landscapes, and winks at the reader while stripping the mud wall. 1898. Cuban coasts. This fruit is coming down. The 145 kilos of General William Shafter landed on the eastern coast of Cuba. They come from the cold north, where the general was killing Indians, and here they melt inside the overwhelming woolen uniform. Shafter sends his body up the stairs, onto the back of a horse, and from there he scans the horizon with a spyglass. He has come to command. As one of their officers, General Young, says, the Cuban insurrectionists are a bunch of degenerates, no more capable of self-government than the savages of Africa. When the Spanish army is already collapsing before the relentless siege of the patriots, the United States decides to take charge of the freedom of Cuba. If they get in, there will be no one to get them out, Martí and Maceo had warned. And they get in. Spain had refused to sell this island for a reasonable price, and the American intervention found its pretext in the timely explosion of the battleship Maine, sunk off Havana with its many guns and crew. The invading army invokes the protection of North American citizens and the salvation of their interests threatened by the devastating war and the economic disaster. But chatting in private, the officers explain that they will prevent a black republic from emerging off the coast of Florida. 1898. Washington. 10,000 lynchings. On behalf of the black people of the United States, Ida Wells denounces before President McKinley that there have been 10,000 lynchings in the last 20 years. If the government does not protect American citizens within its borders, asks Ida Wells, by what right does it invoke that protection to invade other countries? Aren't blacks citizens? Or does the Constitution only guarantee them the right to die burned? Crowds of madmen, excited from the press and the pulpit, drag the Negroes out of jails, tie them to trees, and burn them alive. Afterwards, the executioners celebrate in the bars and proclaim their exploits in the streets. The hunt for blacks uses the insult of white women as an alibi, in a country where the rape of a black woman by a white man is considered normal, but in the vast majority of cases the blacks set on fire are not guilty of more than a bad reputation, suspicion of theft or insolence. President McKinley promises to take up the case. 1898. Hill of San Juan. Teddy Roosevelt. Brandishing his hat, Teddy Roosevelt gallops at the head of his rude horsemen, and when he comes down from the Hill of San Juan he carries in his hand, crumpled, a flag of Spain. He will take all the glory of this battle that opens the way to Santiago de Cuba. No journalist will talk about the Cubans who have also fought. Teddy believes in the greatness of the imperial destiny and the strength of his fists. He learned to box in New York, to save himself from the beatings and humiliation that he suffered as a child for being weak, asthmatic, and very nearsighted, and as an adult he crosses gloves with the champions, hunts lions, lassos bulls, writes books, and roars speeches. In pages and tribunes he exalts the virtues of the strong races, born to dominate, warrior races like his, and proclaims that in 9 out of 10 cases there is no better Indian than the dead Indian, and the 10th, he says, should be looked at more closely. Close up. A volunteer for all wars, he adores the supreme qualities of the soldier who in the euphoria of battle feels a wolf at heart, and despises sentimental generals who agonize over the loss of a couple thousand men. To end the war in Cuba in a while, Teddy has proposed that an American squadron destroy Cadiz and Barcelona with cannon fire, but Spain, exhausted from so much war against the Cubans, surrenders in less than 4 months. From San Juan Hill, the victorious Teddy Roosevelt gallops in full fury toward the governorship of New York and the presidency of the United States. This. A devoted fan of a god who prefers gunpowder to incense, he pauses and writes, "No peaceful triumph is so great as the supreme triumph of war." In a few years, he will receive the Nobel Peace Prize. 1898. Coasts of Puerto Rico. This fruit is falling. Ramon Emeterio Batenses, long white beard, melancholy eyes, is dying in Paris, in exile. "I don't want the cologne," he says. Neither with Spain, nor with the United States. While the patriarch of the independence of Puerto Rico faces death, the soldiers of General Miles enter the coast of Guanica singing. With the rifle on their shoulder and the toothbrush across their hats, the soldiers march before the impassive gaze of the sugarcane and coffee farmers. And Eugenio Maria de Hostas, who also wanted a homeland, contemplates the hills of Puerto Rico from the deck of a ship and feels sad and ashamed to see them pass from owner to owner. 1898. Washington. President McKinley explains that the United States should keep the Philippine Islands by direct order of God. "I walked through the White House, night after night, until midnight, and I am not ashamed to admit that more than one night I have fallen on my knees and have begged Almighty God for light and guidance. And late one night I received His guidance. I don't know how, but I received it. First, that we should not return the Philippines to Spain, which would be cowardly and dishonorable. Second, that we should not deliver them to France or Germany, our commercial rivals in the East, which would be undignified and bad business. Third, that we should not leave them to the Filipinos, who are not prepared to govern themselves and would soon suffer worse disorder and anarchy than in the time of Spain. And fourth, that we have no choice but to gather all Filipinos and educate and uplift them and civilize and Christianize them, and by the grace of God do all we can for them, as neighbors for whom Christ also died. And then I went back to bed and slept soundly. 1899. New York. Mark Twain proposes to change the flag. I raise my lamp by the Golden Gate. The Statue of Liberty welcomes the countless pilgrims, Europeans who flock in search of the Promised Land, while announcing that the center of the world has taken millennia to move from the Euphrates to the Thames and is now in the Hudson River. In full imperial euphoria, the United States celebrates the conquest of the islands of Hawaii, Samoa, and the Philippines, Cuba, Puerto Rico and some small island that is eloquently called Los Ladrones. The Pacific Ocean and the Sea of the Antilles are already North American lakes, and the United Fruit Company, but the novelist Mark Twain, Old Killjoy, proposes to change the national flag, that they be black, he says, with white bars, and that skulls and crossbones replace the stars. The head of the labor unions, Samuel Gompers, demands that Cuba's independence be recognized and denounces those who throw freedom to the dogs when choosing between freedom and profit. For the big newspapers, on the other hand, the Cubans who want independence are ungrateful. Cuba is occupied land. The flag of the United States, without black bars or skulls, flies in place of the flag of Spain. Invading forces have doubled in a year. English is taught in schools, and the new history books speak of Washington and Jefferson and do not mention Maceo or Marty. There is no more slavery, but in the cafes of Havana there are signs that warn, only for whites. The market opens without conditions to capital eager for sugar and tobacco. 1899. Rome. Calamity Jane. They say that he sleeps with his revolvers hanging from a bed rail and that he still beats men at poker, drinking, and profanity. He has struck down many, they say, with a hook to the jaw, since the days when they say he fought with General Custer in Wyoming and by killing Indians he protected the miners in the Black Mountains from the Sioux. They say that she rode a bull on the main street of Rapid City and that she robbed trains and that in Fort Laramie she fell in love with the beautiful Sheriff Wild Bill Hickok, and that he gave her a daughter and a horse, Satan, who knelt to help her to disassemble. He always wore trousers, they say, and often undressed them, and there was no woman in the saloons that was more generous or more shameless in love and lies. They say. Maybe it never was. Maybe he's not at the Wild West Show arena tonight, and old Buffalo Bill is pulling another one of his tricks on us. If it weren't for the applause from the audience, Calamity Jane herself wouldn't be sure she's this big, graceless 44-year-old woman who blows up a Stetson hat and turns it into a strainer. 1899. Rome. The nascent empire shows off its muscles. In a very pompous ceremony, Buffalo Bill receives a gold watch, crowned with diamonds, from the King of Italy. The Wild West Show tours Europe. The conquest of the West is over and the conquest of the world has begun. Buffalo Bill commands a multinational army of 500 men. Not only cowboys work in his circus, also authentic lancers for the Prince of Wales, hunters for the French Republican Guard, cuirassiers for the Emperor of Germany, Russian Cossacks, Arab horsemen, Mexican charros, and gauchos from the Rio de la Plata. Soldiers of the 5th Cavalry represent their role as victors and the defeated Indians, torn from the reservations, act as troops repeating their defeats on the stage sand. A herd of buffalo, rare museum pieces, adds realism to the blue uniforms and feathered helmets. Teddy Roosevelt's rugged horsemen dramatize for the public their recent conquest of Cuba, and platoons of Cubans, Hawaiians, and Filipinos pay humiliated homage to the victorious flag. The program of the show explains the conquest of the West in the words of Darwin, it is the inevitable law of the survival of the fittest. In terms of epic, Buffalo Bill exalts the civic and military virtues of his nation, which has digested half of Mexico and several islands and is now entering the 20th century treading the world at the pace of a great power. 1899. St. Louis. Far. From the mouth springs fire, and from the galleys, rabbits. Crystal horses are born from the enchanted horn. A cart crushes a lying woman, who jumps up, another dance with a sword stuck in the belly. A huge bear obeys complicated commands given in English. They invite Geronimo to enter a little house with 4 windows. Suddenly the house moves and rises through the air. Frightened, Geronimo looks out. Down there the people are the size of ants. The guardians laugh. They give him some glasses to look at, like those he tore off officers who had fallen in battle. Through the glasses, the distant approaches. Geronimo points to the sun and the violent light hurts his eyes. The guardians laugh, and as they laugh, he laughs too. Geronimo, a United States prisoner of war, is one of the attractions at the St. Louis Fair. The crowds come to contemplate the tame beast. The chief of the Arizona Apaches sells bows and arrows, and for a few cents he poses for photos or draws the letters of his name as best he can. 1899. Rio de Janeiro. The art of healing by killing. Which hands play with the price of coffee, and Brazil has no way to pay London and River Plate Bank or other very impatient creditors. It is the hour of sacrifice, announces the Minister of Finance, Joaquim Murdenho. The minister believes in the natural laws of the economy, which by natural selection condemn the weak, that is, the poor, that is, almost everyone. That the state take the coffee business out of the hands of speculators. That would be, Murdenho is indignant, a violation of natural laws and a dangerous step towards socialism, a frightful plague that the European workers are bringing to Brazil. Socialism, he says, denies freedom and turns man into an ant. The national industry, believes Murdenho, is not natural. As small as it may be, the national industry is subtracting labor from the plantations and is making the price of arms more expensive. Murdenho, guardian angel of the latifundia order, will see to it that the owners of men and lands who have gone through, intact, the abolition of slavery and the proclamation of the Republic, do not pay for the crisis. To comply with the English banks and balance finances, the minister burns in an oven every ticket he finds, suppresses every public service he has at hand, and unleashes a rain of taxes on the poor. An economist by vocation and a doctor by profession, Murdenho also has interesting experiences in the field of physiology. In his laboratory, he extracts the encephalic mass of rats and rabbits and decapitates frogs to study the convulsions of the body, which continues to move as if it had a head. 1900. Huanuni. Patino. The horseman comes from desolation, and through desolation he rides, traversing winds of ice, at a slow pace over the nakedness of the planet. He is followed by a mule loaded with stones. The rider has spent a lot of time drilling rocks and blasting caves with dynamite. He has never seen the sea, nor has he even seen the city of La Paz, but he suspects that the world is living in the middle of the industrial age and that industry eats minerals that until now have been despised. He has not gone into the mountains in search of money, like so many. Looking for tin, like nobody else, he has entered to the bottom of the mountain, to the soul, and has found it. Simon Patino, the horseman riddled with cold, the miner punished by loneliness and debts, arrives at the town of Huanuni. In the saddlebags of a mule, he brings pieces of the richest vein of tin in the world. These stones will make him king of Bolivia. 1900. Mexico City. In. Illustrates couplets and news. Its sheets are sold in the markets and at the doors of the churches, and wherever a singer recounts the prophecies of Nostradamus, the horrifying details of the derailment of the Temamatla train, the last apparition of the Virgin of Guadalupe, or the tragedy of the woman who has given birth to 4 lizards in a neighborhood of the city. By the work of the magical hand of José Guadalupe Posada, the corridos will never stop running nor the events to happen. In his images the knives of the wild beasts and the tongues of the wives will continue forever, the devil will continue dancing and flaming, death laughing, Pulque wetting his mustache, the unfortunate Eleuterio Mirafuentes crushing the skull of the old author of his crimes with a huge rock. Days. An engraving by Posada celebrated this year the appearance of the first electric tram on the streets of Mexico. Another engraving tells, now, that the tram has collided with a funeral procession in front of the cemetery and there has been a tremendous scattering of skeletons. Copies are sold for 1 cent, printed on brown paper, with verses for those who know how to read and cry. His workshop is a jumble of rolls and containers and zinc sheets and wooden blocks, all piled up around the press and showered with freshly printed papers hung out to dry. Posada works from morning to night, recording wonders, little drawings, he says. From time to time he goes to the door to smoke a cigar to rest, but not before covering his head with a bowler hat and the vast barrel with a dark cloth vest. Teachers from the neighboring Academy of Fine Arts pass through the door of Posada's workshop every day. They never show up or say hello. 1900. Mexico City. Porfirio Diaz. He grew up in the shadow of Juarez. Juarez called the man who kills crying. Crying, crying, he shoots me in an oversight. Porfirio Diaz has been ruling Mexico for a quarter of a century. The official biographers record their yawns and apothegms for posterity. They don't take note when he says, "The best Indian is 4 meters underground. Kill them hot. Don't disturb my horse." The horse are the legislators, who vote in the affirmative when nodding off their sleep, and who call Don Porfirio the unique, the indispensable, the irreplaceable. The town calls him Don Perfidio and mocks his courtiers. "What time is it?" "The one you sent, Mr. President." He shows his little finger and says, "Tlaxcala hurts me." He points to his heart and says, "Oaxaca hurts me." With his hand on his liver, he says, "Michoacan hurts me." After a while he has 3 governors trembling in front of him. The law of escapes against rebels and curious is applied. In the midst of the Porfirian peace era, Mexico is progressing. Messages that used to go by mule, horse, or pigeon now fly by 70,000 kilometers of telegraphs. Where the stages passed, there are 15,000 kilometers of railways. The nation pays its debts on time and supplies minerals and food to the world market. In each latifundio stands a fortress. From the battlements the guards keep an eye on the Indians, who cannot even change their master. There are no schools of economics, but Don Porfirio governs surrounded by scientists specialized in buying land in the exact place where the next railroad will pass. The capital comes from the United States and the ideas and fashions are bought, used, in France. The capital likes to call itself the Paris of the Americas, although in the streets one still sees more white breeches than trousers, and the Levite minority live in Second Empire-style palaces. Poets have dubbed sunset the green hour, not because of the light from the foliage but in memory of Musset's absinthe. 1900. Mexico City. The Flores Magan. The town navigates in rivers of pulque, while the bells ring and the rockets rumble and the knives flash between the flares. The crowd invades the Alameda and other forbidden streets, a sacred area for the ladies in corsets and the lords of Jacques, with the Virgin on a litter. From her tall ship of lights, the wings of the Virgin protect and guide. Today is the day of Our Lady of the Angels, which in Mexico lasts a week of festivals, and on the brink of the violent joy of the people, as if wanting to deserve it, a new newspaper is born. It's called Regeneration. Inherit the fervors and the debts of El Democrata, closed by the dictatorship. Jesus, Ricardo, and Enrique Flores Magan write it, edit it and sell it. The Flores Magan brothers thrive on punishment. Since their father died, they have been alternating prison with law studies, odd jobs, fighting journalism, and street demonstrations of stones against bullets. Everything belongs to everyone. Their father, the Indian Teodoro Flores, had told them, that bony face raised among the stars, and 1,000 times he had told them, repeat it. 1900. Yucatan Mérida. The Henequen. One of every 3 Mayas in Yucatan is a slave, a hostage to Henequen, and slaves will be their children, who will inherit their debts. Land is sold with Indians and all, but the large Henequen plantations use scientific methods and modern machinery, receive orders by telegraph, and are financed from New York banks. Scraping machines, powered by steam, detach the fibers, and the international harvester trains slide them to a port called Progreso. Meanwhile, the guards lock the Indians in barracks, when night falls, and at dawn herd them, on horseback, towards the rows of plants with erect spikes. With sisal thread, Henequen thread, everything that exists on earth is tied, and every ship in the sea uses Henequen ropes. Yucatan, one of the richest regions of Mexico, prospers with Henequen. In Mérida, the capital, golden gates prevent mules and Indians from treading on the badly copied gardens of Versailles. The bishop's carriage is almost exact to the one used by the Pope in Rome, and from Paris come architects who imitate French castles of the Middle Ages, although today's heroes do not go after imprisoned princesses but free Indians. General Ignacio Bravo, knife-eyed, white mustache, mute mouth, has arrived in Mérida to exterminate the Mayans who still sound the drums of war. The cannons of San Benito greet the Redeemer of Henequen. In the Plaza de Armas, under the flowery laurels, the masters of Yucatan offer General Bravo the silver sword that awaits the conqueror of Chan Santa Cruz, the sacred city of the rebels in the jungle. And then the night falls, slow eyelid. From the Mexican corrido of the 28 Battalion. I'm leaving with great pleasure, because the Mayan Indians. They are scared to death. I'm leaving, to the other side of the sea. That the Indians no longer have a path to follow. I'm leaving. Stay with God, brunette, because the Mayan Indians are already serving as firewood. I'm leaving, for the winter time, because the Mayan Indians are already looking at hell. 1900. Tabi. The Iron Serpent. In front roll the cannons, overturning barricades and crushing the dying. Behind the cannons, the soldiers, almost all of them Indian, set fire to the community's cornfields and fired repeating Mausers at old muzzle-loading weapons. Behind the soldiers, the peons, almost all Indians, lay tracks for the railroad and erect telegraph poles and gallows. The railway, a snake without scales, has its tail in Mérida and its long body grows towards Chan Santa Cruz. The head reaches Santa Maria and jumps to Hobompich, and from Hobompich to Tabi, double tongue of iron, fast, voracious, breaking through the jungle, cutting land, harassing, attacking and biting. In its lightning march it swallows free Indians and shits slaves. The Chan Santa Cruz sanctuary is doomed. He had been born half a century ago, given birth by that little mahogany cross that appeared in the thicket and said, "My Father has sent me to speak with you, who are earth." The prophet. It was here, more than 4 centuries ago. Lying on the mat, face up, the jaguar priest of Yucatan listened to the message of the gods. They spoke to him across the roof, astride his house, in a language no one else understood. Kilambalam, the one who was the mouth of the gods, remembered what had not yet happened and announced what will be. The stick and the stone will be raised for the fight. The dogs will bite their masters. Those of the borrowed throne have to throw away what they swallowed. Very sweet, very tasty was what they swallowed, but they will vomit it up. The usurpers will go to the ends of the water. There will be no more man-eaters. At the end of greed, the face will be untied, the hands will be untied, the feet of the world will be untied. End. Memories of Fire to the Faces and the Masks. Eduardo Galeano.